Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Marauder champion Harry Potter had fallen for Fleur? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry struggled with a box of butterbeer as he descended down Gryffindor Tower towards the bridging hallway connecting it to that of Ravenclaw. The box of refreshments wasn't particularly heavy, it was just awkward to lug around. If only the packers had seen fit to ship them in a proper square container instead of the rectangular baker's dozen. He'd never fully appreciated how inconvenient some of the tasks needed to open certain doors and passageways in the castle could be until he'd attempted to do a one-arm pull-up on the lever/chandelier on the 5th floor while propping a 20-pound box of glass bottles on his hip. Maybe he just needed to work on his upper body strength? Then again, the fact that he could even do a one-armed pull-up despite being weighed down by an additional 20 pounds served as a cogent counterpoint to that idea. Soon enough, he rounded the 4th floor and turned down one of the more utilitarian sections of the castle. In one of the 100 or so storerooms tucked away on the east end was the room that had once contained the Mirror of Ariste. Most of them now contained food stock and potions ingredients. He wondered why they didn't store them closer to the kitchens and dungeons, respectively, but figured with magic and house elves, choice of storage place didn't prioritize distance so much as total cubic meters of area. This evening's jaunt, for once, was not for purposes of mischief, research, or stealing potions ingredients. Tonight was a much more relaxing affair, and his destination was at the end of the hallway. He took a deep, steadying breath to calm his nerves when he reached a tapestry overlooking the entire hallway. It depicted a somewhat burly, though in no way unattractive, witch wearing overalls and a straw hat. With one gloved hand, she held a pair of shears, and with the other a freshly picked rose. Unlike most secret passageways in the school, this one was convenient to open, even more so than regular doors. He leaned forward, pressed his nose against the rose, and inhaled deeply. Unsurprisingly, it smelled of dusty old fabric, but he let out a deep sigh of contentment as if it smelled of the real thing. That part was important, even if you did have to fake it. The freckled gardener giggled as her tapestry shimmered and faded into a ghostly mirage, allowing Harry to step through into one of the Hogwarts secret gardens. The Ravenclaw Rose Retreat, as it was called by those who knew of it, was one of 4 secluded greenhouses within the castle proper. It was little more than a glass dome at the very top of one of the peripheral towers fused to Ravenclaw Tower. Inaccessible from below and impossible to spot from above, roughly the size of the greenhouses Professor Sprout used for classes. The copper frame holding the glass panels was obscured by thick morning glory and blueberry vines, blotting out all but the sky directly above. Forming a large circle at the center of the room was a veritable forest of rose bushes, each as tall as a man and every petal the color of a dazzling sapphire. Each of the thornless bushes was nested in a carpet of bronze coral bells. "Fleur," he called out when his reason for being there near curfew failed to materialize. "We are over Airy." The French villa called from somewhere behind the thicket of flowers. "We?" When Fleur had asked him if he knew of a quiet, secluded place where they could talk and drink, he had expected a private meeting, with just the two of them. As such, he struggled to keep a friendly smile on his face when he navigated through the maze of stone benches and turned the corner to find the other male champions there waiting with her. "Evening, Cedric, Victor. You all 3 managed to escape from your damsels in distress to join me here." He greeted his older competitors. They looked as impressive as ever. Even in their simple school uniforms, Fleur was breathtakingly beautiful and Cedric was enviably handsome. Victor looked like Victor. No compliment or denigration about his appearance could be made. It was exactly the kind of visage Harry strived for, and one which he assumed the Bulgarian seeker crafted deliberately. "Indeed, Hermione, I went to sleep against my shoulder at dinner, and I had to recruit the girl of lavender to guide her to her room." Victor explained. Harry glanced to Cedric, who didn't need more than the nonverbal cue to add his 2 cents. "Cho made it all the way until it was time for me to come meet with you. She's a trooper, as good a seeker as either of us. And we have stamina to spare after the lake, don't we? Said Cedric as he elbowed Victor, who smiled politely. He finally turned to Fleur. She shrugged cutely with her hands curled in her lap and a smirk tugging at her lips. Gabrielle did not make ET past lunch. I've been acting as her pillow of air since you pulled her from the lake. With their greetings out of the way, Harry placed a box of butterbeer on the stone bench between the one Fleur and Victor sat on and the one Cedric had monopolized before plopping down beside the Hufflepuff. On any other day, Cedric probably would have stopped by the kitchens on the way there to fill a few picnic baskets with treats, but the feast they all gorged on after completing the second task was still settling. At least it was for Harry. And that of your lovely hostage? Victor Agd, the tall, petite redhead. I do appreciate the freckle girls. Harry snorted in place of dignifying the joke with a response. Zo, she does leave much to be desired in the way of table manners. Fleur added. This was true. A paragon of table manners Ron was not. Ron is soaking up some of the attention from being a hostage, more for my sake than his. Harry finally answered. He hoped the others would catch his meaning. Running interference to save you from suffocating crowds again? Good man, said Cedric, confirming Harry's hope. He figured the conversation had gone on long enough and withdrew the knife Sirius had gifted him just 2 months back. It took more effort than he expected, but he eventually managed to slice through the plastic covering of the box and remove the lid to show off his prize. 20 crystal bottles of butterbeer gleamed in the fading light from the sunset, each with an equally dazzling crystal stopper sealed with golden wax. Victor let out an impressed whistle. How did you manage to get your hands on aged butterbeer? The Bulgarian seeker asked. Butterbeer can be aged like wine to make the dairy content sweeter and thicker to drink, almost like whipped cream. The meek alcohol content and a few added ingredients known only to the makers and likely magical in nature kept it in a liquid enough state to drink despite being of such a thick constancy. Needless to say, the stuff is expensive. My godfather was originally born to wealth and recently came back into possession of his family estate. Harry told them, leaving out his godfather's identity. He managed to dig up a lot of beverages from the long-abandoned cellar and decided to ship off the weak stuff to me. I'm worried the old dog is becoming an alcoholic. That last bit was more a concern of one Remus Lupin, but one that Harry was beginning to share if the werewolf stories were to be believed. Fleur reached in and plucked an emerald green bottle to examine it closely. How long have they been sitting in that cellar? She asked. He wondered for a moment why she would care. After all, they only got better with age. Oh, about 13 years. So it's aged by at least that much. I can't promise they're older than us, but they're at least not fresh from the factory. He explained. Seemingly satisfied with his answer, Fleur gripped the crystal stopper and pulled with all her might. Unsurprisingly, the dainty French which didn't have the strength to uncork it by hand. That didn't stop her from repeatedly trying until her hands and face were flushed red from the effort. It was all Harry could do to not laugh when Victor reached over and nonchalantly twisted it open with just the strength in his hand and wrist. Show off. Fleur, in turn, brought it up to her nose for a whiff. Once she stopped glaring at their muscle-bound companion, that is. Eggnog. Mon préféré. She said. Really? That was his favorite too. At least he thought that's what prefer whatever meant. So, he grabbed one of the green bottles as well, while Fleur rummaged around the box in search of something. Where's the glasses? Fleur asked. Harry did laugh that time. Do you not see how many bottles we have here? We don't need glasses. There's enough for each of us to drink one of each color. Harry chided, knowing that this went against her higher breeding and etiquette-centered upbringing. But as with most things posh and proper, he didn't much care. Cedric snapped a red one open and made to take a swig before Harry stopped him by grabbing his arm. Constant vigilance, he told Cedric with a wicked grin before drawing his wand. Harry then performed a series of diagnostic and detection spells on the bottle in Cedric's hand. It was a series of spells he could now perform by muscle memory alone, having gotten into the habit of using them on all of his belongings this last year. They counted 10 in number, but having to repeat them on each of the 20 bottles left his arm and shoulder aching. All right, we're clear. Everyone grab a bottle. He instructed them as he did just that. A bit paranoid, aren't you? Cedric complained as he took his first sip. Harry shook his head bemusedly. I have to be careful. The twins have spiked my drinks more times than I can count, but it only took drinking one unprepared to learn my lesson. Harry explained as he took his first sip as well. I do not see how that would be much of a problem. Or can little Harry not handle his fire whiskey? Harry smiled at the French witch's unapologetic callback to their wretched first interaction. He knew she regretted it, but he'd let her keep her pride. It isn't fire whiskey that they spike food and drinks with, he told her. That got their attention. The frightened glances they shared with each other, and increasingly inquisitive glances they threw in Harry's direction, hinted at assumptions far darker than the reality. Harry would have let the impressively erudite nonverbal conversation continue, as it was entertaining in its own way, but he figured it might sour the mood for the rest of the evening if he didn't correct whatever misconceptions they were undoubtedly inventing by the dozen. But none of us have sprouted feathered elf ears, warthog tusks, or beaks in place of our noses, so I think we'll be just fine, he said. They looked at each other again and burst out laughing. He could see why, as he himself was picturing Fleur with such ears, Victor with such tusks, and Cedric with such a nose. The tokenesque ears would suit Fleur beautifully, he decided. Who are these twins? Victor Bertrand. I would like to meet them. Oh, I'm sure you already have. They're hard to miss, said Cedric. They're Ronald's older brothers and obnoxious pranksters. Recognition flooded the eyes of their foreign guests. So what? Do they go around dosing people's food with potions? Fleur asked. Harry smiled at her, knowing that there wasn't enough time left in the year for him to tell her about the exploits of the Weasleys. They do a lot of things, but lately they've been inventing a lot of prank snacks and sweets. They make people real nervous at meal times, he assured her. I can imagine. If it were me, I would stand over people I dislike and kindly ask how their food is. Repeatedly, Victor said with what passed for a mischievous smirk on his dour face. Harry almost choked on his butterbeer, imagining Fred and George doing exactly that to Malfoy. From there, the conversation flowed, like the butterbeer. Talks of Quidditch and seeker training gave way to talks of family when the boys realized they were being inconsiderate of Fleur, who hated heights and flying in general. The silver-haired girl lit up at the mere mention of her sister. She waxed poetically about the many ways little Gabby earned the angelic name their fundamentalist mother had bequeathed her. Harry had to agree. In the few minutes he had spent with the bouncing Vila hatchling, she had worked her way into his heart, completely bypassing his Skelegro repaired and hardened ribcage. He wasn't alone in thinking her laughter was like chick chittering. And when Fleur pointed out that her pouting reminded her of a bird ruffling its feathers to appear more aggressive and intimidating, but only ever succeeding in looking adorable, he couldn't help but imagine her throwing a temper tantrum and how unimpressive such displays must be to Mr. and Mrs. Delacour. He needed to introduce the precious girl to Hedwig. Hopefully he could invite a glaring contest. Harry found himself cursing the unfairness of biology at the epiphany that the little angel would one day grow up and become a teenage girl. A nasty, mean, vindictive, hairy, vain, boy-obsessed, and rude teenager. The injustice of it all. They nearly dusted through the entire box of butterbeer before the conversation started to fizzle out. Harry himself had managed to go through his own eggnog, cinnamon, and a third of the mint-flavored butterbeer bottles assigned to him. Cedric and Victor, the gluttonous bastards that they are, had gone through their amaretto and chocolate ones as well. Fleur had barely finished her eggnog bottle and started on her chocolate-flavored one before deciding she had had enough. I think your prankster friends may have spiked your butterbeer after all, Harry, Victor said as he groggily stood up and nearly fell over from the effort. That or this batch has a higher than normal alcohol content. Cedric was stumbling to his feet as well, and Harry had to admit his head was starting to swim in that way he associated with fire whiskey, spiked butterbeer. A sensation he experienced once when he hadn't known what he was drinking. Once had been enough. I reckon you might be right, Harry said. You think we should sit down for an hour and wait for it to wear off before sneaking back to our common rooms? Fleur groaned in a very unladylike, but somehow still dignified coming from her manner. It is already past the curfew. How are we going to get back unseen? She asked. Harry had a plan for that. Had being the operative word, as that plan had been shot to hell when he realized it wasn't just Fleur and himself attending this romantic rendezvous. "I have an invisibility cloak," he said simply. "Big enough to URG?" Cedric tried to ask before a bubbling noise from his stomach interrupted his question. "No, not big enough for 4 people," Harry replied, pulling the family heirloom from his school robe's interior. "But definitely big enough for Fleur and me to sneak out and grab something else that'll let you two get where you need to go, undetected." He was sure Cedric could fit under it with him, but he was in no state to go on a stealth mission into a paranoid XOR's office and steal anything. And Victor sure as hell wouldn't fit inside with him. The massive teenager probably wouldn't fit by himself, now that Harry thought about it. "And that is this tool of guile, my friend?" Victor asked. Harry smiled at the Bulgarian. He could tell them, but he'd rather show them. A map. A map that shows every person, place, and thing on the school grounds. Harry told them. "It's called the Maraud." That was it. That was the last thing Harry could remember from the night before. Flashes of fire, lust, and roaring laughter notwithstanding. His inability to recall the rest of his evening was made all the more infuriating by the revelation that Fleur Delacour, garb in nothing but a thin and very transparent pair of sky-blue panties, was using him as a body pillow. The two were laying down in the soft underbrush beside the rose bushes and coral bells they had drunken beside the night before. Harry would have gladly sold his soul and exhumed his own parents' graves before gallivanting their reanimated bodies down Diagon Alley in exchange for the memories of how he had gotten to be tightly embraced against her bare chest. Like that. Trying not to panic, Harry took a steadying breath and gently pushed Fleur off of him, or at least he tried to. She clutched onto him painfully with sharp claws and pulled him tighter into her embrace. Claws? Sure enough, where perfectly manicured nails should have been were instead obsidian talons like those belonging to a bird of prey. Crescent blades of death jutting from the charred remains of her hands dug deep into his shoulder and back, drawing blood. They were wretched, an abomination on the perfection that was Fleur Della. Oh wait, never mind. They were turning back to normal. He took a slower and even more gentle approach in prying her fingers off of him the second time. Instead of pushing her aside, he sort of rolled over until she lay on her back with him on top of her. He was certain the position would look pretty bad to an outside observer. Holding her hands against her flat stomach by the wrist, he, ever so slowly, pulled away while trying not to stare at her. He failed in the latter. She was perfect. Aside from the blood on her fingertips from where she'd sliced into him moments earlier and the soot on her hands, he could not find a single imperfection on the girl's, no, woman's body. She wasn't well endowed or shapely, but her small breasts, what comes before A, and thin figure were beautiful to him all the same as he raked his eyes over her with wanton hunger. Even fast asleep after a night that he knew included drinking in excess and rolling around in dirt to gather her hair was immaculate, without so much as a single metallic strand out of place. Speaking of hair, there wasn't any to be found on her body save for the enticing patch of silver he could see through the single piece of transparent fabric she wore. So it was her natural color after all. With sudden nervousness, Harry realized he was wearing even less and scrambled for the articles of clothing that hung from the rose bushes on either side of them. The lack of pain or other evidence of fornication alleviated Harry's worries that they might have gone too far the night before if her still partially clothed body wasn't enough to do so. After successfully hiding his body's intention with the wayward pairs of boxers and jeans, he threw his own school robe over his peaceful companion like a blanket. She apparently decided it made as delightful a body pillow as Harry had and snuggled up to it as well. He searched for the remainder of their clothes and alternated between donning his own and folding hers into a pile for when she woke up. He winced as the rough fabric of Dudley's old sweater irritated the slicing wounds on his back, but was hardened enough by far greater wounds in the past to avoid hissing in pain. It was as he donned his shoes that he discovered a dozen or so metal tubes littered about them along with a few other feminine contraptions. It didn't take a genius to realize they were lipstick and makeup, but why was each tube opened and discarded like that? And why would she need so many colors? There were different shades of blues, reds, greens, and purples in both glittered and matte varieties. A closer inspection of Fleur's face, which he had somehow bypassed in his first ever experience of seeing a woman's naked body, revealed that she was indeed wearing lipstick. Orange. It looked wrong on her, as makeup in general simply could never add to her appearance, but take away from it. Except maybe the navy blue one with silver glitter. He could imagine that looking damn nice on her. A sudden sneaking suspicion took Harry over, and he snatched up one of those makeup clasps with the mirrors inside and opened it. The good news was they had not spent the night putting makeup and lipstick on him. The bad news was his entire face was now an abstract, rainbow-colored portrait of kiss marks. Putting two and two together, Harry realized the night had gone even better than he had dared hope. His cheeks were starting to hurt from smiling so wide. Deciding it was likely Fleur wouldn't remember the night before either, and figuring she would be much less thrilled than he was, Harry scrambled out of the bed of rose petals they must have made for themselves and out into the greenhouse. He soon found Victor passed out on a stone bench on one end of the room and Cedric tied up against the wall on the other. He had made the mistake of falling asleep near a magical vining plant, so naturally the morning glory's vines had grown to completely envelop him. Thankful they had been conscientious enough to leave his head unaccosted. It was probably best not to leave him there. Peeking back into the bower where Fleur snoozed cutely, Harry searched for his wand as quietly as he could manage. He found Fleur's in the bushes beside her and figured his must have been in the robes she was currently holding onto for dear life. He was still in pain from the last time he tried to pry something away from a sleeping Vila and was reticent to relive the experience anytime soon. The rosewood wand was hot in his hands, like wood left in a sauna, to the point it was uncomfortable to hold. He got the distinct impression that the wand didn't want him holding it. With a few waves of it, he managed to cut Cedric down from his vertical hammock. In his drowsiness, Harry had forgotten to make proper use of cushioning and lightning charms in anticipation of the Hufflepuff champion falling flat on his face. "Ow! What the bloody hell?" Cedric complained as the fall woke him. "Oh, so the golden boy could get angry. Neat. Morning. Rough night?" Harry asked, offering Cedric his hand. Together they managed to get him to his feet and brush off the remaining leaves and vines from his person. "I can't rightly recall," Cedric admitted, roughly running his hands through his hair. "Damn. Well, there goes Harry's hope of bribing the others into giving him pensive memories of the night before." He wondered at the chances of sneaking out and back to Gryffindor Tower before Fleur woke up. Maybe exchange hostage wands at a later date when she cooled down. Bollocks. What a pain. Harry's back was turned to the rose bushes, but somehow the fearfulness in her voice made him feel so much worse than the anger he had been anticipating. She sounded on the verge of tears. He turned around to look at her. Whatever expression she was wearing before melted away, and in its place was the guiltiest smile he had ever seen, and she clearly tried not to laugh at the kiss marks on his face. "Oh, IZ," she said as she covered her mouth and nose with a hand. This was not the reaction Harry had expected. She handed him his robes while muttering what he assumed were a string of excuses and apologies in French. He in turn handed her wand back. Oddly enough, he could feel it almost protest at leaving him. It was as if the magic inside the wand was clinging to that within his body in the same way Fleur had clung to him earlier. Temperamental indeed. "You don't seem all that upset," Harry said nervously as Cedric left them to go and rouse Victor. She was back in her school uniform now, and he couldn't help but miss the view from earlier. "Why would I be airy?" asked Fleur, her guilty smile getting even guiltier. "I am the adult. Whatever opined last night is my responsibility." He saddened a bit at the implied reminder of his age. "I must say, Zoe, I am glad I did not do anything naughty with someone I had not planned to," she confessed. Whatever dredges of sleep still infected his body left him in that moment. Is this what people referred to as an emotional roller coaster? Seemed like an appropriate name. "So, it saddens me that I do not remember it," Fleur said sadly. "Damn. Well, fourth time's a charm." "Hey, Vic," Harry yelled at the man leaning against Cedric on the other side of the room. "Va!" Victor yelled back. "Do you remember anything from last night?" Harry called. Victor yelled before clasping his head in pain. "All right, thanks. Well, I guess we'll never know for sure," Harry said, going from yelling at the clearly hungover Hungarian to whispering to the fraternizing Frenchie without skipping a beat. but I'm sure I enjoyed the kisses. She actually giggled at that. Harry didn't know she could make such a sound. It was nice. Ooh. Speaking of, I missed a spot, Fleur said, and liked that she leaned down and planted one final kiss on the bridge of his nose. When she pulled away, her lips had gone from the vibrant orange back to the pale pink they were supposed to be. You know, muggles sell lipstick that doesn't smear, right? Harry told her. She gave him a dazzling smile. They are charmed to never smear unless you key someone. Very popular brand, YEA. Fleur told him. Made sense. Lipstick for recreation and presentation. For not the first time in his life, Harry marveled at the literal mountains of money wizardkind was sitting on by not marketing their products to muggles. Sometime during their talk, they had started holding hands, and by now their fellow champions had joined them. You are not allowed to bring drink or food ever again, Harry. Victor Grimbold. That in the hell did you give us? Harry did his best impression of Fleur's guilty smile. I'm caught between killing Gred and Forge when I get back, or leaving everything in my will to them. Harry said, on the bright side, it looks like we didn't get into trouble last night. It'll be easier to act like we never snuck out at all. Cedric hummed in agreement. I am about ready for breakfast, and I think I speak for Victor too when I say coffee would help a lot. Cedric told them. Victor nodded enthusiastically before wincing and rubbing his forehead. I don't suppose you could have some delivered here. Could you? Harry considered it. You know what? I reckon I could. Dobby, Harry called out. He heard two soft pops, and when he looked over at the benches they had occupied last night, there now sat a tray loaded with a large, white mug and 4 coffee cups. Beside it was another tray loaded with flaky pastries. Do you guys ever get the feeling you're being watched? Harry laughed as he helped Cedric lead Victor towards the smell of salvation. They devoured the pastries and inhaled the coffee in silence, save for the grunts and moans of satisfaction at the private breakfast. So, did you actually go get this map, or do you owe us 10 galleons? Cedric prodded. 10? He had only wagered 10 galleons on a guaranteed win? Damn it, drunk Harry. I don't remember. Last I recall is getting ready to tell you guys about the Marauders map. Harry confessed. He looked to Fleur. I do not know. I remember you mentioning a cloak, but Zen... Fleur made a motion that was something between a shrug and the act of throwing confetti. She was interrupted by Victor holding up a large, folded piece of parchment in Harry's face. He could feel his face lighting up and then darkening again as he examined it. This isn't it, Harry bemoaned as he took the parchment. It was too clean, too new to be the one made by Sirius and his friends. Despite this, the resemblance was uncanny. It was the exact same shape and folded in the exact same way. Maybe it was the map, but they had thought to bleach and iron it the night before? Seemed like a dumb enough thing for one of them to come up with. Meh, why the hell not? Harry shrugged as he tapped the parchment with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. And the map materialized, ink stretching across the paper like vining plants that looped back in on themselves to reveal the same bold pronouncement he had seen play out 1,000,000 times before. Or maybe not. Messrs. Firebird, Trionskin, Paddlecoal, and Valgeneb are proud to present the Marauders map, version 2.0 Durmstrang edition. Harry could only stare dumbly at the map. Who and who? Elsewhere, Igor Karkaroff, reformed Death Eater and headmaster of Durmstrang Institute of Sorcery, was having a great morning. He had woken up with time to spare, and without the many body aches brought on by age and the lifelong after effects of the nastier curses he had suffered in service of a dark lord long ago. Both tended to ebb and flow, flaring up and calming down as they pleased. If that wasn't enough, the birds of Britain were singing an especially fine tune this morning, and the house elves had prepared a pine tree and honey tea for him, piping hot instead of the lukewarm it usually fell to when he slept in. Cup in hand, he made his way from the captain's cabin down a small flight of stairs to the door that opened directly from his private quarters to the ship deck. The morning air was brisk, a shock of cold, though not as frigid as he was accustomed to. He could have done without the tree branch slapping him in the face. That was when his morning took a turn to the strange. Instead of the slightly salty smell of the Black Lake and clear horizon, his nose was assaulted with the admittedly pleasant but unexpected smell of damp leaves, old wood, and coniferous trees. When his vision finally adjusted from the artificial darkness of his cabin, the reason for the strange olfactory sensations became evident. The Durmstrang ship was moored. This wouldn't have been particularly strange if it was moored on the beach of the Black Lake, but to be surrounded on all sides by towering trees so thick they almost blotted out the light was an impossibility. Almost as great an impossibility as the ship finding itself on top of a mountain surrounded by several other mountains. Above the peaks of another mountain in the distance, he could barely make out, through the throng of branches, the highest towers of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Igor did what any responsible headmaster of Europe's finest magical institution would do. He turned around, stomped back into his cabin, discarded his morning tea, crawled back into bed, and went straight to sleep. It was too early to deal with this shit. Want your story written? I take commissions now. You can pay me to write your fanfiction or original works. My prices are as follows. $25 per 1,000 words of fanfiction, with some wiggle room. I don't pad my work. You also get to video chat with me as I type the first chapter. $25 per 500 words for original works, so anything that is not fanfiction. I also charge $25 per 500 words for smut or fetish materials. Price is subject to change in the future. Check with me. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. You can also still become a patron for $1 to get access to future chapters 2 weeks early and vote on which stories I update next. Notes: this story was partially inspired by the story It's Always Hazy at Hogwarts by Turtle Pig, which you will absolutely love if you enjoyed this first chapter. In it, the 4 champions smoke gillyweed in the prefect's bathroom and get higher than the moon. In another terribly written comedy titled We All Fall at the Tully Ball by Dawn. Delivery. It was further inspired by the severe lack of stories revving around all 4 champions, or even the 3 surviving ones. I would know. I searched through all of them, and so far the best one I've read was about the survivors getting tattoos to remember Cedric. Come on, people. Write more, will ya? Headmaster Woes rewritten. Harry Potter and the Marauding Champions by NonsensicalRants. Chapter 2. Headmaster Woes. One of the great joys that comes with age is the transition all must go through where they cease to care about making themselves presentable. This opens up an entire new world of wardrobe possibilities bearing never before imagined comfort. Pajamas, underwear, and socks, especially socks, of the softest cotton and fleece made up the majority of Alba's clothes. Even his most extravagant and bizarre robes had an internal lining of fleece enchanted to be even softer than when fresh out of Muggle factories. With the added benefit of cooling charms, he was practically wrapped in a laundry pile of blankets even in the throngs of the most blistering summer. Yes, in these ways life becomes all the more excellent with age, as if Father Time is making up for the many things he takes from you along the way. Today, Albus Dumbledore had planned to test out several new items of interest, namely, a new item of foot apparel and a new breakfast goodie. Unfortunately, what he thought to be socks were in fact some kind of running shoe so form-fitting that they looked to be painted on. They were rather snug and comfortable in their own way, so the aged headmaster of Hogwarts took to walking forwards, backwards and side to side in his sleeping quarters until he felt relatively accustomed to them. He decided to challenge himself and try to get through the whole day wearing these so-called minimalist shoes. Indeed, he was dying to go outside and walk in the grass with them. Perhaps he should cast an illusion to make them appear like his normal, less bizarre, but still rather striking boots. It would make for a good challenge of concentration and durability, at the very least. With that new experience out of the way, it was time for breakfast, and oh boy did he manage to find the most interesting food. Once a week, he'd make his way to a Muggle store and browse through the foods looking for something new and exciting. He would usually restrict himself to the confectionery aisle, but occasionally branch out to trying chips, sodas, and frozen dinners. He'd even tried one of those energy drinks once. It had very nearly killed him. This week he'd taken a stroll down the breakfast aisle and marveled at the world of cereals that could pass for desserts. He had opened each and every box to take in the smell, and by smell alone he picked out this week's breakfast. He, of course, made sure to repair the damage to the packages he'd opened before paying for the 3 boxes now sat on his breakfast table. Fruity Pebbles. Merlin Almighty! What divine being invented these? They smelled like heaven itself had crawled into his sinus cavity and set up temporary residence therein whenever he took a whiff. He still had time to wait for his morning newspapers to arrive, so Albus had to wait before actually digging in. Not the prophet, he doesn't read those until the official breakfast in the Great Hall. Nay, his real breakfast is a peaceful time, accentuated by Quibbler ridiculousness and Marmaduke comics. It should be arriving any moment. But until then, he busied himself by separating the colorful pebbles by color and filling his bowl with the yellow ones. Presumably, hopefully, they would be lemon-flavored. He was all but ready to pour the thick goat's milk Aberforth had sent over the other day when a plain-looking barn owl came in through a round skylight in the ceiling above his head. He had barely grasped the pair of magazines in his hands when another bird came in and landed beside it. Albus could only stare at the beautiful creature. At first glance, he thought it a swan of the purest white, the minor peppering of black only serving as an accent. But the sharp beak and gold, intelligent eyes, to say nothing of the long, roping feathers cascading from her back like drapes, revealed her true identity. "You're a phoenix," he gasped just above a whisper. And what a unique phoenix she was. In all his research and hands-on study of the creatures, he had never known them to come in any color outside of the gold and red combination he and those of his former schoolhouse loved so much. This one certainly wasn't an albino. It lacked the pink iris that came with such a genetic abnormality. What's more, it was very obviously female, if the shorter length of her tail feathers were any indication. It had long been theorized that the phoenixes were artificially created by ancient wizards using peacocks as a base, and this indication of UAL dimorphism would certainly add credence to this theory. His breakfast plans now thoroughly forgotten, Albus put out his arm for the bird, and she graciously perched onto it. He made haste for the door to his office, hoping to compare his fiery phoenix to this snowy variety. Could it perhaps have magical abilities wholly different from the creature of fire beside his desk? Could it transport people in bursts of ice and snow? What miracle of healing and medicine would come from extracting her tears? Was she in season and visiting his office, in search of a mate in his handsome companion? How could that be when it was widely known that the number of phoenixes in the world had remained consistent since they first appeared? What of her tail feathers? Would they make wands with new and strange properties? He must find out. Making his way to the bookshelf that served as a secret passage, he browsed for his copy of Gene Wilder's Young Frankenstein, novelized edition, and pulled it from the shelf. He was a sucker for the classics, and with the book's removal, the entire shelf parted to give passage to his office. The candle opens his bathroom. And there, sitting on his perch, was Fawkes. Naked. FF Fawkes. He leaped down the steps from his desk to his sad friend. The plucked bird turned his back on him in shame, letting out a miserable trill as it shivered from the cold. Even as a reborn chick after a burning day, Fawkes had never been so completely bare as to be mistaken for a blob of black and gray. Who would do such a wretched thing to a creature as pure and beautiful as a phoenix? This went even beyond the abhorrent. Hunters who tranquilize unicorns and leave them to live the rest of their lives bereft of their magical gifts. As he caught sight of the white phoenix's backside, he spotted a speck of red and gold in the bush of white. He plucked it, and before his very eyes the snowy phoenix shrank and morphed into a snowy owl. Hedwig barked once in annoyance before taking her leave by flying out through his office window. He let go of the feather he'd pulled from the bird and watched as it zipped a beeline to his own avian friend where it lodged itself back into the scaly skin of his neck. A sneaking suspicion wound its way under the headmaster's skin, a suspicion that beckoned him to the window where he gazed out at the roofs of Hogwarts Castle. All along the buttresses, crockets and finials were perched an endless sea of phoenixes. A phoenix of every size and color, each clearly annoyed and looking to him for help, and each liable to hail from the school owlery. Albus ground his teeth, a habit he had thought broken some 15 years earlier when he last woke to a scene as impossible as this. There was only one group, one entity capable of doing this, of so casually breaking well-established laws of magic, indeed probably unknowingly, just for the purpose of ruining his morning. To pull this off, somebody would have had to break into his office, plucked every feather from Fawkes, a bird capable of escaping any situation in a burst of flame. Taking them to the Olary to use for temporarily transfiguring the owls there into actual phoenixes, despite zoological to magizoological transfigurations thought hitherto impossible, and all without him noticing. No, as loath as he was to admit it, the ancient enemy and counterweight to the power wielded by the Hogwarts faculty had returned. An organization reborn every generation since the school's founding. One foolishly hoped gone forever. Marauders. Dumbledore all but snarled, still grinding his teeth. He needed to warn the other. Unfortunately, whoever defeathered Fawkes saw fit to steal the portraits of his many contemporaries. So he'd have to find another way to get the word out. Harry, Fleur, Cedric, and Victor sat around the so-called new and improved Marauders map. It wasn't a particularly good map, if Harry were to be completely honest. It showed very little of the castle, displaying most of the grand staircase, a bit of the third-floor corridor and Dumbledore's office, the path from the grand staircase to the Olary, the path from the staircase to the Rose Retreat, the path to the Gryffindor Common Room, and some of the school grounds. It didn't even bear marks or names for the people walking around. I thought you said the map showed all of Hogwarts. Cedric pointed out. Harry shook his head. This isn't the map. He then had the bright idea to fish through the pockets of his own robes and found the original, along with another new white one. The others repeated his action, and soon enough the quartet was sitting around no fewer than 5 Marauder maps, a mountain of empty candy wrappers, 1 jet blue glass eye, several unmarked and half-filled potion vials, as well as 2 invisibility cloaks. They all shared a series of concerned glances. The clues to their late-night activities were starting to paint a frightening picture. They all drew out their wands and repeated the infamous oath on the 4 new pieces of parchment. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. As the words echoed through the greenhouse, each of the maps activated. The original in Harry's hand worked as originally designed, whereas Fleur's displayed the 4 new names and the distinction of being the Box Baton edition. Harry's newer parchment, which Crumb had co-opted, declared itself the Hogwarts edition and Cedric's Mom edition. Harry read aloud with incredulity. Cedric shrugged. Ministry of Magic? Harry nodded. The suggestion made sense. But then why do all of Z maps show Hogwarts? And so very little of E? Fleur pointed out. And indeed, they all mapped out exactly the same areas as Victor's. Wouldn't you expect the Durmstrang and Box Baton editions to show, Durmstrang and Boxbatons? Switch. They all turned to Cedric, who had touched a corner of his own map, and all of the ink, save for the introduction, vanished in a pure white parchment. They all leaned over to see the part of it he had tapped to find it occupied by 4 rectangular spaces. Each rectangle bore the name of one of the 4 institutions. Cedric's had MOM in the topmost rectangle, Harry's had Hogwarts, Victor's Durmstrang, and Fleur's Boxbatons. They all repeated Cedric's action and switched between the locations. Each time, they need the rectangle they indicated became bolder, but all were blank save for the incomplete map of Hogwarts. Though, on closer inspection, Fleur's did show the interior for the Box Baton's carriage and Victor's the Durmstrang ship. They were rather small illustrations, so they could be forgiven for taking so long to spot them. I think I have figured out what we did last night. Fleur broached. They all motioned for her to explain, even though Harry was pretty sure he had a similar idea. I propose Harry and I sneaked to Professor Moody's office, where we retrieved Z map and stole his eye, returned here where Z 4 of us attempted to. How you say, reverse Z map. Reverse engineer? Harry said. Oui, jot. Those were Harry's thoughts exactly. And obviously their attempts failed, or were incomplete by the time they passed out the night before. That still didn't explain a few things, though. Where did the other cloak come from, then? Victor asked. Probably also from Moody's office, said Cedric, lifting the soft fabric from the floor. If any of the teachers owned one, it'd be him. And the method to what parts of the castle we bothered to map out? Harry asked. Cedric shrugged. I think they're just the routes to important places. This here is Dumbledore's office, he said, pointing at the spot on the 3rd floor before moving his finger to the school grounds and lake. The Boxbaton's carriage is here, and the Durmstrang ship is there. Harry and Victor nodded, but Fleur disagreed. I do not think so, she said, shaking her magnificent head. We would not have inked this by and, were I to help make this map, and I think I did, I would have placed tracking charms on the maps and enchanted them to fill in the dimensions as we physically explore. That made a bit more sense. I think Dudley has a computer game that does that. What's a computer game? All three of his wizard-raised companions asked. Harry sighed in exasperation. The ignorance wizard-raised people had towards the Muggle world astonished him sometimes. He had to get this back on track. But that would mean this map displays exactly where we explored last night. Did we really have enough time to explore all of this area, even after sneaking into Moody's office and studying the original? Harry pointed out, just making these would have taken us hours. We need not have explored as a group. Victor countered. I bet anything then one map adds a new area. The others are updated as well. That was plausible. So, after reverse engineering the map, some of us went back to Moody's office. Someone went to the Ollery, someone explored the grounds, someone went up to Gryffindor Tower, and someone went to Dumbledore's office. The others nodded. Several, if not all, of them must have gone to multiple places. Sadly, the map didn't indicate the order of places visited, but they were definitely onto something here. It was as he was contemplating what paths might have been taken when his edition turned a vibrant pink. What the hell? Fleur waved her wand to dispel the color-changing charm she had used on her own map. As it returned to white, so did the others. Well, that confirms your theory, Victor, said Fleur. Changes made to one map are made to all. Cedric rent the air with the sound of tearing paper, and Harry turned to him in time to see his edition of the map knitting itself back together. He noted that the other maps did not mirror this damage. Only magical alterations, it seems, and inbuilt self-repairing enchantments. Neat, the Hufflepuff Seeker announced. After that, they threw restraint to wind and tested the map for everything. Harry couldn't resist testing its abilities to insult people who didn't know the passphrase, and wasn't disappointed. Fleur attempted to transfigure her parchment and discovered that they were resistant to being altered in such a way. Cedric charmed his into every color imaginable, altered its weight, and testing summoning charms on his, while Victor tested his version's ability to repair itself from different types of damage, from slight burns to water damage. It was when Victor decided to start hurling curses at his map, curses that somehow translated to the other editions to strike the person holding one, that they decided they should put the kibosh on that. "A wong until I can feel my tongue again?" Cedric asked after Victor reversed the Russian necktie curse. Victor shrugged. "An hour? Maybe 2. Thanks, asshole." That concluded their testing of the maps. With a series of mischief managed, they returned the maps to normal and pocketed them. That should be due with the eye and cloak? That was a good question. None of them wanted to risk being caught with either. It would be pretty damning. In the end, Fleur opted to wrap them in some spare parchment and bury them beneath the rose bushes. They'd figure out what to do about them later. The only mystery that leaves are these vials, Harry said as he lifted one and examined it. It was a dark blue in color with a slightly white sheen, as if reflecting moonlight. "I imagine it is a potion," Fleur offered. "Rather astute of you." Victor deadpanned. Fleur scowled at the Bulgarian. "But a potion for what? It looks like we already drank half of each, so the vials would be 2 doses?" Harry rationalized. "Maybe it is a notice me not potion?" Victor offered. "They're the only thing that comes to my mind for something we would have used last night." "Are they normally this color?" Harry asked. "I would not know. I've only heard of them. Very rare, very powerful, and very illegal. Not just for their criminal uses, but because if brewed incorrectly, it could leave a person unnoticeable for the rest of their lives." Victor deflected. Cedric kept his silence, which was probably for the best since he was doubtful to be understood. This is why Fleur's silence was all the more conspicuous. "Fleur?" Harry asked suspiciously. She was staring at her still-charred hands with deep consternation, but glanced between her peers almost fearfully when Harry said her name. "I'm a quarter-vila," she said simply. Harry fought a snicker at the revelation but listened on all the same. Part Vila only inherits the allure. It is the full Vila, a woman born with an X chromosome from both parents of Vila descent, that can transform. She explained. As she said this, she allowed her hand to extend back into the sickly black talons that had grasped Harry so roughly just earlier that morning. He half expected balls of fire to erupt from her now clawed fingertips, but only saw the air distortion from heat radiating from them. "And yet, I can do this," she exclaimed. "How?" Harry came to the same conclusion she must have come to, that whatever this potion was, it had allowed her to transform, just as those cheerleaders at the World Cup had. But then what could do that? "I think I know," Cedric tried to say, barely legible. "Harry, while wushu wishin for Shiod Mawater's names?" Harry parsed his meaning as the Hufflepuff pointed to the original map. "Oh, it's a long story," he preempted. Mooney was a werewolf, and his 3 friends found out. They were apparently retarded because they decided to become animagi so they could keep him company on the full moon. And then it clicked. He knew what it was, but couldn't believe they would be stupid enough to go through with it, even while drunk. It was a potion that Harry was certain he could have gotten his hands on by taking a quick trip to Hogsmeade, where a surviving member of the Marauders was staying. Remus had warned him that Sirius held a secret hope that he, Ron, and Hermione would someday come and ask to be inducted. He had warned that Sirius had started brewing this very potion the day after his escape on Buckbeak and planned to gift it to them for Christmas, and would have were it not for Remus putting a stop to it. Lupin made Harry swear to never ask, to never try and pursue his godfather's dream, and yet he had broken that promise last night. He had visited Padfoot's cave and asked the question Harry knew Sirius had been dreaming of since that night in the Shrieking Shack. "These are forced animagi potions," he told them, clenching his teeth in self-loathing. "They force the drinker, rather painfully, into their animal form. It's fatal to drinkers who don't have animagi forms, most people, and excruciating to those who do, so it's banned internationally. Anybody with any sense goes through the much longer process of discovering their form." He turned to Fleur, trying to will her to feel how remorseful he was telepathically. "Apparently it makes Partvila regain the ability to, well, that," he finished, indicating her hands. She hid them beneath her arms and gave a meek saw. "No, ain't none of that," Victor bellowed before she could really let the waterworks fall. "This is a blessing, and I will not have you pitying yourself, Firebird." She didn't perk up until she heard the name at the end, and Harry felt himself perk up with her. "Right? The new Marauder names. It's us," Harry suddenly realized, feeling rather stupid for taking so long to figure that one out. He turned to his copy of the new and improved Marauders map and activated it. "Firebird," he said, pointing at Fleur. "Tryonskin. That would be me." Victor interrupted. "What makes you so sure?" Harry asked him. "Tryon means saw in Bulgarian," he said simply. Harry shared a confused glance with Cedric and Fleur. They both shrugged. "Sawskin." Victor ebbed them on while making some motion at himself. The trio shrugged again. "A shark. Ibasai," Victor said, throwing his arms up in exacerbation. "Oh," Harry echoed with understanding. "But that leaves Paddlecole Dash." Fleur giggled at the name. "And Valjneb. But who is who?" Harry motioned between himself and Cedric. There was a rather simple way to figure out who was which name. Take the potion again and see who fits which name. But Harry would rather not have to relearn the painful way what his form was. He rather liked the idea of not having to remember taking it last night, but they hadn't seen fit to properly log the information in a journal. Something with a paddle for a, well, whatever a call is dash, Fleur giggled again. And something with a nose shaped like a valge. Isn't that a type of spear? Harry reasoned, ignoring his sort of girlfriend's childish antics. When Cedric nodded at his question, Harry went on. "Well, of the two of us, I'd like to think I'm more at home in the air, so your animal form must have a paddle for a cull. Now, if Firebird can stop giggling long enough to tell us what cull means, we can move on." She was smirking from ear to ear and blushing slightly, but obliged. "It means Fanny," she said. "Fanny? I don't." Victor started with his, "I need an English lesson" voice, but Harry beat him to it. "It's a beaver," he explained. "It's the only thing that has a paddle for a butt, and I think it matches a hard worker like Cedric rather well." Cedric shrugged and nodded, apparently happy with the news. "It could also be the platypus," Victor offered, sounding almost defensive as he did so. Do not discount the noble platypus. Harry, Fleur, and Cedric guffawed at the suggestion, and he got even sulkier than usual. Everyone discounts the noble platypus. Victor grumbled as he crossed his arms. Harry decided to ignore his friend's antics and moved on. So what kind of bird has a beak shaped like a valve? He asked Fleur specifically, seeing as Cedric could not speak. Fleur frowned and took to appraising him like a piece of art. Harry supposed that if anybody could see into his soul and describe its shape, she was his best bet at the moment. "I like to think you are a handsome mock," she said as she lightly ruffled his still bedraggled hair. "He does like OOFWY fwast," Cedric added, helpfully. "Right? And hawks are the fastest flyers in the world, if he remembered right." But that still didn't add up. "No, hawks don't have beaks in that kind of shape. They're hooked, and they're birds of prey, which I don't think suits me," Harry countered. They quickly gave up on any hope of figuring out what kind of bird he could be without a reference book handy, and no one was willing to force-feed him the potion. And so Height said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. They all had places to be. Harry was looking forward to the long, hot shower that awaited him in Gryffindor Tower. So preoccupied with anticipation was he that he absent-mindedly said the password for the portrait and continued, walking straight into a stone wall. Rubbing his nose, Harry looked up to discover that the fat lady portrait was gone, frame and all. It didn't take the boy who lived very long to guess exactly who had removed her from her resting place. After all, there were only 4 suspects. A shame none of them would be able to locate her due to their minor amnesia. He was still under his invisible cloak, as he didn't want anybody to see him with a face covered in vibrant kiss marks. He could conceivably sneak into another common room. The Slytherin entrance would open for any parcel tongue, even without the password, and neither Ravenclaw nor Hufflepuff even used password. But all 3 of those options required a long walk, and Harry didn't want to have one of those right now. And so he did what any desperate Gryffindor would do, and as many had done before. He walked into the nearest abandoned classroom, climbed through the window, and shimmied along the ledge that led all the way to the dorms. He himself had done this exact same thing once before, but he had been 12 then, and the ledge had been much wider in proportion to him at the time. "Okay, Harry." Deep breaths, he muttered to himself as he went along. It quickly became a mantra as he repeated it some dozen times. Eventually, his path was blocked by an obstacle that was easily circumvented 2 years earlier, but now proved impassable. A small arch growing from the wall that he was now too tall to duck under. The edges were smooth, and he had no chance of getting a grip to climb across. The wind was blistering cold, and he needed to get around it to reach the boys' dorms. But then again, there was a window to the girls' dorm not 3 feet from him. Should he? He was still garbed in an invisibility cloak, and with 2 spells he could silence the window and put a wind barrier on it so as not to wake any of the girls. He could totally pull off sneaking through, out to the common room, and up to the boys' dorms. Yeah, steps 1 through 3 of his plan were executed flawlessly as he cast the 2 spells on the lowermost window and crawled through. Step 4 hit a bit of a snag. You see, the dorms are organized by year, with the bottommost being 7th years and a few 6th years who were of age, and the topmost being filled with 1st years. This was so that if Hogwarts was ever invaded, then the youngest among them would be most protected. So you'd think Harry would be more at risk of being caught by the most advanced witches of the school, but that wasn't what stopped him in his tracks. No, the real issue here was that the 7th year dorm was an utter pigsty. Clothes, makeup, perfume bottles, trash, hair products, strange creams, and to him, feminine hygiene products littered every solid surface. There was not an inch of free space on any of their desks or dressers, nor an inch of visible floor beneath the mountains of clothes. Fortunately, it didn't smell particularly bad, but that was more due to the cacophony of perfume barely masking the odor he could detect just beneath the surface. Harry knew that with every step he took, he risked stepping on an unseen cat, and that would certainly cause enough ruckus to wake up the softly snoozing beauties surrounding him. Keeping his eyes on the floor instead of Angelina's bare legs and nearly transparent nightgown was difficult enough without his discovery that her yearmate to Harry's other side liked to sleep in the nude, and apparently hated sheets, and didn't care to close the curtains on her four-poster bed. And was stacked. No. Focus. Stupid. Why upper-class women and their nudist ways? Through strength of will alone, he eventually made it to the door, silenced it, and snuck out. He was nearly to the stairs leading down to the common room when he passed the open door to the communal shower. If he thought the girls' dorm room was disgusting, well, let's just say his bar for what counted as filthy was raised, or maybe lowered, somewhat by the sight of the girls' showers. He needed to get out of there. He reached the top of the stairs and groaned. The common room was already full of people trying to get through the now non-existent portrait hole. It would be a challenge to sneak past them, but what other option did he have? Risk jumping the distance from the girls' patio to the boys' patio and break his neck in the process? He could sneak back into the girls' dorm, exit through a different window, and continue shimmying along the ledge to the boys' dorm. Nah, too tired. He took the first step down the stairs and didn't get the chance to take a second as the air was rent with an ear-splitting scream. Before Harry could figure out the source, the steps beneath him vanished, turning the stairs into a slide that sent him tumbling down. He landed, exposed, at the feet of his best friend with the entire Gryffindor population, minus Owl and Newt students. They slept in. Now, most people would assume the teenaged boy tumbling down from the girls' dorms in an invisibility cloak had been attempting to sneak up. The collage of vibrant kiss marks on his face, and widening grins and burst of giggles from those who were currently examining him, told Harry that a rather different assumption would fill today's rumors. Air. Hiron, said Harry as he ignored a snickering Lavender Brown and the gaggle of her younger counterparts. I don't suppose there's any chance I can convince you all that this doesn't look the way it looks. Ronald Weasley dignified Harry with a sympathetic smile and slowly shook his head. Yeah, didn't think so. It's going to be one of those days, huh? Ronald Weasley dignified Harry with a sympathetic smile and slowly nodded his head. With the benefit of hindsight, Harry realized that he should have simply summoned his firebolt and flown to his dormitory window. Madame Maxime Olympe had expected to have a peaceful and relaxing Saturday. Her normal routine of rolling out of bed, walking to the bathroom, and having her morning tinkle was rudely interrupted when she reached for a handle only to have her fingers brush coarse fabric. Rubbing the last dredges of sleep from her eyes, she returned to the task at hand and fixed her most heated glare at the fool blocking her path. Pashword, the morbidly obese woman slurred, waving an empty bottle of wine about. Allenby scowled at the lack of propriety and all-around absurdity of the situation. I am the mistress of this establishment, and I insist you allow me through, she demanded. The fat, gaudy woman blew a raspberry in lieu of an answer. Why, I never. Olympe scoffed at the unladylike behavior. She decided it was too early to deal with this and made to exit her private quarters in search of the public lavatory, only to be blocked by yet another portrait. Have it thee, foul heartbreaker, the highly energetic knight challenged as he brandished a hefty sword at her. Whichever order trained this sad excuse of a knight clearly failed to impart the proper discipline and behavioral norms of chivalry. Pointing a great sword at a lady? Honestly, who are you? Olympe demanded again. Sir Cardigan, noble knight, here to lay anguish upon the wretch who dared to toy with the heart of a man so pure and full of love as our dear Rubius. Olympe could only scoff at the absurdity of such a statement. And whenever deed I do such a zing to that oaf, she screeched. Oaf! A third intruder screeched in return, and Olympe whirled to see that the third wall to her private quarters was covered from end to end in a tapestry. On this tapestry was a party of women from every race, both human and demi-human. A dignified countess stood shoulder to shoulder with a Negro girl attendant, 8-in-1, a Cherokee chieftain's daughter, and kimono-laden geisha from the Far East. To either side of this quartet were women of more magical origin. A fully enraged Vila beside a glass tank out of which hung an equally incensed mermaid and a naked, but intimidating, centaur mare who hid her otherwise bare chest with angrily crossed arms. On the other side was a goblinette wearing a dress literally weaved from gold thread made all the more extravagant in comparison to the rancid pillowcase worn by the female house elf beside her. Enclosing the entire group of women were two massive feet she deduced belonged to a giantess who was far too large to fit on the tapestry. You would call the man who shared his love of beasts, giving you and your champion a chance at winning this godforsaken tournament, an oaf. It was the Countess berating her. Needless to say, her overly full bladder was not inspiring the headmistress to respond with a level head. Of course I'm an oaf. I call him an oaf all Z time. He loves Z. A moron he would have to be, to invest even a moment of his finite and precious life to an ungrateful harpy like you, said the goblinette. A wench who denies what she is, added the Negro girl. A woman who cares more about feigning a reputation of being a breed she is not, despite the whole world having eyes to see through your self-delusion, added the mayor. A disgusting creature who soaks up the love and affection of a wonderful man but gives none in return, added the vila. It was all difficult to make out their incriminating words over the literal screeching of the mayor woman and the much more long-winded rants of the Japanese and Indian women, who had taken to their native tongues for the purpose of insulting her. Regardless, Solemn still caught the gist of it, when a sudden shout of "Hear, hear," and similar phrases of agreement erupted from the fourth wall of her quarters. She was confronted by the entire roster of former Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses, each and every one of them shouting her down for her treatment of her fellow half-giant. She fell to the floor in a fetal position, tears streaming down her face and hands wrenching fistfuls of hair from her scalp, a habit she had thought broken in her fourth year of school, when she had mistakenly thought that she'd become immune to the teasing of her peers. You don't deserve the affections and kindness of such a man. A harlot is more honorable in her act than you. How dare you lead a man on, letting him believe you loved him? This last one was by the drunken fat woman, and for some reason her words were the last straw. But I do love him, she screamed. Silence. Each and every figure adorning her walls, and there were many, softened in both posture and facial expression. It was the female elf who finally broke the silence and spoke for the first time. You love whom, miss? She squeaked politely. I love Agrid, she cried, stuttering out the first syllable of his name as the first bits of pee began to run down her thigh. The portraits responded with uproarious applause. So loud were their celebrations that she almost missed the loud creaking from behind her. Olym turned to see that the portrait-blocking entrance to her private lavatory had opened to grant her access. That is indeed the password, said Sir Cardigan before swinging open himself. You may pass. Olymp ignored him as she rushed/hobbled through the open portal provided by the fat lady and, forgoing any sense of propriety or privacy, hiked her silk nightgown all the way to her navel before dropping onto the Castone porcelain seat just before the dam broke. As the heavenly sense of relief faded, it took her hysterics with it. With last sniffle from her crying fit, Olymp Maxime returned to her senses and gaped at the epiphany she had denied in Herslef for months now. I love Agrid, she whispered to herself in horror, but not quietly enough for her uninvited guests to hear. That's the spirit, Sir Cardigan yelled through the still open lavatory door. Yell it to the heavens. Olymp groaned into her hands. This wasn't supposed to happen. She wasn't supposed to fall in love. She couldn't. Not after what happened with that seventh-year boy when she first attended Box Batons all those years ago. Oh, Merd, what am I to do? One thing was certain. Today was looking to be a hat day. Notes. In Yidden. This should go without saying, but when I write from a character's perspective, I describe characters and locations using vocabulary that I think fits the character. I do not believe Madame Maxime views women of African descent as any less human than she views herself. She just referred to them the way a dignified woman in a Middle Ages culture would. I realize some readers may be offended by this, but tough shit. I prefer to read the uncensored Huck Finn any day of the week, and I am positive Mark Twain wasn't racist. So swim Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. Patrons who pledge $3 get all future chapters a month early and a link to the Discord server. Patrons who pledge $10 get the right to vote on story choices, what story I update next, etc. Patrons who pledge $100+ gets to commission 3,000 words per month. Can be a one-shot of your own, can be a non-canon side story to one of my stories. Aftermath. Chapter 3. Aftermath. Harry, freshly showered and devoid of kiss marks, descended from Gryffindor Tower in a bit of a tizzy. The unprotected entrance to the common room had taken a series of blasting curses from both sides to open, and a further bit of advanced transfiguration by their head of house to open to make presentable. McGonagall had immediately reared on Fred and George as suspects, but they had an alibi and avoided detention. Harry had one too, but said alibi earned him multiple detentions and a rehashing of the bird and the bees lecture she gives to all first years after exams finish. He also had to deal with a few upperclassmen confronting him about rumors of infidelity by their girlfriends. Harry had started the day denying every false rumor until he realized half of them were just trying to find out who had given him a makeover by process of elimination. He became more scrupulous in his answers when Angelina asked if it was Hermione and whether or not he'd received a rainbow blowjob as well. Now he was in a losing battle with his own reputation as he ignored the many girls trying to claim responsibility for the rumored bumping of uglies in the girl dorms. It was with hopes that breakfast would help take his mind off of the debacle that Harry trudged down the grand staircase. Around the third-floor corridor is where he encountered the fat lady's portrait being hauled up by the ever-affable caretaker. "Morning, Mr. Filch." "Good morning, Mrs. Norris," he greeted casually. Both growled at him as he stepped aside to allow them to pass. Funnily enough, the fat lady and her visiting friend both shared knowing winks with him. He'd have to ask the pair what they remembered from last night. Another floor down, he encountered the entire house elf contingency of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Each and every one of them carried a gold-embroidered portrait that he recognized as being from the headmaster's office. Each former headmaster and headmistress he locked eyes with made like the fat lady and winked at him. Now if only he could figure out a way to sneak into Dumbledore's office and make them sing too. He spotted Dobby and Winky as part of a quintet carrying a large tapestry. "Good morning, Master Harry Potter, sir," Dobby greeted with a wave. In his excitement, the energetic elf lost his grip on the tapestry, and his four companions dropped it onto the landing. It unfurled to reveal its contents as that of Sultan Mustafa's harem. Each and every one of lovely and not so lovely ladies on the tapestry showed some sign or another that they recognized him. In the goblin's case, she made a suggestive licking motion at him that he didn't very much appreciate. Sultan Mustafa was certainly a man of, shall we say, refined tastes, and an overblown paranoia of boggots. Magical historians debated which of the two things, his UAL appetite or need to search every nook and cranny for shapeshifters, that had him replaced as a ruler. Harry suspected the answer was both. With a mental list of witnesses to last night's misdeeds in his head, Harry proceeded to the Great Hall and breakfast within. And as if the universe hadn't delivered enough weirdness to his morning, his breakfast began strange indeed. For one, the entire Bulgarian populace was missing save for Victor. For two, Victor wasn't seated with the Slytherins, but instead at the understandably empty Gryffindor table between Fred and George. For a third, said twins were sandwiched between Victor and Cedric in Fred's case, and Victor and Fleur in George's case. Harry suspected he knew what was going on, but joined his fellow champions to help with the harassment all the same. "Zay eggs are good, we?" Fleur asked George. The mellower twin nodded suspiciously as he slowly chewed whatever food, presumably eggs, was in his mouth. "I would hope so," Victor added. "After all, the four of us helped the elves cook this morning, and varked extra hard on your food in particular." Now Fred was mirroring his brother's suspicious glare, but both had the sense to not say anything as they quietly ate. "Here," Cedric interrupted by spooning a huge dollop of chicken gravy onto both of their plates. "You must try the gravy. We put our sweat and blood into it." By this point, the two let their forks drop with a clatter onto their plates. They actually looked scared. Time for Harry to deliver the coup de grace. "Here," he offered, pulling a glass bottle out of his robe pocket and slamming it onto the table. "Have some butterbeer." The way their eyes bulged out of the sockets would be seared into his memory for years to come. It was the most comical expression he'd ever seen. We can explain," Fred began, sweating in utter terror at the glare Victor had permanently affixed to his face, a face mere inches from Fred's own. "Go on," Victor enunciated slowly, his nose practically touching Fred's cheek. "We've been developing a potion We call it the Fifth Amendment. Fred started. Huh? It's supposed to allow you to avoid incriminating yourself after committing a prank, even under Truth Potion. George added to an explanation. Harry still wasn't catching on. So what? It's like the opposite of Veritaserum? Cedric asked. More like a memory erasing potion. Fred corrected, trying to lean away from the Bulgarian seeker. You can't confess to a crime if you don't remember committing it. Explained George. Okay, now Harry was starting to get it. We originally tried using a potion that erases your memories after the fact, but then you have to dispose of the potion container, possibly while in the middle of the deed, which isn't always possible for a prankster. George continued. So we tried to develop one you could take before doing something and not remember the details. That was actually brilliant. If you knew what you intended to take the potion beforehand, you could easily stick to any preconceived plan. Hell, you could even wipe your memory of the plan and work off of a checklist, and be sure to burn the checklist before the potion wore off. I have never heard of such a potion. Fleur beamed. She seemed to be getting excited at the possibilities too. What are eats? Ingredients? The two started sweating even harder now if such a thing were possible. Well, we kind of hit a snag, said Fred. We couldn't find a magical means of producing the effect we wanted, said George. So we turned our attention to muggle means of altering memory. Finished Fred. Oh God, no. Harry smacked himself in the face, hard, before sinking into his hands. It was so obvious. Please tell me you didn't. Harry begged through his hands. His voice came out as something halfway between a laugh and a cry. What? What is it? Victor pleaded, ending his one-sided glaring contest and glancing between Harry and the Weasleys. What did VE drink? Harry looked up from his palms between the 5 older wizards and Witch in front of him. Please tell me you didn't roofie us, he pleaded. The guilt in their expressions told him everything he needed to know. We might have roofied you. They confessed in unison. What? What does that mean? What is roofing? Cedric pleaded. And once again, Harry was reminded how poorly wizards and witches understood the Muggle world. A roofie is a drug, known as the date rape drug, that sickos slip into girls' drinks before having their way with them, so they won't remember in the morning. Fred leapt to his own defense at the renewed death glared from all 4 champions. That's actually a myth, he exclaimed, still at a hush. We did our research, even interviewed some cops, and there aren't any reported cases of drink spiking in bars. It's just something people less creative than us imagine it could be used for, so they get paranoid. Yeah, George added. People can't handle their alcohol and try to blame their poor decisions on spiked drinks. Lord knows I've woken up beside a mistake thanks to alcohol before. Harry couldn't relate. He'd only ever woken up from a night of forgotten drunkery beside one woman before, and it was the best thing to ever happen to him. So far, wouldn't such a zing be illegal? Fleur asked, just on the potential to do harm, substantiated or non? Yup, the duo nodded. It was a bitch finding any, mind you, said Fred. The nice meth dealer behind the hardware store took serious offense to our request when we asked for some, said George. Us wizards really don't give muggles enough credit. Guns are scary, said Fred. And loud, added George with a nod. With that mystery solved, Victor politely asked the twins to leave so the Marauders could decide what to do with them. They didn't need second telling before scampering off. They discussed whether or not to report them to the staff, but that ran the risk of the twins winding up behind bars, and they honestly didn't want that. Besides, there was a series of pranks and thefts committed the night before, and this added evidence might implicate them, memory of the incident or no. They would need to invent a personalized punishment for them. It was the Marauder way, a prank for a prank. But with the Great Hall filling up fast, they would have to put off planning their revenge for later. For now, they started on their own breakfast. Harry had gotten as far as taking a sip of pumpkin juice before winding up in a coughing fit. What? Fleur asked cutely when he stared at her mitten-covered hands. They weren't normal, everyday mittens. They were big, red, honest-to-God oven mitts. They clashed horribly with the light blue of her Beauxbatons uniform. They also looked ridiculous. What? Fleur reiterated, blushing. It is cold in this godforsaken island. Right. Cover story. Black claws for hands. He forgot. By the time he'd finished eating, the Gryffindor table had filled to capacity by the late arrivals. It was here that the final oddity of the day came stampeding into his life when a centaur entered the Great Hall. Harry had to double, triple, and quadruple check to confirm it was indeed a centaur, but it had a human torso and a horse for a butt, and there was only one thing that could be. Quack like a duck and all that. The centaur wasn't alone, as he, and several of his brethren, seemed to be escorting the entire Durmstrang populace into the Great Hall. Curiouser and curiouser. Victor flagged down one of his classmates, the one who liked to paint his robes with spaghetti, and held a hushed conversation in Bulgarian. A conversation he relayed with what looked like a blush. It appears somebody stole the Durmstrang ship and, somehow, carried it up and down 2 mountains to leave it stranded on top of a cliff deep in the Forbidden Forest. Wonder who could have done that. NZE centaurs? Fleur asked. They escorted us back through the horrid forest. Victor's classmate, Polyakov, if Harry remembered correctly, explained with a shudder. That's awfully charitable of them, Cedric observed, his voice dripping with suspicion. Harry seconded that opinion. A reclusive tribe of man-hating beast men helping foreign witches and wizards navigate through their territory? Well, there's a gift horse in need of a dental exam, if ever there was one. Harry decided as he stood up to march towards the demi-humans Hogwarts shared a ward system with. What? Victor and Polyakov asked after him in confusion at the expression. Nothing, Harry called back with a wave. Be right back. Harry approached the centaur nearest the door and realized he was familiar. Ronan? No, this one was Bane. Harry remembered Bane. Harry remembered Bane perfectly. Oh my goodness. Bane, is that you? Harry greeted in his best impression of a middle-aged, attention-seeking woman at a wedding as he could. For his part, the surly centaur flinched at the unexpected greeting before considering the greeter. Recognition dawned on him like a rising sun. I haven't seen you since that time you were debating the merits of leaving an 11-year-old boy to die in the Forbidden Forest with these two. How have you been? He punctuated each word with a Hagridian, TM, slap to Bane's shoulder. His bottom one. The pair this debate had taken place with stood in the entrance hall and were pointedly ignoring the conversation. Forenza at least looked amused, for what little of his rescuer's face Harry could see from this angle. Ah yes, Mr. Potter. How very nice to see you well. Bane greeted patiently. The usual buzz of rumor spreading had already erupted from the students within earshot of his flippant greeting earlier. Which is to say, Harry could barely hear Bane's response over the cacophony of whispering coming from every corner of the Great Hall. Mighty nice of you all to help escort these foreign students back to the castle. I didn't know you had it in you to be charitable. Harry continued speaking in an unnecessarily high pitch. I suppose we all have it in us to show goodwill to one another, Mr. Potter. We showed quite a bit towards rescuing you when you wandered into our territory years ago. Maybe this poor centaur was getting up there in age. He clearly wasn't remembering that series of events properly. Could you tell a centaur's age by the state of their teeth, like you could horses? Were centaurs herbivores like horses or omnivores like men? They did seem to have human teeth and did carry around weapons normally used for hunting. Well, it's always good to see a person change for the better. So, tell me, Bane, what brought about this sudden burst of philanthropy from you? Bane made a sound that resembled an animalistic growl being held back in his throat. Good to know Harry was accomplishing his mission. When a lost herd is wandering aimlessly in your territory, it is best to help them on their way. Bane explained. Harry mentally translated that to a bunch of naked monkeys carrying wands were trapped in our house, and it was easier to guide them away than have a pitched battle in which all of us would probably die. Seemed reasonable. I'll leave you all to it then. Harry found himself regretting his decision to antagonize the Warhawk of the local centaur clan when, later that day, detention had him and a handful of other students following Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, as per any detention, confiscated their wands at the start. What was unusual was when he handed them axes and a blister-curing balm and pointed out which trees they were to chop down. They did as told without any further instruction for some 20 minutes before Hagrid returned with the box batons heard of. Abraxan. No. You don't be holding the axe like that. Hagrid had boomed when he saw their atrocious forms. And so began their impromptu lesson in proper woodcutting. Particular focus was placed on only using your arms and letting the weight of the axe do most of the work for you. Most of them had made the mistake of trying to work through the whole tree using the axe, whereas they were only supposed to use it to remove the bark and use the giant saws, which Hagrid had yet to bring out. So they couldn't have possibly deduced to take the tree out. They worked in pairs, removing tree bark all day, making a path along a shallow stream that couldn't be more than a meter wide. Harry naturally chose to pair with Victor, who obviously hadn't slept in the Durmstrang ship. Maying he had slept somewhere else, and with him being a teenage sports star, his headmaster came to the reasonable conclusion that he had gotten up to the same extracurricular activities all of Gryffindor thought Harry had, and thus Victor received the same number of detentions as Harry. Several of the less skittish inhabitants of the forest came to watch them suffer. Chief among them Bane and an entourage of centaurs Harry had never seen before, but assumed were of similar temperament to the Warhawk. There was also an annoying blue tit that tweeted like a songbird in what sounded like mocking remarks in its best approximation of the Scottish language. It was clearly some kind of magical bird, but what type, none of them could tell. It wasn't until the sun was getting low that Hagrid brought out the saws, and, again in pairs, they got to work. Harry praised his luck that he had the beastly Bulgarian as his partner. The two of them could power through a tree in 10 minutes flat. Well, that wasn't completely true. Victor cold power through an entire tree in 10 minutes flat. Harry just helped. After they finished felling all of the trees, they split up to take out the branches with their axes. The day of detention ended with Hagrid teaching them how to properly tie the fallen trees to the Abraxan in such a way that it wouldn't choke them or put stress on their wings. The hardest part was coaxing the majestic creatures to tow the logs and guide them to the back of Hagrid's hut. To call them uncooperative would be an understatement. That evening found them loitering in the library with Fleur and Hermione as they studied. When they remembered to use the blister bomb, which Harry desperately needed, the girls looked absolutely aghast at the result. "It healed them?" Fleur asked in surprise. She examined Harry's perfectly smooth palms. "Yes? Wasn't that the point?" Harry asked. Fleur ignored his question as Hermione snatched up the potion bottle and examined the description. Potions made for selling were required to list their ingredients. Allergic reactions to magical ingredients were heaps and bounds worse than allergic reactions to more mundane things. Fleur looked over Hermione's shoulder to read along and nodded when his bushy-haired friend tapped the glass container to indicate an ingredient. "We will be borrowing Z's for Z evening," Fleur informed them before pecking Harry on the cheek. "Good night." Hermione repeated Fleur's actions for Victor before the pair vanished from the library. Harry turned an inquisitive eye to his fellow seeker, but Victor could only shrug. The next evening after classes saw a disproportionate amount of Gryffindor students in detention, along with the return of Harry and Victor's blister bomb from their ladies. It now smelled of lavender and eucalyptus instead of a nondescript cream. Harry figured they wouldn't have done anything dangerous to it. After all, no woman would ever try to poison the man they loved, right? Detention went the same as the day before. Remove the tree bark, ignore the centaur watchers, saw the tree down, apply blister bomb, remove the branches, ignore the tiny bird attempting to speak a human language, have the Abraxan drag the tree trunks to the hut, and apply more blister bomb. It became apparent that the plan was to clear a trail along the stream all the way to the Durmstrang ship. But it only became apparent to the Marauders because they took up the 2 invisibility cloaks and followed the stream for 10 whole kilometers in pairs, up and down 2 whole mountains to the cliff where the ship was moored. It was trapped beside a large pond, which was likely an aquifer, and for the life of them, they couldn't figure out what they'd done to get it here. "Maybe we shrank it and pushed it up the stream?" Cedric offered. Harry shot the idea down. "No. Even if we could have shrunken it without causing all of the spatial expansion charms inside to collapse, likely impossible, it wouldn't have reduced its weight or mass, and there is no way we could have dragged it. Maybe with the entire Abraxan herd, but it would have taken forever. It has a method of flight, but it can only be activated Van Carcroft, and 5 teachers activate the function." Victor offered. Maybe. We are Razzie or brilliant together. We could have overridden Z controls." Fleur offered. It was doubtful, but also the best possibility they could come with before it was time to sneak back to school. The next day saw a proportionate amount of Slytherins joining the Gryffindor students for detention. Clearly, the other teachers caught on to Snape's intentional targeting of the House of Lions and decided to return the favor. This was made all the more humorous when you considered most of them were prissy little purebloods, Draco, who had never done hard labor in their life, or likely even any household chores. They sure were amusing to watch as they struggled, and the talking tit jeered them mercilessly, or at least Harry thought it was jeering. He couldn't really tell. The surprising exception to this trend were Crabbe and Goyle. The two had managed to take down a tree with combined axe strikes before Hagrid could instruct them on proper procedure. The Care for Magical Beasts instructor seemed torn on whether to be disappointed in the other students for not correcting the bozos, or being impressed that the two 14-year-olds could manage it. Harry, along with all of the other students, settled for being impressed. The rest of the week passed in a blur. A few more odd creatures stopped by their work areas to see what they were doing, including what looked a lot like a scaly unicorn whose single horn was more like that of a deer instead of a narwhal. A few of them went to go check it out when it vanished, but only found burnt footprints in the brush where it had been. "I think that was a Kieran," Draco said suddenly as they walked back to the others. "A what?" Harry, Vincent, Gregory, and Ron asked dumbly. Draco sneered. "At all of them. It's like a unicorn, but found in the Far East. Japan, Korea, and China," he explained. "Oh," said Vincent dumbly. "Then what's it doing here?" Ron made a suggestion. "Well, I imagine somebody imported a baby or egg illegally." Hagrid then tried to raise it despite not knowing how or without realizing it couldn't be domesticated. Hagrid then, instead of responsibly turning it over to the authorities to be returned to its natural habitat, released it into the Forbidden Forest. Harry also discovered what alterations his girlfriend had made to the blister bomb when, instead of healing it to baby-smooth skin, his palms developed tough calluses where blisters had once been. The same night he made this discovery, he made another one, when he grasped Fleur's bare ankle underneath the library table, and she utterly swooned, after making an adorable squeak, that is. Turns out girls like being grasped by rough, calloused hands. A lot. Who knew? How or why he was able to grasp said ankle beneath the table when she was sat on the opposite side was yet another layer of flirting they had been getting onto. When Harry confronted the two girls about why they altered the potions to do this, their answer floored him. "If we were going to have lumberjacks for boyfriends, we might as well try to meke out all of the benefits that come with it," Hermione had said before turning on Victor. She placed a hand on his cheek and rubbed it. "Would you be open to growing out your beard?" Harry was thankful Fleur didn't make a similar request of him. He would have hated to disappoint her. By the end of the week, Harry no longer gained new blisters from detentions. They weren't even halfway through carving a path through the forest to reach the ship, but Harry and Victor's detentions were over, so they didn't care. Well, Victor cared a little, but only because he and his fellow Durmstrang students were stuck sleeping in the Slytherin dormitory until the work was done. It was because of these sleeping arrangements that the Marauders chose to meet up in the dungeons when they next had the chance. Harry had snuck out to the Boxbaden's carriage under his family cloak to retrieve Fleur, while Cedric snuck to the Slytherin common room entrance under Moody's to retrieve Victor. The four met in front of a tapestry depicting a beautiful Oriental woman with her hair in a bun sitting beside a hot spring in nothing but a white fluffy towel. She considered them as they removed their cloaks and revealed their faces. Victor's with a fresh 5 o'clock shadow, and Harry stepped forth to open her passage. He made a show of stretching in such a way as to indicate he was sore from a hard day's work. It wasn't hard to do, considering he very much was. The raven-haired woman giggled before opening the passage, so they could enter the secret greenhouse. They were immediately bombarded by thick steam and the scent of mint. As they entered and adjusted, they could see a massive silver cluster leaf tree on a tiny island surrounded by a pool of scalding water. Its wide branches blotted out the white moonlight from the glass roof above and hid the tiny courtyard Harry knew was beyond it. Snowbearer branches hung over the rocky enclosure for the pool, and stone seats sat all around it in a bed of vibrant green mint and silver licorice. "Welcome, everyone," Harry announced dramatically, "to the Slytherin Snowbearer's sauna. Notes. In YEA I would link to studies or articles done on the topic of drink spiking, but I'm not allowed to. So I'll name a couple. If you care about this subject, feel free to research further. Embodying Uncertainty. Understanding Heightened Risk. Perception of Drink Spiking by Adam Burgess, Pamela Donovan, Sarah E.H. Moore. Prospective Study of 101 Patients with Suspected Drink Spiking by Quigley P. et al. Emergency Med Australis. 2009. Drink spiking is mostly a myth. Note I said mostly. At least in America and similar countries. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. For $1 you can support as a patron. Just look me up. NonsensicalRants. I'm now at 2 chapters per week. I would love to do more, and if I reach a livable wage, I intend to go up to 5 or 6. A reminder that if I don't reach a livable pay from writing by July, I will be quitting fanfiction, or at least pulling back to 1 chapter per month or less. Inheritance. Harry Potter and the Marauding Champions by NonsensicalRants. Chapter 4. Inheritance. Relaxing in the sauna was exactly what the Marauders needed after the week they had, especially Harry and Victor. Fleur was kind enough to transfigure all of their clothes into swimwear, save for hers. The part Vila settled for hiking her skirt up to her thighs and soaking her feet in the shallow water. They were a fine pair of legs and made for a great backrest as Harry sank into the steaming water and leaned against his girlfriend. As they did so, they vehemently ignored Cedric and Victor's debate on why it was called a sauna instead of a hot spring, as it obviously was. Harry assumed it was because the Hogwarts founders had apparently formed an organization known as the Alliterative Assholes and couldn't call things by their proper names if a similar word would suffice to make it rhyme or alliterate. So, Harry began the meeting. Paddlecole Firebird. How went your work on the map? Fleur and Cedric had spent their free time over the week skulking around the castle, using the original Marauders map to explore as much of it as they could, while carrying the new prototypes. The autofill function should have managed the rest. Well, we filled out most of the castle while you and Tryonskin were often would shop, but we also ran into a problem. Cedric said. Several problems. Fleur amended. Fleur and Cedric, who had both borrowed Victor and Harry's maps during their excursions, set the 4 new maps on the floor beside the original. Harry had to turn around to peruse them, but that provided a perfect opportunity to face his woman and lay against her lap. So soft. The gesture must have looked rightly indecent to their fellow Marauders, but he didn't care. That is this. Victor snapped when he picked up his map. I cannot make sense of a thing. Harry spotted exactly what the problem was with his map. It looked like the autofill function attempted to draw over the same place over and over again until all that remained was an illegible collage of lines and curves. It wasn't just worthless, it was ruined. That actually makes sense. The original wasn't a single piece of paper, it has separate folds. Harry explained, picking up the map of his father's generation and holding it up as proof. I'm guessing the strange spatial structure and overlaying positions of rooms in the school and secret passages make a normal map layout impossible. The others looks at him, then looked at him some more. I'm smarter than I look, honestly. He exclaimed amidst their chortling at his sudden rise in IQ. They all agreed that they'd need to start over from scratch to remake the maps, and set about disposing of the only ones. The only parts they kept were cutouts of the boxes that allowed communication and the title with their names. Cedric conjured for cork boards the size of hand mirrors for them to stick their respective pieces to with hairpins, as provided by Fleur. She sure had a lot of them stuck in that bun on her head. They were the perfect tool for sharing messages and instructions to one another, so best not get rid of them. Especially since they had no idea how they even made them to begin with. So, Victor pressed on. That do we do about the Weasley twins? I think that much be obvious, no? Said Fleur. So, the 86th generation of Marauders has come at last. They all leapt to their feet at the interrupting voice, their wands leaping to their hands with them. They sure kept us waiting. A gap of nearly 18 years in the line of succession is unheard of. We feared the worst. The second voice was deep and sensual, that of a woman. We had feared, and dare I say, hoped we would never have to initiate a new generation. Alas, here you are. That voice Harry knew, and knew well. Wait, Sir Nicholas? The Gerfinder house ghost floated through the wall from above the tapestry entrance. From the other three corners emerged the Grey Lady, the Fat Friar, and the Bloody Baron. All four house ghosts had come to meet the new Marauders. And then they bowed. It would have been humbling if it weren't for the temperature in the humid sauna dropping to freezing with their appearance. "Greetings, successors," the Baron said. "We have long awaited your arrival." The two quartets stared at each other in silence for some time. Harry soon realized he was the only person with enough knowledge to put all of these pieces together. He figured he'd start with the obvious. "So, my dad and his friends weren't the first Marauders?" "No," the Grey Lady confirmed. "But you four were?" Cedric, who was catching on surprisingly fast, prodded. "No," the Bloody Baron denied. "We were the second." That was a difficult morsel to mentally digest. As far as Harry knew, the house ghosts were chosen as stewards of their individual houses because they were the first of each to become bound to Hogwarts after their deaths. Their individual history was highly debated, and the Grey Lady's was a mystery. But for another generation to have been Marauders before them seemed impossible based on his skimming of Hogwarts' history. Wait, Fleur seemed to have had an epiphany. "I think I can guess who YEA first generation was. Can YEA four of you confirm some of my assumptions first?" The house ghosts each nodded. "Every generation of Marauders are at least close friends?" "At the very least," the Grey Lady confirmed, giving the Bloody Baron a suggestive wink. "Goals. And all Marauders are animagi?" "No," Nicholas told them. "Three of each group are animagi. The fourth is always something more magical. Like a werewolf or Vila, perchance." "We actually have an entire speech about the history and fate of Marauders, but please go on." "We can give it after we see if you can figure this one out," the Friar encouraged with his usual drunken blush. Fleur went on. "What group of four people do we know of Zat were very good friends, and whom also seem to have identities wholly inseparable from Zat of a specific animal?" Fleur speculated aloud, sarcastically, and then it clicked. "The Founders." Harry and Cedric gasped in unison. Victor made a grunt that seemed to signify a slight epiphany, like coming to understand the theory behind a spell. After a week, working as a lumberjack with the Bulgarian, it was becoming easier to decipher his grunts. Their names should have made that obvious. Sir Nicholas chastised them. "Honestly, did you believe Slytherin was Uncle Salazar's actual surname?" Of course. Harry had always thought the house names sounded ridiculous. They were Marauder aliases. It would be like Remus Lupin being remembered as Remus Mooney in the history books a millennia from now. "Ravenclaw?" Harry pondered. She was an eagle then? But why the distinction of her claw? It was distinctly black, unlike the average sea eagle, along with her beak. Her plumage was pale, almost white. The Grey Lady explained. "Gryffindor was a lion?" Cedric pressed. "So, why the comparison to a griffin? What is a door on a griffin?" Door was slang for, but in their time. Sir Nicholas explained. His nickname meant Griffin's arse. That's definitely chuckle-worthy. Probably something the other Founders came up with to always remind him how stubborn he is. "I'm guessing Slytherin wasn't actually a snake, but was something more magical you mentioned? Simply a Parseltongue? Making Hufflepuff third animagi as a badger." Fleur concluded. "Correct," the Bloody Baron confirmed. "But Uncle Salazar was much more than a Parseltongue. He was part Naga, hence his ability to speak to snakes. The only trace of his half-breed status to pass onto his descendants. One of every group of Marauders must be a half-breed, like Mademoiselle Delacour here, or somebody suffering from a blood curse like Mr. Lupin. Hold your horses, dear. We'll get to explaining that soon." The Grey Lady chastised the Baron. The detail about Parseltongue gave Harry pause. "Wait, I thought you said three are animagi and only one is something else. If I'm a Parseltongue and Firebird is of mixed heritage, then aren't we breaking the rules here?" he asked. The answer was curt but explanatory. "You are not a Parseltongue by birth. You've obtained the ability through means none of us can wrap our heads around. As such, it is not in your veins, nor will it be passed down by your loins." "Sir," Nicholas assuaged his concerns. "And even if it was by birth, you would be so very many generations removed from Salazar's Naga heritage that you would not qualify as a half-breed. You must be less than an eighth non-human. After 4 generations, you no longer qualify. Disregarding his use of the word loins, this revelation came as a spot of relief. At least his kids won't ever have to deal with this heir of Slytherin tripe. May we give our well-practiced speech now? The friar asked. We've done it 83 times now, it's kind of traditional at this point. Harry, Fleur, Cedric and Victor responded with a cacophony of sounds, hand motions and nods all amounting to please go on. The house ghosts cleared their throats dramatically and adjusted their clothes before speaking in turns. When Hogwarts was founded, the 4 founders looked to the universities of Muggle make and saw them to be distasteful, said Sir Nicholas. They saw the stifling of curiosity, creativity, and good humor alongside the destruction of brilliant minds and abuse of authority, said the Frere. They decided such would not be true in their school, and so took measures to put in place a counterbalance to the authority and power of faculty, and a means to ensure the rise of great potential in future generations, said the Grey Lady. And so they cast a curse upon the school. A true curse like the ancients used, one not cast with a spell nor of simple effects, but one to cause a repeat of ordered events forevermore, said the Bloody Baron. This curse served multiple purposes. The first is to bring together 4 disparate youths who each represent the ideals and potential for greatness of the founders themselves, continued Nicholas. The second is to instill in them the mischief and camaraderie needed to pool their different talents and personalities together into an unstoppable force, equal in might and authority to that of the entire faculty combined, continued the Friar. The third was to pass on the traits and powers of the founders to each new generation, and to bequeath them with an everlasting friendship that surpasses time, distance, and even betrayal or war, continued the Grey Lady. The fourth was to, unfortunately, curse each generation to share the founders' fate, continued the Baron. In every generation one is cursed to be punished for a crime they did not commit, said Sir Nicholas, dislodging his head like a hat to emphasize the point. Another is cursed to suffer a life estranged from the others, said the Friar. A third is cursed to die by the actions of another member, said the Grey Lady, casting her eyes downward in sadness. The fourth is destined to die by their own hand, said the Bloody Baron, opening his robes to show the knife embedded into his heart, presumably by his own hand. But with the curse comes the blessing, and the curse will bring together 4 disparate youths under the guise of the Marauders, instilling in each of them a proper sense of mischief, finished Sir Nicholas. The curse shall also bestow upon them shackles of friendship that shall never truly fade, even in death. 3 to become animagi, and the 4th a half-breed, finished the Friar. It shall also destine the 4 youths to craft and invent objects of immense power, one as a collaborative effort, and one unique to each of them, finished the Grey Lady. And finally, it shall bless them with a pair of rivals, the innovator and the spellcrafter, foils with which they shall compete and better themselves, finished the Bloody Baron. One member of both parties are also destined to wed each other, but that's a mixed bag. The ghosts went silent with the end of their tale, silence in which the new generation could contemplate the history and fate they had inherited. Harry, for his part, didn't understand the nature of a true curse at all. It wasn't something he'd learned about, but promised to remedy that fact in the future. The rest was pretty straightforward, save for one part that didn't add up. Hang on, my dad and his friends were all in Gryffindor. How could they have properly represented a founder each? Harry asked. Though they were all in the same house, they were each excellent examples of one house, virtue, or another. Your father being the quintessential Gryffindor, Nicholas told him, to a fault. Remus was an eagle in the lion's den, said the Grey Lady, studious and brilliant. It saddens me to know he was never allowed to reach his potential after schooling, but such is the curse at times. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you of the guile, cunning, and naked ambition of Mr. Pettigrew, the Bloody Baron said, souring Harry's mood. And I have never seen a person more loyal than Sirius Black. It is by no coincidence that his animagus form is that of man's best and most loyal friend, the Friar said, uplifting Harry's mood, though he left much to be desired in his work ethic. Harry snorted at that one. The first thing he'd done while recovering from the Time Turner adventure was asked to see the school records from his parents' generation. They were practically flunking out of school any time other than end-of-year exams. Based on those and their OWL/Newt scores, they should have all been top of their class, save for laziness. And Vatavis curse? Victor Broadhead. Is there really no preventing us from falling to such miserable fates? His answer was 4 solemn head shakes and accompanying frowns. All have tried. None have yet succeeded, said the Baron. And is there any way to predict which one of us will suffer which fate? Asked Cedric. Is it usually the Gryffindor or Ravenclaw killed by a friend, for instance? Another quartet of frowns and shaking of heads were his answer. The best you can do, and I implore you to try, is to not dwell or contemplate which is which, offered the friar. Doing so will only year you apart with suspicion and the need to walk on eggshells for fear of suspicion, or fear for each other's well-being. It destroyed your father's generation. Don't fall to the same fate. That sounded like an impossible request. How could they not obsess over it? I am more curious about Z's objects of power you mentioned. Can you tell us more about Zad? Fleur pleaded. Well, the founders worked together to create Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, explained the Grey Lady. A monumentally powerful and unique object, if you can view it as such. And each of the founders invented their own legendary artifacts. Surely you've heard of them? The Bloody Baron snorted. Potter here has even wielded one to kill Ariadne. Who? Harry asked. The basilisk. She used to have such a kind disposition, too. The Bloody Baron bemoaned. YEA I. Gryffinder's sword. Harry confirmed, refraining from commenting on the blood-thirsty serpent. Hufflepuff created a goblet of sorts, though nobody knows for certain what it does. Cedric told them. And I know of Ravenclaw's lost diadem, which is supposed to grant the wearer increased intelligence. Its effects are a bit more complicated than that, but essentially yes, confirmed the Grey Lady. And Salazar crafted a locket holding the secrets to parcel magic, most all of which was actually invented by his wife and rival, who was also part Naga, though of a different clan. Sounds powerful. I know my father's generation created the map together, but what of their individual creations? Harry asked. That is something I would suggest you try to find out on your own. The friar told them with a benign smile. Okay, and these rivals? You said there's always 2. Harry egged on. Indeed. For the previous generation, the rivals were none other than your own mother, Mr. Potter, explained the friar, along with her best friend. She was an innovator discovering shortcuts and improvement to all manner of potions. Her friend was the spellcrafter, who designed many amazing curses and jinxes. Oh, their clashes with the Marauders were things of legend. Such a shame their particular rivalry turned particularly vicious in their final years at school. They returned once more to solemn silence after that, which the ghosts took as their sign to leave. Which was all well and good because they had already given Harry plenty to think about. If there isn't anything else, we have duties to return to. The Bloody Baron told them as a way of excusing himself. Actually, Victor said, stopping them in their flight. I do have one question. The Baron motioned for Victor to continue. Vat in the hell is a Hufflepuff, and vat does it have to do with badgers? Their predecessors answered with uproarious laughter, either at his question, his pronunciation, or both. It was a word Aunt Helga made up for badgers, said the Grey Lady. She made up weird words for everything, like Snidget or Quidditch or Hogwarts, though that last one was a play on her criticism of the meadery nearby, whose product she claimed wasn't even worthy of being a hog's breakfast. Hence Hogsmeade. Some of these names stuck, even for things that were called something else before. Helga was now Harry's favorite founder. There's a young lady in Ravenclaw House who has a similar quirk, informed Sir Nicholas. I've been debating with Helena if she could possibly be Aunt Helga's reincarnation. Harry would find this girl. Harry would befriend this girl. Harry would bring this girl on as an honorary member and possible successor for his generation of Marauders. Huh. You would entertain the possibility, you bloody cathar, snorted the fat friar. How many times do I have to tell you there is no theological basis for reincarnation? One, nor is there any for praying to Mary. Maybe if you Catholics bothered to read the Bible, you'd know. About this guy named Jesus, screamed back Sir Nicholas before whispering, he's kind of a big deal. Ladies, ladies, interrupted the gray lady. You're both pretty. The ancient Marauders, having finally started acting like Marauders, bidded them adieus and left back through the walls. The newest generation of Marauders returned to silence. So anyways, about the Weasley twins. And so they plotted, argued, and plotted some more. Fleur suggested they try to somehow frame the twins for the series of pranks they themselves performed while under the influence. It was, after all, their fault for spiking the butterbeer. Victor shot that one down. We should take pride in our varks and not tolerate others trying to take credit. While avoiding being caught is more important, we will not ever push the blame or punishment onto others. He was very emphatic in his statement, and so was born the first Marauder rule. Marauder rule number 1. Take pride in your work and never frame others for it, not allow them to take credit. Fleur pouted at the rejection of her idea, but even Harry couldn't bring himself to lie to his girlfriend and claim to like it. From there, they threw out several ideas, ranging from cheating on the owl tests on the twins' behalf, thus getting them into trouble, or fudging their scores into straight O's. The reason behind that one was that it would get the twins a lot of positive academic attention, something they would despise. They shelved that idea for later. You know, I think we're trying to be too flashy, said Harry. Let's try something minor, more simple. An avalanche of mini pranks against them, the kind of things they do. Give them a taste of their own medicine, as it were. The others liked that idea. They liked it a lot. I have close to no experience doing such things, though, worried Cedric. Then it should be a good learning exercise, countered Fleur. I'm not so sure. You are suggesting we fight these Weasleys in an arena they are masters of. Small, petty pranks. Victor had a point there. If they were going to use the twins as a training exercise, then it behooved of them to bring in someone more experienced and to give them advice. A master of the petty pranks to help them learn faster. Guys, can you keep a secret? Harry suddenly asked. Neat. I tend to just run at the mouth. It's a big problem. I am a horrible gossip, Harry. I have already told the whole school of our sordid bedroom escapades. Well, at least now he knew not to let Fleur or Victor get away with the whole. Oh, I don't understand sarcasm. I'm a foreigner shtick ever again. Harry told them everything. The following Monday was one to remember. For Harry, it started with a trip down to the kitchens to hunt down his favorite and least favorite house elf. Dobby was excited to help him and would probably do anything he asked without question, so the well-practiced lie was kind of redundant. Some friends and I prefer our beds made a certain way. I was wondering if I could request for the elves to make mine, Fred and George's bed, differently. Dobby absolutely beamed at him. Of course, Harry Potter, sir. How would yous be liking it? I'll be doing it myself. Harry then proceeded to teach Dobby how to short-sheet a bed. Sure, that would mean the elf would short-sheet his bed as well, but Harry tended to sleep on top of the covers with a separate fleece blanket to keep him warm, especially this time of year. The only class he had that day was defense, which had been canceled the week before for some mysterious reason. Instead of an eye patch wearing Moody, however, the class was being substituted by none other than Dumbledore himself. And it's sucked. The best defense against danger of all kinds is to recognize and avoid them to begin with, was the exact sentence he used to begin his lecture. And that really should have been it. But he droned on and on and on. He gave an entire 30-minute speech about how it's every individual's responsibility to keep themselves safe, for they're the only ones who can. Most of the remaining class devolved into a mostly philosophical question on the importance and benefits of learning self-defense, the Muggle philosophy behind the right to bear arms, and discussing hypothetical situations involving bar fights, muggings, or recognizing aggressive body language of people best left avoided. It was a speech nicely summarized by the phrase constant vigilance. But sure, Dumbledore, go ahead and waste 2 hours of everyone's life stretching a 2-word lesson into a fucking novel. Oh, and he gave them all homework that had them considering what kind of actions a spouse or other loved ones could do to you, in particular that could inspire you to violence and possibly murder. He also assigned them to look up crime statistics on assault and murder. Big shock. A lot of murders and violence in relationships are in reaction to infidelity or some kind of psychological abuse. So yeah, don't cheat on or nag your spouse to death. They might fucking kill you. Big revelation there, Professor. Harry might as well have titled his essay, "Do the Opposite of What the Dursleys Did to Me," and devoted the entire thing to recounting his personal experiences living in that house and relating them to potential future relationships. That ought to hurt the old man where it counts. Not that Harry was vindictive or anything. When they finished their homework, Harry followed Dean and Seamus to their detention. He no longer had any of his own, but he wanted to keep tabs on the progress of his fellow students, and he was curious if Seamus could understand or translate the magnificent yapping blue tit. It's informing Draco that he should stop styling his hair with whatever mixture of acromantula spit and trill spudge he uses, and politely instructing him to crawl back up his whore mother's birth canal by way of her rectal wall until he bursts out of her stomach like a— what the hell is a xenomorph? So the tit was not only more foul-mouthed than Harry ever imagined, but was also familiar with Muggle filmography? Neato. Leaving Seamus with instructions to write down all future tit insults, for his own later use, of course. Harry went down to Hagrid's hut to see that he had created an actual woodshop for working on the spare bits of wood. Hagrid had been busy, creating a sawmill for splitting logs into thin beams and the severed branches to even thinner beams. The purpose was obvious. Detentions were being forced to build fencing along the path of deforestation leading up to the Durmstrang ship. He would have been left wondering how such a pitiful construction was supposed to deter any of the wild beasts from reaching the path if it wasn't for the rune students carving animal repellent arrays for practice. The wizarding world really needed to get up to date on child labor laws. Or maybe the Muggle world needs to stop pretending people below the age of 16 shouldn't be paid for the work that they totally aren't doing. Bit of both. At least those students were being paid an extra credit. His next stop was to the library to study up on true curses. The first book to discuss the topic was written from the perspective of a Muggle-born. You ever seen Stephen King's Thinner? That's a regular curse, easily cured by a counterspell. A true curse is more akin to the curse of the pharaohs, anchored to a place and designed to befall anybody who meets a certain set of conditions. It can be as simple as instant death for anybody who crosses a threshold, to jinxing a school position so that anybody who fills it will either be sacked, retired, or killed within a year of taking it up. But they can be even more complicated than that, requiring dozens of conditions to activate and having dozens of effects on the afflicted party. According to this, the Marauder curse sounded like it may be the most complicated one ever devised, or at the least implemented. There were a few rules to curse making, namely that they must be balanced between positive and negative effects and activators. For an instant death curse on a tomb, it's balanced out by the karma of the individual. Your negative intent of robbing the tomb fuels the negative effect of the curse. If you want a curse to have multiple negative effects, then you need to add a positive effect or two. For 3 negative effects, it needs to be fueled either by 3 negative conditions, difficult, or 1 negative conditions and 2 positive effects added to the curse. It wasn't unheard of for a curse to be designed to grant predominantly positive effects, but the same rules applied. They had to have negative effects added to balance it out. Hence the suicide, murder, estrangement, and scapegoat clauses for the Marauder curse. Unfortunately, true curses were nearly impossible to break after taking effect except by the person who crafted it. It truly was impossible to dispel the negative effects if you've already experienced the positive ones, which the 4 champion already had. Fortunately, they had years to try and figure it out and the knowledge and experience of nearly 2 whole generations of former Marauders to draw on, just as soon as they capture Pettigrew. Maybe more if there are any living members of previous generations to his dad's posse, which was a distinct possibility. He wasn't quite finished reading the book on true curses by the time Madam Pants came around to kick students out of the library for the night, but he learned all he really needed to know for now. Now all that was left for him to do was wait until it was sufficiently dark out to sneak from the dorms and meet with the others. Child's play. Evening Valgeneb. Cedric greeted him at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Crumb, who Cedric had picked up from the Slytherin dorms due to their proximity to Hufflepuff, gave him a polite nod as he appeared with Fleur, whom he himself had picked up from the carriage for obvious reasons. Evening Paddlebutt. Any trouble in the dungeons? Nice and peaceful. Right on. Now all that was left to do was wait for their new benefactor to arrive. It was a quiet and chilly night, which gave Fleur all the excuse she needed to cozy on up to him. That was nice. Wasn't enough to keep his mind from wandering, though. So, hey, Tryonskin? Grunt. Your beard is growing really fast. And it was already almost as thick as the buzz cut on his head. Grunt. Are you taking some kind of potion to make it grow faster? I bought a cream I rub on my face. Make beard grow faster. Mystery solved. I'm sure that'll make Hermione very happy. Affirmative grunt. Fortunately, their wait had ended with the arrival of their new mentor. The crushing of leaves beneath his padded feet announced his arrival. Chapter 5 Preview. The Return of Padfoot. None of you have ever used the throne? Sirius said, aghast. The blank expressions and shrugs they gave the old dog seemed to only disappoint him further. How have none of you ever taken a deuce on the throne? Well, we're going to solve this right now. Who needs to use the toilet? Victor raised a hesitant hand. Come with me. All of you. The 4 teenagers followed their pet dog under their invisibility cloaks. Their path led them back into the castle, up 4 floors and down several twisting corridors until they stopped beside an empty stretch of wall with a suspiciously low wall sconce. Sirius reached behind the sconce and grabbed hold of an easy-to-miss rubber ball and yanked on it, revealing it to be a toilet pull chain. The blank piece of wall melted away like hot wax to be replaced by a regal wooden door with smoky stained glass windows. Sirius turned the tiny knob and opened the door, revealing a small closet with a massive throne. It was identical in every way to the overly ornate chair Dumbledore sat on at the head table, save for the seat itself, which was that of a cushioned porcelain toilet seat. In any non-magical setting, the idea of a cushioned toilet seat sounded like a horribly unsanitary thing to put your buttocks on. But in Hogwarts, there was plenty of magic and house elves to keep such a thing sanitary, clean, and dry. Mr. Crumb, if you would kindly enter, and if the rest of you would kindly give the door some space and privacy. Victor entered the cramped throne room, and the others backed away until they had nearly turned a corner. And then they waited. A few minutes later, nervous bladder their Victor, their Bulgarian friend emerged from the throne room, shuffling like a zombie. As they approached him, Harry saw that he seemed to be in a slack, jaw daze. The man was barely coherent. Well, Sirius prodded. I have gazed upon the face of God, Victor told them, and he is smiling down upon us all with much benevolence and pride. Notes: the Cathars were a Christian sect centered in France during the 13th century or the 1200s. Hogwarts was founded around 1000 AD. To square this circle, I am stating that Cathars existed in magical France as early as 1100 AD. Remember, wizards and witches live a very long time, around the time the house ghosts were alive. Also, Sir Nicholas is obviously French. I mean, come on. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. Patrons who pledge $3 get all future chapters a month early and a link to the Discord server. Patrons who pledge $10 get the right to vote on story choices, what story I update next, etc. Patrons who pledge $100+ gets to commission 3,000 words per month. Can be a one-shot of your own, can be a non-canon side story to one of my stories. Lessons from the Master. Harry Potter and the Marauding Champions by NonsensicalRants. Chapter 5. Lessons from the Master. The massive black dog padded towards them from the deep shadows of the Forbidden Forest. The unfortunate shape of his jaw, as always, forced his teeth to be exposed in what looked like a snarl to the untrained eye. The entire scene was rather frightening and made Harry regret failing to warn his fellow champions about Padfoot's resemblance to a Grim. Fleur pressed herself even harder against his back, though this time not for the warmth, while Cedric and Victor both went for their wands. Then, in a flash of stretching anatomy, Padfoot morphed into Sirius. He had recovered greatly from his time spent in Azkaban. For once he looked the epitome of a proper pureblood, with his hair combed, his dress robes vibrant and recently pressed. Were it not for his warm smile, it would be easy to recognize why so many people thought he was one of Voldemort's most faithful. The box! Sirius drawled in his best imitation of a deep voice as he dropped his smile. You opened it. We came. Harry did not understand the joke. Sadly, The other Cenobites are either dead, in hiding, or hormonal this time of the month, so it's just me today. Sirius continued while, still sounding well serious. Harry still did not understand the joke. Fortunately, Sirius dropped the facade and opened his arms towards Harry in the universal sign of "Come give me a hug." "Sirius!" Harry exclaimed as he rushed forward and embraced his godfather. MMM. He smelled of sandalwood and tobacco. "Oh, it's good to see you, Prong Slit," Sirius exclaimed back as he crushed the life out of him. "Though, I hear you've earned a new nickname?" Harry broke their embrace and smiled before waving towards his friends. "Allow me to introduce the new Marauders," he said, pointing to each person in turn. "Hailing from Bulgaria, we have Trionskin. From France, we have the lovely Partvila, Firebird, and our two home team players Paddlecole, and yours truly, Volgneb." Each person bowed or curtsied as they were introduced. Harry went so far as to give Sirius a sweeping bow, so deep his messy hair scraped the snow as he revealed his own new name. Sirius' grin stretched from ear to ear at the news that Harry was sure the old dog must have guessed. He'd left enough hints in his letter. "Spectacular, and have the house ghosts given you the rundown?" They all grumbled unintelligibly at Padfoot's question. Sirius must have had super hearing, though, because he seemed to catch it all. "Yeah, kind of an unfair deal. It's one thing to miss the small print in a contract. It's another to be forced into it without ever getting the chance to read it first. Though you know all about that, Evaljneb?" Harry groaned again. He had somehow managed to convince himself that he wasn't being forced to compete in the deadly Triwizard Tournament. Their string of pranking had certainly helped take his mind off of it. Then reality had to come barreling back into his delusion. "So, what are your forms?" The quartet shared a glance. "Well, Trionskin is a shark. We have no doubt about that. And Paddlecole here is probably a beaver," Harry explained. "Or a platypus. Victor interjected. Or possibly a platypus," Harry amended. "But we have no earthly clue what I am." Sirius was now glaring at them like they were morons. "How in the world do you not know your forms?" "It's a long story involving mind-altering drugs. I'll explain later. For now, we need your help." Harry dodged. "Oh yes, you mentioned needing advice on a small-time prank war you're having with Arthur's crotch fruit. Tell me what you've been trying." "Well, we really wanted to keep things simple and stick to the classics. Wedgies, short sheeting, plastic wrap on toilet seats," Harry explained. The short sheeting was child's play, but our attempts at the other two ran into difficulties. Cedric took it from there. "We can't exactly put plastic wrap on all of the toilet seats in the castle, because after the first unintended target makes a mess out of things, the prank is over." Sirius nodded knowingly as Harry continued. "And our attempts at giving each other wedgies with a summoning charm have resulting in us crashing into each other or getting a fistful of panties." Fleur giggled at that one. "Hopefully, and next time you use that on me, it will be in a more romantic setting." She teased from his shoulder with a flirtatious smile. "And hopefully, I don't send any feminine hygiene product flying along with your lace," Harry retorted before remembering they had company. "I mean, you all didn't need to hear that." Fleur had descended into a deep blush and returned to burying her face in Harry's back to hide her shame. Sirius gave them a curious and somewhat suspicious look during the entire explanation. That definitely wasn't how Harry had planned to introduce their relationship to his godfather. But considering their nature as pranksters, it seemed more appropriate than an awkward family dinner. "Well," Sirius began before shaking his head and returning to his mirthful self. "The wedgie issue is easily solved. Summon the tags on the underwear and cancel after half a second. Instant wedgie." "Oh!" Harry, Victor, Fleur, and Cedric chorused. The plastic wrap prank was something we agonized over too, but we eventually came up with a solution, Sirius explained while beckoning them to come closer so he could whisper his revelation to them. An exceptionally convoluted and complicated solution, but one that works. You see, we carved in a water-shielding rune array into every toilet in Hogwarts. One set to activate in the presence of somebody tagged with a simple activation marker. The other three champions shared an expression of Eureka at the explanation, but Harry needed that last bit explained. Fleur noticed his confusion and took the liberty. An activation marker is just a spell that marks a person or object with a signature tied to a rune array, like Z wards of a house, so the ward knows to exclude or include you in its effects. Bitchin'. So we just have to tag our target with a simple charm, and suddenly every toilet in the school will refuse them access? Harry clarified. Rightio. And nobody else will make a mess, exempting those who tend to make a mess in the bathroom all on their own. Disgusting animals. Sirius groused. Cedric, Victor, and Fleur turned their focus to Harry. So, fearless leader, said Cedric. What are your orders? Oh, Harry was the leader now? That's rich. Tonight, let's tackle the common room toilets. I'll take care of the Gryffindor toilets. Paddlecall takes Hufflepuff. Trineskin takes Slytherin, since they have the Durmstrang students bunking there. They nodded in turn. I'll try to tag the twins in their sleep, but they should only run into problems in Gryffindor Tower for the first day. Realization dawned on the others as he spoke. But by the end of the week, they'll only be able to piss in the sinks, yes? Victor summarized. Exactly. We activate the rune wards on the public toilets all over Hogwarts at our leisure, but we will get them all. And we can watch the misery set in as they resort to sneaking into the other common rooms and finding no shelter. Harry concluded. We will need to infiltrate Z Ravenclaw common rooms, though. Fleur countered, especially since AE's closest to Gryffindor. And I might as well try to enchant ZE carriage toilets. I could handle the Ravenclaw toilets on my own. Sirius interjected, but I think I should leave that to you guys. Discovering the secret to entering another common room is a real rush, and I would never deny it to you all. Harry nodded, who didn't enjoy a good challenge. Oh, and don't forget the private restrooms. Sirius added, every faculty member has their own private quarters, complete with shower and toilet. You'll have to activate those too. And of course the throne. Throne? Harry shared a confused look with his fellow Marauders. None of you have ever used the throne? Sirius said, aghast. The blank expressions and shrugs they gave the old dog seemed to only disappoint him further. How have none of you ever taken a deuce on the throne? Well, we're going to solve this right now. Who needs to use the toilet? Victor raised a hesitant hand. Come with me. All of you. Sirius commanded before transforming back into Padfoot. The four teenagers followed their pet dog under their invisibility cloaks. Their path led them back into the castle, up 4 floors and down several twisting corridors until they stopped beside an empty stretch of wall with a suspiciously low wall sconce. Sirius, who was now serious again, reached behind the sconce and grabbed hold of an easy-to-miss rubber ball and yanked on it, revealing it to be a toilet pull chain. The blank piece of wall melted away like hot wax to be replaced by a regal wooden door with smoky, stained glass windows. Sirius turned the tiny knob and opened the door, revealing a small closet with a massive throne. It was identical in every way to the overly ornate chair Dumbledore sat on at the staff table, save for the seat itself, which was that of a cushioned porcelain toilet seat. In any non-magical setting, the idea of a cushioned toilet seat sounded like a horribly unsanitary thing to put your buttocks on. But in Hogwarts, there was plenty of magic and house elves to keep such a thing sanitary, clean, and dry. Mr. Crumb, if you would kindly enter, and if the rest of you would kindly give the door some space and privacy. Victor entered the cramped throne room, and the others backed away until they had nearly turned a corner. And then they waited. A few minutes later, nervous bladder their Victor, their Bulgarian friend emerged from the throne room, shuffling like a zombie. As they approached him, Harry saw that he seemed to be in a slack-jawed daze. The man was barely coherent. Well, Sirius prodded. I have gazed upon the face of God, Victor told them, and he is smiling down upon us all with much benevolence and pride. It took Victor 3 whole minutes to come down from the turd he likened to a spiritual experience, but eventually he was lucid enough to pay attention to Sirius' explanation. Since we're all here, we have a golden opportunity to teach you how to activate the rune array. He opened the door to the throne room and immediately shut it again. Sirius then turned his eyes to Victor, confusion written on his face. Bulgarian food, Victor said, simple. Vicious going in, vicious coming out. But the toilets are all built with air cleansing and odor eliminated enchantments. Sirius practically yelled. Victor shrugged. Like I said, Bulgarian food. They ended up having to sneak down the hall to a public bathroom where Sirius gave them a crash course on finding the rune arrays, which were cleverly hidden beneath the lip of the toilet bowl, the part that's impossible to clean, and activating them. They then went their separate ways, with Sirius promising to visit them again by the end of the week to help train them as animagi. He shook all of their hands as he left, though Harry had to practically pry Fleur off of him to say goodbye to his godfather. The handshake she shared with him seemed unusually tense. So, Firebird, Harry broached as they sneaked back to the Box Baton's carriage beneath his family cloak. You were really quiet tonight. I thought you were just being sensitive to the cold, but looking back you seemed afraid. She sighed. Your godfather. I am frightened of him. Harry had to stop walking at the confession. He forced eye contact with his girlfriend, even though it was too dark to properly see her. What? Why? He demanded in a hushed tone. She huffed, clearly not expecting an interrogation. If her date with Davies at the Yule Ball was any indication, she probably wasn't used to being talked back to by boys. Reverse YEA roles and imagine how you would feel. Huh? Imagine if you were 17 and in love was a 14-year-old girl. Harry's heart fluttered at the implied confession, but he didn't comment on it. Shit, was he turning into a girl? And you met her godfather, or Fazzer, who was not only a war veteran, but had been falsely convicted and imprisoned for mass murder. Imagine, also, if he spent 12 years in the most terrifying prison on the planet, escaped from said prison, and was a wanted fugitive. Harry had to admit it. She had a point. I am surprised he didn't steal me away to show me his mounted gun collection and shovel. She went on. Papa kept scaring my boyfriends off with that speech. How many boyfriends? Harry couldn't stop himself from asking. The sudden sense of insecurity demanded he do so. He could just make out the comforting smile she put on underneath the cloak before she planted a kiss right on the tip of his nose. And like that, his insecurity was replaced by warm fuzzies. Relax, Harry. All of my past boyfriends were as coherent and worthwhile as Roger had been. You talk to me, you challenge me. I like that, she explained, showing off all her teeth as she smiled. It might have been his imagination, but she also seemed to be glowing with a silver aura, just like those cheerleaders at the World Cup. So, to be fair to Roger, he was actually able to keys me. Ugh, boys. Well, that just sounded miserable. Then again, there were quite a few girls in Hogwarts, Ginny, who acted as strangely around him as boys did around Fleur. So he could kind of relate. If he was completely honest with himself, he would have made a pass at Ron's sister as far back as second year if it weren't for her behavior. She was a very pretty redhead after all. Who doesn't like those? Still, Fleur had assuaged his concerns, so Harry ought to return the favor. It was the boyfriend thing to do. Relax, Fleur. You don't have to worry about Sirius threatening or disliking you. He cooed, bringing her in for an embrace. Are you sure? He must think I am manipulating you with my allure because of your fame. A lot of Vila do that, seducing rich or famous men for sport. Of course not, he consoled. He's probably immensely proud of me for having caught such a pretty bird as you. Pardon the pun. She giggled at the terrible joke, bringing a hand up to wipe away a tear he hadn't known was there before. I promise you, he finds the entire situation incredibly amusing. Sirius Black was not amused. Some part Vila hussy had gotten her claws on his young and impressionable godson. As much as he loved Harry like his own flesh and blood, the boy was very clearly a late bloomer, just as James and Lily had been. The girl hadn't sprouted until their 5th year, but boy did she sprout. He was all but positive Harry didn't even have pubes yet, let alone a healthy, or was it unhealthy, interest in the opposite. But that did not preclude him from falling under magical influences, whether by love potions or magical aura. He had really meant to have a long talk with him about the dangers starstruck or lascivious girls posed, especially the upper year ones, as his own father had warned him that there are bad women out there who will try to get preggers by him because of their lust for his family wealth. It was a speech that really fucked up serious views on romance, especially since his miserly cynic of a father had failed to counter it with a speech on how to identify and court the good women that filled the world. Sirius wasn't even given the chance to teach Harry prophylactic charms for God's sake. let alone the awkward and hilarious bird and bees discussion over fire whiskey. He had so been looking forward to doing that this year. And now he was under the spell of an upper year girl, a seventh year no less. He was so far out of his depth, dating a woman with 3 whole years of experience over him. This wasn't even mentioning how she was French, and the legendary levels of propriety and chastity French witches displayed. And by legendary, he meant existing only in legend. What was her angle? Was she after his fame? The family wealth he was due to inherit upon reaching majority? Was it as simple and petty as trying to get the extra advantage over him in this god-forsaken tournament? This went beyond sneaking her off to Grimald Place and showing off the black gun and shovel collection. After all, for what other reason would a 17-year-old girl, practically a woman, pursue his boy? A boy who didn't even have shoulders yet. Sirius couldn't think of any, but he did know one thing for sure. With his hunt for Peter resulting in a cold trail, Fudge and Crouch Sr. being beyond his reach and Voldemort being MIA, Fleur Delacour was now at the tippity top of his shit list, if for no other reason than accessibility. This is why he decided to spend the rest of his week loitering at the edges of the Forbidden Forest as Padfoot, where he could keep a close eye on the going-ons at Hogwarts, and one silver-haired wench in particular. After all, he had nothing better to do. Not a single fucking thing. The next morning saw Harry getting up bright and early, having set his alarm to wake him in time to wait outside of the communal bathroom, which was much cleaner than the girls'. Thank you very much. Once again, donning his father's cloak and crouching in a dark corner while he waited. He had activated the ward schemes before going to bed the night before, but even he wasn't foolhardy enough to sneak into the 6th-year dormitories and try to tag the twins in their sleep. He knew what came from trying to prank the twins in revenge on their own turf. Everyone knew. It only took one person to try. Poor Percy. He never was the same after that. As he waited, Lee Jordan came down no less than 6 times to relieve himself. You really should have Pomfrey look at that, Lee. Could be an infection. Compliment of those Slytherin girls you keep sneaking off with. And maybe stop bragging about how the supposedly chaste pureblood girls are a bunch of coal-burning mudsharks while you're at it. It's not very nice. Least of all to you. His opportunity eventually came just before dawn when Fred, or maybe George, came racing down from the 6th-year dorms in what looked like a urinary emergency. Perfect. He tagged the redhead from around the corner just as he entered the common toilet. He only had to wait a few moments before the chaos began. Oh no. Oh God. What the F? Who knew Fred had such a high-pitched scream? Curiosity won out, and Harry peered into the toilets. Shit. Shit everywhere. If you could imagine somebody loading a shotgun with rabbit dropping soaked in olive oil and firing a couple dozen shots in the bathroom, that's what it looked like. Sirius failed to warn them that the rune scheme didn't just make a mess out of morning leaks. Not that it would have dissuaded him in the slightest. Fred had gotten the brunt of it and was naturally freaking the fuck out. Harry took a second to ponder why the redhead didn't clean himself off with his wand before realizing he must have forgotten it in his rush to reach the toilet. Amateur mistake their grid. Quietly closing the door, Harry layered on a silencing charm and all 18 locking and repelling wards he knew onto the wooden frame. All were spells utterly impossible to break through without a wand, and nobody would be coming to help for a good half hour at least, save for maybe Sir Piss-a-Lot Lee Jordan. But Harry doubted the dreadlock-rocking machine would opt to spend the time necessary to tear down his wards instead of fleeing through the common room and down the hall towards the 7th-floor toilets. Today was looking to be a fun day. Now where was he going to find a shotgun and rabbit droppings at this hour? Chapter 6 Preview, Luna Lovego. Harry and Victor walked along the line of 2nd and 3rd-year students. It had taken Cedric using all of his clout and charm on show, but they had managed to set up a seeker training day for underclassmen. It also took the baited promise that Harry and Victor would loan out their firebolts, so the seeker hopefuls would experience what seeking is like at high speed, the way professionals play. The high turnout could also be explained by the fact that the study group was being taught by none other than the star seeker of Hogwarts, Harry Potter, with assistance from the little-known professional player, Victor Crumb. You probably haven't heard of him. He isn't exactly popular. There were a good 30 students, mostly 3rd years, from all 4 houses. Harry couldn't wait to see Draco's temper tantrum when he learned they excluded him from the event. Cho and Cedric had at least been invited to help, but apparently preferred to have their own private practice away, prying eyes. Perverts. He was surrounded by perverts. Their first order of business was to examine the brooms for any defects or jinxes. The lessons would begin by having the underclassmen practice a few basic drills on their own brooms or school brooms before pairing them up and teaching them how to handle the much more dangerous firebolts. Safety first, after all. There were a few obvious contenders, like Astoria Greengrass, who had dreams of playing on the Might is Right, all-male Slytherin team. Good luck with that, Greengrass. Ginny was obviously there too, standing in line with her hand-me-down Clean Sweep 7. This confused Harry, seeing as her older brothers had Clean Sweep 5s. Oh, it's Charlie's old broom, Ginny explained as she positively vibrated with excitement for the event. Mum kept it locked up until she could give it to me for my second year. Yeah, the Weasley matriarch totally wasn't showing favoritism for her only daughter. No, none of that going on at all. Everyone else's brooms were pretty standard and came out clean during their inspection. That was until they came upon a petite blonde third year hailing from Ravenclaw. "Air, why is there a teddy bear strapped to the head of your broom?" Harry asked with worry. Indeed, the wide-eyed girl had strapped a small teddy bear to the very tip of her broom with some kind of clip-on cup holder meant for desks and a whole lot of rubber bands. It looked like a childish figurehead for a pirate ship. Wait, were those radishes hanging from her ears? Oh, that's my co-pilot, David Bowie. The girl explained with a dreamy voice. The guy from the labyrinth with a moose knuckle? Ick. And, VH, why did you name your teddy bear after the singer? Victor asked, apparently more familiar with the muggle actor/musician than Harry was. Well, because he has a little bow, silly. She answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, and they were idiots for asking. And also because his hair is super soft, just like David Bowie's. Silence met her explanation. Harry didn't know how they did it, but both he and Victor managed to keep straight faces at her explanation. Victor recovered first, leaning down into Harry's ear and whispering, "This girl is an absolute riot. We must keep her around." Harry wholeheartedly agreed. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. Patrons who pledge $3 get all future chapters a month early and a link to the Discord server. Patrons who pledge $10 get the right to vote on story choices, what story I update next, etc. Patrons who pledge $100+ gets to commission 3,000 words per month. Can be a one-shot of your own, can be a non-canon side story to one of my stories. The Rival Induction. Harry Potter and the Marauding Champions by NonsensicalRants. Chapter 6. The Rival Induction. Harry had mail-ordered an enormous collection of books on birds, both of the classical world and the new one, some weeks ago. Due to the unnecessarily slow and complicated process of ordering Muggle picture encyclopedias and having them transferred to Owl Post, they had all just arrived that morning. And so, after taking a bath in Slytherin sauna, he'd taken to wasting his mornings flipping to pages at random, hoping to find some avian that jumped out to him as deserving of the moniker Valgneb. But none of the flowery creatures detailed in the lustrous birds of paradise had a beak worthy of such note. Interesting plumage? Certainly. Vibrant colors? You bet your bottom canute. But halberd-like beaks? Not really. Plenty of strange toucans, flamboyant vultures, and other things Sirius would find suitable for mailing needs that even the most openly homophilic of South American wizards would never consider for the job. With a forlorn sight, he closed the last of his new books and stood up from the library table to gather his now useless purchases. There were 12 in all, but they were each on the thicker side and flush with illustrations. He chose to forego a lightning charm in favor of challenging himself to carry the behemoths unaided. Upon reaching the door to the first-floor corridor, he reconsidered his spontaneous upper-body workout and decided they were better off gifted to the school than thrown in the trash. He made a pit stop at Madame Pance's desk. "What are these?" The librarian all but snarled at Harry. "Air donations?" Harry answered nervously. A few moments later saw Harry exiting the massive library doors with a brand new pass to the restricted section in his hands. Compliments of an ecstatic librarian for whom Christmas had come early, or perhaps late. The librarian put him under strict orders to not tell anyone about the secret rule, only the Ravenclaw house. And Hermione knew that if you donate 10 unique books or more, you get one free pass to the restricted section. Good for one rental. Harry had every intention of keeping this secret to himself. All the better to abuse it without the competition. He felt a vibration from his pocket and withdrew the hand mirror-shaped messenger Fleur had crafted some days before. He unclasped it to read the message inside. Forge spotted Finnering Infirmary, escorting one Lee Jordan. He's all yours, Valgeneb. Paddlecull. Harry smiled at Cedric's message and noted that it was indeed his turn to go on patrol. He and the other Marauders had been taking turns tormenting the twins whenever they could catch one alone. There was also the fact that Lee had taken 6 whole days to finally go see Madame Pomfrey about his, bladder problem. A factoid which was enough to make Harry giggle viciously enough to encourage a passing group of Slytherin's 7th years to give him a wider berth. He needed to work on his evil laughter. It was working too well, and that just won't do. His trip to the infirmary was uneventful in the extreme. Not even Peeves saw fit to make an appearance. The poltergeist's recent bout of inactivity had not gone unnoticed among the Hogwarts population. Harry least of all. Cedric tried to console him that it was nothing to worry about, but he wasn't so easily put at ease. He came up near the infirmary and wedged himself behind a suit of armor who grunted in annoyance at the intrusion. Hiding out near the infirmary. If he shows his face, I'll get him. Valgeneb. The ink faded almost as soon as he finished penning his message, but would remain on the other pieces of parchment until such time as the owner saw fit to write a response. And so Harry waited. And waited. And waited some more. Geez, what was taking so long? Muggle medicine could cure that right up with just 2 pills. Or so he'd heard. Not that Harry could recall where. Maybe he'd overheard his aunt or uncle discussing a similar issue to the one Lee was currently suffering from. Vernon's hygiene was such that an infection was inevitable in the event that those two ever reignited the romance in their relationship. Harry shuddered at the mental image that line of thought summoned. It resembled a hippopotamus struggling to mount a giraffe in front of an African safari tour bus. His prey finally stalked out of the hospital wing with a limp followed closely by Lee Jordan, who was limping in an entirely different way. Both kept peering over their shoulders as if they expected something untoward to happen to them. Trelawney taught them well if they had such an astute sixth sense, or in Fred's case, basic pattern recognition. You can only be viciously pranked so many times while alone before deciding solitude is an unwise state to be in. Harry, seeing his opportunity while both of his upperclassmen were peering around a corner, pointed his wand in Fred's general direction and whispered that most beloved word. Accio. The earth-rending noise of fabric ripping and a nearly grown man screaming like a little girl echoed through the castle as a long, stretchy band of fabric came hurtling towards his hiding place. Harry caught the waistband to Fred's tidy witties just as the redhead fell to the ground in uncontrollable laughter, the kind that comes out of you when you're punched really hard in the stomach, or hit your funny bone on a piece of furniture, or take a nasty fall off of your broom. It was the kind of laughter that served as the ultimate proof of a wedgie well performed, but Harry didn't have time to listen to such sweet music. It was time to make his escape. He unclasped the butt flap of the suit of armor and blew a cold breath into the cavity withing. Oh, hoo-hoo! The suit of armor squealed in embarrassment before the trapdoor beneath his feet flew upwards, raising the night with it. Harry leapt down into a twisting slide, only to be deposited in a particularly damp section of the dungeons moments later. After checking if the coast was clear, he withdrew the pocket clasp and wrote to the others. I not only got his tag, I got the entire damn waistband. You all lose the bet. Pay up. Valgeneb. Harry could hear their expletives in his mind, as if by telepathy, as the ink dried. They should have known better than to make such a bet. With him, sure, they were all older than him, more educated than him, and for the most part more magically powerful than him, but there was one advantage he had that they could never hope to compete with. His summoning charm was stupidly overpowered. He lifted his latest trophy up to the torchlight and realized his spell was more stupidly overpowered than even he knew. He had somehow torn the entire rubber waistband of Fred's underwear and summoned it to him without tearing it. It was a perfect ring of cloth, untorn in any place. How in the hell? But this curiosity escaped his attention once he noticed another detail. There's blood on it. I think I might have ripped his taint. It took nearly a week of planning debating and backstabbing, but their plan for sneaking into Ravenclaw Tower was finally being executed. Cedric had suggested he simply ask his hot Asian girlfriend. And yes, he did use those exact words, where the secret entrance was, but Victor shot the idea down as it defeated the purpose of the challenge. To track down and find a room without any help, that was their mission, and by God, they would carry it out. So here they were, on the Quidditch pitch, with all of the team hopefuls lined up. The idea was to put tracking spells on the Ravenclaw students and then search the general area of the castle where the tracking spells inevitably stopped working, as they tended to do when nearing the common room of a schoolhouse or other secret room. It was actually a decent way to discover if there was a secret room present. Put a tracking spell on a piece of parchment and thoroughly search the general surroundings when it fails. It was the searching part that always proved difficult. I mean, who thinks to tickle the pear on a painting or sniff a fabric rose or blow cold air up a suit of Arcarzars? They are waiting for us. Let us put on a show. Victor whispered to him as the alarm for 5 a.m. rang. Only the truly committed would come down to the Quidditch pitch before dawn. And it was the truly committed they wanted. Harry and Victor walked along the line of second and third year students. It had taken Cedric using all of his clout and charm on show, but they had managed to set up a secret training day for underclassmen by putting up flyers in every common room save Slytherin, where Victor simply handed them out to the tiniest snakes he could find. It also took the baited promise that Harry and Victor would loan out their own personal firebolts, so the seeker hopefuls would experience what seeking is like at high speed, the way professionals play. The high turnout could also be explained by the fact that the study group was being taught by none other than the star seeker of Hogwarts, Harry Potter, with assistance from the little-known professional player, Victor Krum. You probably haven't heard of him. He isn't that big of a deal. There were a good 30 students, mostly third years, from all 4 houses. Harry couldn't wait to see Draco's temper tantrum when he learned they excluded him from the event. Count on Slytherins to be the only ones honestly capable of keeping a secret. Cho and Cedric had at least been invited to help, but they apparently preferred to have their own private practice away from prying eyes. Perverts. He was surrounded by perverts. Their first order of business was to examine the brooms for any defects or jinxes. The lessons would begin by having the underclassmen practice a few basic drills on their own brooms, or school brooms for those who didn't have their own, before pairing them up and teaching them how to handle the much more dangerous firebolt. Safety first, after all. There were a few obvious contenders, like Astoria Greengrass, who had dreams of playing on the Might Makes Right, all-male Slytherin team. Good luck with that, Greengrass. Ginny was there too, standing in line with her hand-me-down Clean Sweep 7. This confused Harry, seeing as her older brothers had Clean Sweep 5s. Oh, it's Charlie's old broom, Ginny explained as she positively vibrated with excitement for the event. Mum kept it locked up until she could give it to me for my second year. Yeah. The Weasley matriarch totally wasn't showing favoritism for her only daughter. No, none of that going on at all. Everyone else's brooms were pretty standard and came out clean during their inspection. That was until they came upon a petite blonde third year hailing from Ravenclaw. Why is there a teddy bear strapped to the head of your broom? Harry asked with genuine worry. Indeed, the wide-eyed girl had strapped a small teddy bear to the very tip of her broom with some kind of clip-on cup holder meant for desks, and a whole lot of rubber bands. It looked like a childish figurehead for a pirate ship. Wait, were those radishes hanging from her ears? Oh, that's my co-pilot, David Bowie. The girl explained in a dreamy voice. The guy from the labyrinth with a moose knuckle? Ick. And, VH, why did you name your teddy bear after the singer? Victor asked, apparently more familiar with the muggle actor/musician than Harry was. Well, because he has a little bow, silly. She answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, and they were idiots for asking. And also because his hair is super soft, just like David Bowie's. Silence met her explanation. Harry didn't know how they did it, but both he and Victor managed to keep straight faces at her explanation. Victor recovered first, leaning down into Harry's ear and whispering, "This girl is an absolute riot. We must keep her around." Harry wholeheartedly agreed. They moved right on to drills after that. It was a simple matter of flying a short course of illusionary rings. One of the first spells team captains taught new players right after the cushioning charm. Harry had never been very good with illusion magic and couldn't maintain more than 4 at a time, but he covered this by being a very quick cast, able to make new ones appear the moment someone flew past the first in a series. His courses were much more dynamic and unpredictable as a result, while Victor's were more static since he conjured as many dozens of rings all at once. "How are you so good at planning courses?" Victor pleaded after Ginny ended her tryout by collapsing into a panting heap. "You are a master at illusion magic, if you can keep such intricate paths in mind, and also hide the illusions until needed. You should look into more advanced magic of the field." Harry didn't have the heart to tell Victor that he made the courses up as he went, and that it was likely his worst branch of magic, right behind alchemy, which he couldn't wrap his head around even in the most abstract sense. They continued like this for 20 minutes, both seekers trailing behind the smaller flyers as they danced to their tune. It wasn't until Dennis Creevy ate shit hard that they concluded this part of the tryouts. Sometimes you have to admire how noobs brush off what look like injurious crashes as if they were nothing. Harry whispered to Victor as the house elves brought out a light breakfast. They watched Dennis sprint ahead of his competitors towards the green little goblinoids without so much as a limp. Indeed, he could make a fine keeper. Harry looked at his fellow champion askance. "But he's so thin and tiny. Wouldn't that be a seeker's build?" "Maybe, but he is tough as nails. Keepers need to be able to brush off bludgers, as they're the most off-targeted. Us seekers rarely can." Harry tried to think of a single time he'd been hit by a bludger, without it resulting in grievous injury, and came up with nothing. He really did have a bit of a glass jaw in that department, didn't he? No wonder Oliver had put more focus on dodging drills for Harry than blocking drills. After their quick breakfast, they played a quick pickup game with what few students remained. There were actually enough players for almost 3 Hoke teams, but they decided both teams would have 2 keepers and 5 chasers apiece, with Victor and Harry playing as opposing seekers. Naturally. "I will take Moongood," Victor announced the moment they began divvying up the players. Luna tilted her head and pointed a finger to her chest, as if to ask who, me? Harry would not let this indignity stand. "Please excuse Mr. Crumb. He doesn't understand the concept of home team players getting first pick." "Luna, you're with my team," Harry countered, lightly shoving Victor away. "Please excuse Mr. Potter. He does not seem to understand how puny he is." Victor retorted. He then lifted Harry up by his underarms, effortlessly turned him upside down, and lightly placed him back on the ground head first, leaving him to collapse in a heap under his own weight. And thus Luna ended up on Victor's team. It's always nice to know that disagreements that defy being resolved through words can always be mediated through good old-fashioned bullying. Elsewhere in the castle, Veer is he? Veer is that wretched poltergeist. The wiry Durmstrang student demanded as he and Hermione rounded the corner to the 7th floor. They both slipped on the algae-like slime they were dripping in and fell into a heap in front of a tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy teaching a trio of trolls how to dance in tutus. "I hope you know he is, in all likelihood, leading us into a much nastier trap." Hermione huffed at the man, Polyakov if she remembered correctly. He looked much better without food dribbled all over his front for a change. She'd had the misfortune of meeting the loser when Victor insisted on spending time with unclean foreigner. Why her boyfriend valued this man's friendship, she would never understand. "I don't care. I have a spirit-banishing curse, and I know how to use it." Hermione knew enough to recognize such a curse was solidly in the dark magic category and took it as a confirmation that Bulgarian law was much more lax on what magic was acceptable than England. "Do you know nothing about Peeves? Don't you think we've tried to get rid of him?" "Why, in 1876, caretaker Rancorous Carpe. Yes, I know. He used weapons as bait to lure him into a bell jar trap. The entire castle had to be evacuated." Polyakov dismissed her with a wave as he picked himself up and offered her a hand. The fact he actually knew such an obscure piece of trivia was enough to give Hermione pause. "How do you know that?" she demanded as she refused his hand and rose to her feet by her own power. "I read about it in Hogwarts, history." "Well, that's a first. But then, what makes you think you can succeed where others have failed?" she asked, genuinely curious. The thin man smiled at her in such a way that showed off every piece of plaque in his teeth. "Because, my dear, Those others did not have access to the spell that I have access to. Hermione cringed at the term of endearment, but marched on through the conversation anyways. How can you be so sure? Because it is a spell of mine own creation. Hermione balked at the hubris in his statement. She was the only person she knew who could get away with so matter-of-factly hyping up her own genius. And yet here was this. Honestly, he came across as an unlikable school nerd, the kind that obsessed over some piece of media or another at the expense of his social life or personal hygiene. The kind of nerd her parents worked very hard to prevent her from becoming. Her hair used to be much worse before her mother started threatening to cut it all off if she didn't start washing it properly. Good thing she got that kind of discipline before attending Hogwarts. Shame this man's parents didn't do the same for him. A spell you invented, you say? I suppose that would make Miss Granger the innovator. Peeve's voice echoed from behind them. They turned from the tapestry to find a door that wasn't there before. A door that stood ajar, revealing a room of absolutely gargantuan proportions. A room filled to the brim with mountains of furniture, books, trunks, clothes, plates, and all manner of useless junk. Not that she would ever consider books to be useless junk, no, never. But what was far more interesting than doxy-infested tapestries and bubbling potion vials were the two figures seated very near the room's entrance. We cordially invite you to be inducted into a rather exclusive club. Mr. Filch beckoned as he scratched Mrs. Norris behind the ears. A club that permits not but 2 new members every generation, and which we have been tasked with inducting since the school itself was founded, said Peeves in an uncharacteristically respectful tone. Though you should know, it's quite cursed. Filch warned. Not that you have the power to refuse anyways. Peeves shrugged. Hermione glanced between the two figures as she digested the implications of what the poltergeist just said. She stared at Filch, the man she had been led to believe was a mere squib, and came to the realization that he wasn't even a man at all. His deep red eyes, identical to that of his cat, seemed to be reading her as easily as a light novel. We have such sights to show you, he growled in a perfect imitation of Pinhead. Needless to say, he had her attention. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. Patrons who pledge $3 get all future chapters a month early and a link to the Discord server. Patrons who pledge $10 get the right to vote on story choices, what story I update next, etc. Patrons who pledge $100+ gets to commission 3,000 words per month. Can be a one-shot of your own, can be a non-canon side story to one of my stories. Their forms revealed. Harry Potter and the Marauding Champions by NonsensicalRants. Chapter 7. Their forms revealed. Taking turns tormenting the twins became utterly boring after several days. This was especially true after they exhausted every classic prank in the book, to the point that they'd each wedged one twin or the other to the point of rectal bleeding at least twice. Hell, they managed to discover Ravenclaw's common room by pure accident on their second night of post-curfew exploration. It was a random wooden door atop a random and uncomfortably narrow spiral staircase in Ravenclaw Tower. Upon its surface was an eagle knocker. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The knocker had asked them. Harry's mind had immediately gone to Darwin's theory of evolution, by which the ancestor of the chicken surely laid eggs, and one day, instead of the chicken's predecessor, a chicken hatched from the egg. Ergo, the egg came first. He felt rather clever for coming up with such an answer, and was about to tell it to the knocker when Cedric stole his thunder. Let's see. I had eggs for breakfast and chicken for lunch, as do most people. So the egg clearly came first. Motherfucker. And the door opened too, which just made the theft sting even worse. Once they finished up adding the Puzakaka enchantment, as Harry had come to call it in his head, to every toilet in Ravenclaw Tower, there was no place decent for the twins to relieve themselves save for the private quarters of the Hogwarts faculty. They left those undisturbed, as it would be more entertaining for the red-headed duo to get caught sneaking into McGonagall's bedroom than to have them make a mess. From there, they pulled off every prank in the book. Thumbtacks on the floor beside their beds? You betcha. Blowhorn whoopee cushions enchanted to go off only when one of them sat on a chair? Damn straight. Harry's personal favorite was when they transfigured every book and school supply in their bags into a different animal and put a delaying charm so that each thing in their school bags ran, flew, scurried, crawled and slithered away all at once. They timed it perfectly so that it would happen while the sixth years were in potions class too. Snape had a field day taking points from Gryffindor. At this point, all that was left for them to do was kidnap them in the middle of the night, along with their beds, and send them on a voyage out to sea, which is what they were doing right now. "Hey, Harry, you mind contributing?" Cedric cursed at him. "Cut me some slack. I'm not accustomed to casting levitation charms while flying," Harry retorted. And indeed they, along with Victor, were hovering alongside Gryffindor Tower. Their wands raised and levitation charms cast as they cooperatively hovered Fred's bed out through the window, frame, canopy, and all. Under normal circumstance, there was no way in hell such a large piece of furniture could fit through the portal. But with Fleur's excellent charm and transfiguration work enlarging the gap to comical proportions, it was child's play. And since she hated flying, Vila jokes aside, it was a good role for her to fill while the men did the heavy lifting, figuratively speaking. Their yelling, fortunately, failed to wake a single soul. It had been Harry's intention to cast silencing charms around the bedroom, but when Cedric mentioned the earmuffs used for herbology class, Victor was dead set on using those to deafen the entirety of the sixth-year dorm. He argued it was more challenging, would allow them to still curse each other out, and fit more into the spirit of things. The Bulgarian had a unique sense of irony and superstition that seemed to follow neither rhyme nor reason. In all honesty, he seemed to be making it up as he went. The guy was inventing new rules and traditions by the day, though all were at least fun or challenging. Harry wondered if Victor would declare it to be good luck if a certain foul-mouthed blue tit took up nesting in that foliage of pubic hair sprouting from his face. Probably, Harry concluded. Through the sweat, precise work, and foul language, they managed to levitate one bed down to the nearest flying buttress below the window, then the other bed. Then they repeated the process to the next nearest flying buttress, then to the roof of an adjoining tower. Then 3 more levels of buttresses, another roof, another roof, then to an outcropping of stone Fleur insisted was called a triforium, which sparked an entire debate on Gothic architectural terms, followed by a discussion on how a castle built in the early Middle Ages had architectural features ranging from pre-medieval to that of the Victorian era. And then finally, after what felt like hours, 2 red and gold-clad beds sat on the frozen grass of the Hogwarts grounds. From their casting a few buoyancy and waterproofing charms on their beds and placing them on the calm surface of the Black Lake was a breeze. "Bye, Fred. By George!" Harry yelled out to the pair of bedboats as they floated towards the dark horizon. "Have a safe trip," yelled Cedric. "Bon voyage," Fleur called as she dangled a flowery handkerchief in farewell. The phrase sounded completely different in actual French. "Be mindful of sharks." The shark animagi warned the voyagers with a twisted grin. "Be sure to stop by Majorca. I hear it's lovely this time of year," yelled Remus from within their midst. Harry and company reacted as well as one could be expected to react to a middle-aged former teacher catching them in the middle of their prank, which is to say, with many 4-letter words and reactionary spellfire, which thankfully missed the laughing werewolf and howling Grim. "Moony, what are you doing here?" Harry breathed as he approached the older marauder and embraced him. Padfoot, still literally howling with laughter, transformed back into the well-dressed godfather only to continue figuratively howling with laughter. They, too, embraced. Remus was feeling better from his most recent case of PMS and insisted on meeting the new Marauders. Sirius informed him, "We were just discussing my vacation to Spain when you arrived, and we just couldn't resist sneaking up on you." Harry did the honors of introducing the new mentor. "Try and skin Firebird. This is Remus Lupin, werewolf of the previous generation of Marauders and owner of the venerated title Moony. Paddlecull, I believe you're familiar with him," Harry introduced. Remus nodded politely to them and shook each person's hand in turn, except for a blushing Fleur Delacour, who received a kiss on the back of her from the dashing lycanthrope. Harry supposed he should feel jealous, but damned if Uncle Moony didn't deserve a dazzling smile from a French villa every now and then. The guy has it tough. Wait. Crumb interrupted when the information Harry just revealed finally registered. "You're a werewolf?" Remus nodded hesitantly. "And your name is?" "Lupin." Cedric sniggered, and Remus' concerned look turned to one of annoyance. No doubt he was worried Victor would take issue with his condition, not mock his name. "I know, right," said Cedric. The whole school was up in arms about the ridiculous name when news of his condition got out. Was there really a point in picking a Marauder alias? Lupin would have done just fine. Harry's fellow Marauders kept on laughing at the poor man. Even Fleur, though she tried to hide it behind a hand over her mouth. Remus held up a hand to silence them and succinctly explained the tragic story Harry had heard once before, when he himself had brought it up. "A serial biter by the name of Fenrir Greyback targeted my family due to our surname with the intention of turning us all. He thought it ironic and humorous to turn a family with the name Lupin into werewolves as well. Sadly, only I survived. Well, that sobered them all up something fierce. Maybe there's a lesson here about not making fun of people's names?" Harry couldn't bring himself to rub it in just yet, but he'd save it for later in case he ever needed shaming material. Now that the mandatory verbal ass-whooping is done with, let us get on with our business for the day, Sirius said before opening his robes to reveal an interior lined with vials of a familiar-looking potion. "Might I interest you for in highly illegal and incredibly dangerous forced animagi drafts?" He might indeed interest them in such a draft. His price was steep, the pleasure of watching them take it and helping them master their forms. But it was a price they happily agreed to. When taught to where and when to do the whole shebang, Harry decided not to waste any of time. Chamber of Secrets. He decided aloud. Right now. They didn't actually do it immediately at his pronouncement, as each had errands to run first. Harry had to make a detour to the library to borrow his own bird books back out of the stacks. Then he headed back to his dorm room to retrieve the remainder of his own forced animagi draft from that fateful morning weeks ago. Fleur, Cedric, and Victor did the same, returning to the Beauxbatons carriage, Slytherin Common Room, and Hufflepuff Common Room, respectively, to retrieve their own vials. Soon enough, they were all finished with this task and met up in front of Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. After an uncomfortable explanation about the entrance and how it worked, they entered so that Harry could hiss a quick open in Parseltongue. Small blessing. Myrtle was missing from her bathroom, and they thankfully avoided any conversation with the moody ghost. They did, however, have to deal with Fleur's snooty complaints. "This pipe is filthy," she snarled as she arrived at the bottom of the pipe. The men present could only shrug and agree. She wasn't wrong, seeing as they were all covered in grime, dirt, and an unspecified slime after their trip down the slide and soft landing by way of rat bones. To say nothing of the meter-deep pile of dead animals sitting at the bottom of said slide. "We must clean it up properly on ZU way back out." "Yes, dear." Harry acquiesced without a hint of sarcasm. Sirius gave him a patronizing look before they continued deeper into the chamber. After clearing the cave-in and harvesting the shed skin just beyond, to be used for the creation of wallets for the gentleman and boots for the lady, of course, they were upon the chamber entrance proper. With another hiss opened, the vault-like door swung ajar and permitted them passage. The last 2 years, it turned out, had not been kind to the basilisk corpse. The bacterial life, not to mention the swarms of rats that pervaded the underground tunnels, had corroborating in picking the corpse clean long ago, leaving nothing behind but a yellowed skeleton. Although the fangs still looked visibly toxic, the black venom preserved within the cartilage. Remus and Sirius carefully adjusted the skull to close its mouth in order to use the forehead as a desk to place all of their materials upon. Sirius moved on, transfiguring the pool of water behind the skeleton into a massive wall of reflective ice near the back, thus hiding Slytherin's bald, ugly mug, but leaving plenty of water to swim in if need be. As his godfather did this, Harry's quasi-godfather organized the 4 full vials of navy blue potions and 4 half-filled ones. Alongside these, he placed the bestiaries, bird dictionaries, and a leather bag from which he pulled out food samples. Dried meats, fresh vegetables, and sliced fruit exclusively, to get accustomed to your new senses of taste and smell. Remus explained at their curious looks. It's an easier place to start when becoming accustomed to your forms, and more enjoyable. There is a magic in food that transcends words, just as with music, which we will be using during the next physical therapy session. That was a good euphemism for it. Physical therapy sessions. I will go first, Victor declared as he approached the skull table and downed the remaining dose of his original vial. No one was surprised to witness the rough scales form on his skin, nor the rows of jagged teeth forming in his mouth. They were surprised by the increase in his size as he transformed into a fully grown great white shark, ripping his clothes to shreds in the process. The 13-foot monstrosity flopped on the cold stone floor, and it quickly became evident that Skin was suffocating to death. It took all 5 of them pushing against his mass, but they managed to slide him into the water. They had to coax him with stinging hexes to swim, as sharks must keep moving in order to breath. But soon he was swimming circles around the small, for him, pool. Sirius extended the mirror of ice below the water's surface, so Skin could admire his reflection during these laps, and better, get used to swimming with fins as opposed to arms. Remus took to reading the section on great whites from their book on cartilaginous fishes as this went on, telling them every little detail. This went on for half an hour. Remus and Sirius would give Skin commands by yelling. He was underwater and had a new type of ear entirely to find out if Skin could still understand them. They would have him attempt to make human-like gestures as a shark. Seeing a great white try to shake its head in the affirmative or negative was certainly odd, and reminded Harry of a trained seal or sea lion responding to a trainer. The rest of the hour Victor was under the potion's effects amounted to food tasting, in which they would all toss the small food samples and watch as he majestically leapt out of the water to snatch them from the air. He was a showman through and through. They stuck entirely to meat for him, as feeding an aquatic carnivore broccoli might not be great for his health. But soon enough his transformation ended, and he reverted to human form, naked. Erase that from your brain. That was for only Hermione to see. Victor joked to Fleur as Sirius covered the man with a blanket. Fleur made a playful motion as if scrubbing her eyes clean with a squeegee, even going so far as to make the sound effect for it with her mouth. God, Harry was in love with this woman. Then it was Cedric's turn. The potion tasted of midnight, dew scrubbed from the leaves of English ivy and soaked in the bark of redwood trees, with just a hint fresh blueberries. On the other hand, the potion felt like being strapped into a torture rack to have your body stretched, but in reverse. In a word, it was painful, and yet Cedric refused to yell out. Victor had gritted his teeth through it, and by Merlin, so would he. His limbs shrunk, his body squashed, and hair sprouted from strange places, much like puberty, but without the inconvenient erections and back acne. That pleasant trade-off came with the painful caveats of sharp claws growing from his fingertips, webbing stretching between them, a paddle jutting from his backside, and a bill. Beavers don't have bills like a duck, and so Paddlecull fell to the floor, a lot smaller and a lot stranger than the castority he'd expected to become. So small, in fact, that Victor was easily able to lift him up off the ground and hold him up to his disgustingly bearded face. I knew it, noble platypus. You could be nothing but, Victor said as he rubbed his cheeks on Paddlecull's back fur. On the plus side, Paddlecull got a crash course in becoming accustomed to his heightened sense of smell. On the downside, he got a noseful of every bit of food Victor had eaten in the last week and saw fit to save leftovers on his face. In his desperation, he panicked and kicked out with his newly webbed feet and felt something jutting from his heel connect and dig deep into the skin of Victor's wrist. Victor yelped and dropped Paddlecull back to the ground, where he scurried away into the water, where the amphibious creature disappeared into its murky depths. I thought the venom would hurt worse than this, Victor commented as he held his already swelling wrist up to his face to examine. No, wait, there it is. Oh, he moaned in pain and slowly lowered himself to the floor, and Harry had to laugh at the complete lack of inflection in the man's voice. But it turned out he wasn't faking, for male paltapi were indeed venomous. Remus tried to cast myriad of pan-relief spells on his wrist, but none worked. The platypus is one of the few magical animals muggles are aware of. Their magic is in their venom. Victor told them. Extremely painful, cannot be relieved by medicine nor magic. But it is not deadly. I will be fine. He then produced a small pocketbook titled A Magizoologist's Guide to the Noble Platypus from within his jacket pocket and handed it to Remus. Harry was now starting to worry his comrade might be a little too interested in platypi. Male platypi produce venom in a gland near the barb on their hind legs during late winter, which is their mating season. Remus read aloud. Oh, was mating season for Cedric YEA? That certainly explained why he and Cho were sneaking off so much more often than before. Cho had even commented to Fleur and Hermione how Cedric had become more, aggressive during one of their triple dates. She had meant to whisper it, but Harry overheard anyways. His ears always picked up on girls whispering. When women are loud, tune them out. When they're quiet, pay close attention. It was a good rule Victor had confided in them in private once. They repeated the same exercises with Padcole as they had with Try-and-Skin, trying to give him commands, after coaxing him out of his hiding place, which he obeyed happily. The platypus is an insectivore, but they didn't have any bugs on the dinner menu, so they fed him pieces of shrimp which he apparently enjoyed. It wasn't anywhere near as impressive watching him leap from the water to catch pieces as it was for Try-and-Skin, but that was mostly because he wasn't coordinated enough in his new form to actually catch it. Some secret. They also tested his resistance to the cold, freezing different parts of the pond. And through interrogation and the use of Nod's paddle confirmed that the colder he was, the more comfortable he was, to the point that they cast the Glacius Charm directly on him, and it didn't faze him in the slightest. They concluded his resistance to the cold must have been magical in nature, just as with his venom. To be fair, his fur was very thick and very soft, as they discovered when Fleur convinced him to let her pet him. Only her, though. When the hour was up, it was Harry's turn, and he wasted no time in downing the potion himself. He screamed. He screamed a lot. It would have been nice if the other two had seen fit to warn him, but instead he was left screaming as his arms twisted into wings. What little body hair he had transfigured into feathers, and the bones of his face fused into a beak. His screams turned into a continuous squawk as he shrank into his clothes. He was able to swim in Dudley's hand-me-downs before, but now he was drowning in them as he struggled to move his odd limbs. He couldn't see it, but his beak was so very heavy that he could hardly lift his head. An angel saw fit to descend from heaven and rescue him from the sea of cloth and hold him to her small but lovely chest. Oh, now that is what I would call a Valge nose, Fleur said as she cradled him. Valgeneb tried to stand on the platform her arms provided, but was stymied by his impossibly heavy head and his traitorous desire to remain in her embrace. He gave up the task entirely when she started stroking the feathers on the back of his head. It was a divine sensation, and he couldn't stop his tongue from hanging out of his beak like a dog. Let's see here. Remus interrupted as he brought one of the bird dictionaries over as Sirius provided a mirror. Harry recognized himself instantly. The black plumage with white tips, the long, white curved beak, and the perfectly crescent horn jutting from it. He was a hornbill, an oriental pied hornbill. Remus concluded as he proffered the book for Harry to examine. It was uncomfortable having a hand mirror and dictionary shoved so close to his face, but with the two side by side, Harry had to admit it looked like a perfect match. With one minor exception. His hair is wild and thick like Mon boyfriend. She was right. If you were to take Harry Potter's mess of black, unruly hair and turned it into feathers, that's what Valgeneb had. It was so thick, in fact, that you could hardly see the back half of his crescent horn. The pied hornbill, on the other hand, had a perfectly smooth head of foliage. Otherwise, they looked identical. Remus considered as he withdrew the book. Maybe a trumpeter hornbill? He proffered the book again, and indeed, it had his head of hair. But there was still a problem. Eats beak is ugly. Harry's is perfect and white, except for Z lightning bolt. Oh yeah, Harry had a lightning bolt-shaped black spot on his horn. Fancy that. I would like to propose he is both. Victor offered helpfully. If this trumpeter hornbill were to mate with the oriental pied hornbill, then Valgeneb would be the result of their union. They all accepted that explanation in stride, and then proceeded to argue about his name. It looked more like a halberd than a valge. Cedric argued. A halberd is a valge, and there are many types. Remus offered. Then why not call him halberd nose? Victor suggested. Because we've already settled on our names, We can't change them now. And so their debate raged on. Valgeneb let them continue uninterrupted, content to enjoy sitting in Fleur's arms as she fed him berries and stroke his head with a single finger. The physical therapy could wait. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. Patrons who pledge $3 get all future chapters a month early and a link to the Discord server. Patrons who pledge $10 get the right to vote on story choices, what story I update next, etc. Patrons who pledge $100+ gets to commission 3,000 words per month. Can be a one-shot of your own, can be a non-canon side story to one of my stories. Their diverging paths. Harry Potter, The Marauding Champions by Nonsensical Rants. Chapter 8. Diverging Stories. George Weasley woke to a soft, swaying motion, as if he were in a rocking cradle. For a moment, he entertained the possibility that he was lucid dreaming and reliving a memory from his infanthood, before he opened his eyes to see the familiar red canopy and curtains of his bed in Gryffindor Tower. The smell of salt water also dissuaded him of that idea. He then experienced a brief second of panic at discovering he was deaf and couldn't hear the usual singing of birds outside, until he reached up and discovered a pair of earmuffs. With those removed, he was met not only with the beautiful morning serenade of Mother Nature, but the lapping of water upon wood. If that wasn't enough to set off every prank alarm in his head, then the sight of someone peeking through the curtains from the corner of his eye certainly tipped him off. They retreated as he turned to see them, but he was quick in flinging open the curtains to pursue them, only to be met with 3 pairs of curious eyes and the vast length of the black lake stretching to the horizon. Hello there? He greeted the mare children awkwardly. The small, green, scaly little girls retreated into the water until they were submerged up to their noses. And with their mouths covered by water, the giggles came up through the surface in an eerie echo. All the while their eyes never left his. One of them mumbled something he couldn't quite catch until he lowered his head over the edge of the water until his ear practically scraped the small, choppy waves. He beckoned for her to repeat herself. "Can we keep you?" Her voice, muffled by the water, pleaded with all sincerity. This was getting weird fast. "Keep me? Whatever would the 3 of you want with a pillock like me?" George asked in his child-talking voice. They burst into another fit of giggles, and he took a moment to examine them. All 3 had dark hair and the same almond eyes, though they were each slightly different shades of green, and one was chubby. The oldest couldn't be more than 7. They were also all completely naked, which would make him uncomfortable in any other situation. But with them swimming in the lake, they reminded George of a simpler time when Ron and Ginny were their ages and still happy to let their older brothers bathe them. More so Ginny than Ron. He was always a pain to coax into the tub. "We want you so we can play Rescue the Prince properly." With a bit of encouragement, they explained that Rescue the Prince was a game in which one of them would play the prince be tied to a post. A second would play the role of guardian to hide the post and prince, ideally in a dangerous part of the lake, and try to stop the third person from rescuing them within the hour. The prince player would sing to lead the heroine to her blushing husband to be the guardian, would set up obstacles, and the heroine had to get to the prince within the hour. This being George's first foray into mare culture couldn't have been the best introduction. "Okay, but why me?" he finally asked after learning the rules of the game. "Because you have the same hair as that beautiful man who was brought down during the task." The chubby one, who had been quiet up until then, admitted. He was rescued with the pretty silver birdie by the green-eyed one. A second said, "We tried to use kelp as wigs, but it just wasn't the right shade of orange-red. You would be so much better." A third explained. Then it all clicked into place. Apparently his little brother had made quite an impression on the female populace of mare people within the lake, which presented a perfect opportunity to escape this potentially dangerous situation. "I can do you one better," he told them mischievously. "That beautiful man from the task was none other than my youngest brother, and he would be overjoyed to be your prince once again. He may as well have just delivered them the location of the lost city of Atlantis, a city marefolk were even more obsessed with finding than Muggle or wizard archaeologists, for how happy that little offer made them. Now all he had to do was somehow get back to shore and figure out a way to convince, blackmail, one of the tournament organizers, Percy, into coughing up the potion they had used to put the hostages underwater. Then it was only a matter of kidnapping his bath-hating twerp of a little brother and delivering him to the scaly heroines. His conniving thoughts were interrupted as another bed floated into view near his own, not 10 feet away. The sight of his brother laying in it was no surprise. The mermaid, laying beside him, caressing his hair with a finger did. For a short moment, George felt slightly envious at the fact his brother got a full-grown maid cooing over him instead of 3 little ones. But being above water, the cooing was more of a clicking sound. It reminded George of that time they snuck out to the cinema to watch a movie about a buff Austrian man fighting some alien hunter in a rainforest. She sounded just like that alien. On closer inspection, Fred was not only awake, but had a smile that was all cheek, but no teeth. The kind of smile that projected relaxation and smugness, to the point George was surprised not to hear purring coming from his better half. The only thing lacking from the scene in front of him was for the mermaid to be feeding him grapes. Thankfully, his brother was still fully clothed in his pajamas. "You know, George," Fred called out to him as he cracked open an eye. "I reckon it might be time to beg the new Marauders for a ceasefire." George glanced around at the vast length of water surrounding them and the castle far into the distance. They had floated so far downstream that they had nearly exited the lake into the river that drained out to sea. If they'd woken up an hour later, their return trip to Hogwarts would have taken an entire day. "I reckon you might be right, Fred." Hermione wandered the room of hidden things in a daze. She had never been one to believe in fate or destiny or anything to do with divination, really. But this Marauder curse and complementary rival curse was very real, destined to foil one another, and in her case, marry one another. One-hand Hermione was ecstatic to learn that she was destined to wed her fuzzy boyfriend. That was solidly in the good news. Hell, even a wide-eyed, socially awkward prepubescent Hermione fresh off of the Hogwarts Express would have taken one look at the curly locks on Victor's chest and declared, "I like that, and I don't even know why yet." Fortunately, Hermione wasn't a preteen schoolgirl. She was deep in the throngs of puberty and the maelstrom of hormones that came with it. As such, she knew exactly why she liked that. She parsed through the piles of hidden journals and diaries detailing experiments by prior generations of rivals. They detailed experiments in spell creation, potion invention, ingredient preparation, and much, much more. Failed experiments outnumbered successful ones 12 to 1. But wasn't that the point of experimenting? If she were in the right frame of mind, she would be poring over them and testing the methodologies of her predecessors with the same fervor with which she would run her fingers through those aforementioned chest curls, if he would only let her. Sadly, she wasn't in the right frame of mind. Why? The fate of the Marauders. Harry was doomed to either die at the hand of a fellow Marauder, commit suicide, kill one of them, or be estranged from them all. He was probably safe from the terrible fate of marrying her. Victor was most assuredly condemned to that sticky end, but that was little consolation. Strangely enough, she was pretty sure Harry wasn't in any danger of being killed by a fellow Marauder. But that came with the caveat that the reason she believed such was because all of the other outcomes would hurt him so much worse, or in the case of suicide, seemed so much more likely. Her wanderings took her to a section of the stadium-sized room that was filled with busts and intact furniture for sitting and reading. The sweet, hard-on-sleeve syndrome boy with the saving people thing had lived a hard life. She sometimes caught him staring off into space as his mind dovetailed into that dark, dusty cupboard under the stairs. But it wasn't his tendency to fall into periodic depression that made her concerned for potential suicidal tendencies. No, he was too resilient and too strong of heart to fall to his own inner demons. In her absent-minded rifling of objects, she discovered a stash of lost or stolen jewelry and began searching through it for something that suited her. She had enough frame of mind to realize some of it may very well be cursed, and snatched up a piece of silk laying nearby, telling enough, the most ideal material for handling cursed objects, before continuing. Her reasons for being concerned for potential suicidal tendencies was much simpler. Ending his own life to save another was exactly the kind of thing Harry would do. Images of Harry ripping out his own beating heart to put it into Ron's open chest in the middle of a battlefield, or removing his own head to meet the demands of a Death Eater in exchange for the lives of hostages haunted her as she picked up a lovely silver diadem. More hauntingly were the other possibilities brought on by this curse. Logically, suicide seemed the obvious choice, but the fact that being forced to kill his lover or friend, or worse, be estranged from them, were such worse fates for him to suffer, made her feel, not think feel, that they were more likely. Sometimes reason and evidence budged and made way for superstition informed by experience to take the lead. Fate's tendency to bend Harry Potter over the most uncomfortable surfaces and ream him in the most delicate of orifices told her that those terrible ends were what awaited her best friend. But what I don't understand is what the two of you have to do with this curse. Poliakoff interrupted her musings. Mr. Filch, I can understand. You are surely a former rival yourself, but Peeves is a poltergeist. You were never alive to begin with. The topic was such that it caught Hermione's interest enough to bring her out of her increasingly morbid musings. Lost in her own mind, she hadn't even noticed that Poliakoff, Peeves, Filch, and Mrs. Norris had been following her through the stacks. She tossed aside the silk cloth and myriad of jewelry contained within it and added her own 2 cents. Indeed, poltergeists are the manifestations of the collective mischief within a place. How are you involved in all of this? Wouldn't you be a companion to the Marauders? The greatest source of mischief in history. Both Filch and Peeves grew increasingly wide and increasingly disquieting grins as she finished phrasing her question. You are mistaken, Mr. Poliakoff. Filch informed her fellow rival. I too am a poltergeist, as is Mrs. Norris. Hermione could do nothing more than blink at him. But you're nothing like a poltergeist, she practically yelled. You're grumpy and obsessed with corporal punishment and catching rule breakers. Said Peeves, holding up a knowing finger. But you see, you are also mistaken, but only in your understanding of what a poltergeist is. What you just described is a very particular and the most common type of poltergeist. It is as accurate as describing a plant as a living organism incapable of locomotion, green in color, and which reproduces by means of fruiting flowers. Meanwhile, there are plants whom are red in pigment and reproduce by fragmentation, like certain breeds of algae, or who resemble what Peeves just described save for the lack of flowers, like ferns. Filch explained. Hermione digested this new information, reworded it, and paraphrased it in her mind in as many ways as she could conceive of, and tried to expand on the ideas it brought up. So, like Peeves, you are the culmination of some abstract force in the school, she declared, and to which both of the poltergeists nodded. But instead of mischief, you're the rules, and the intent behind them made flesh. Filch clapped and gave her the first genuine smile she had ever seen on his face. That is exactly right. Save you miss that I am the misery, shame, and resentment of students caught or punished for misdeeds. He expanded. What about shame and remorse for the bad deeds? Poliakoff pressed. There has been about enough of those two emotions during all of the detentions in the last 10 centuries to fill a thimble. Filch answered with a perfectly straight face. If even that, even Hermione couldn't bring herself to argue against that irrefutable fact. And Mrs. Norris? She asked. This may seem a little abstract, but she is the nature of tamed and broken animals. The collective domestication of the cats, owls, and toads within these walls. Peeves offered. Now that the cat's nature was pointed out to her, she couldn't unsee the chimerism. Those big, yellow, unblinking eyes like lamps in the night could have been plucked from Hedwig's skull and transplanted. And her ability to turn her head at a 180-degree angle like an owl. It made sense her appearance would most resemble a cat, the most common pet brought to Hogwarts, and an owl, the second most common. Toads were so rare that Hermione was sure the only way to find any feature she shared with the amphibians would be to pet her and check for bumps or warts. She has a twin, the hidden and caged wildness and internal feral nature of all the pets in the castle. He usually sleeps all day unless you poke him. Peeves explained, but boy is he a riot to be around once poked. It didn't sound like a being Hermione would like to encounter. We keep him locked up in a hidden corridor on the 3rd floor. Filch added, we used to let him out on the school grounds at night to guard the school. Those were funner days. But he killed one too many students who were out after hours. Oh. Hermione imagined a giant spirit of a 3-headed dog would be a good defense from thieves, pooled-be kidnappers and assassins. I thought Fluffy belonged to Hagrid? Hermione pressed. The three poltergeists all blinked at her in surprise to learn that she knew of Fluffy. He might as well, Mrs. Norris answered. The sound of her high-pitched voice, not to mention the revelation that she could speak, making both Hermione and Poliakoff jump in surprise. They met one summer when the students and their pets were away. Without them here, both my brother and I revert to much weakened forms. And I assure you, as a puppy the size of a pumpkin my brother does, justice to the name Rubius bequeathed him. Hermione merely stared at the talking cat. This new information could be registered and filed at a later date. He thought the poor thing was an actual Cerberus pup that a student smuggled into the castle and abandoned. They bonded instantly, and the lovable oath has come closer to taming him than any other person in history. Norris continued. But then again, nobody else has ever tried. Albus had to train Rubius in lying in order to tell that Higgs wallop about him buying it from a creation. All subsequent attempts to teach Hagrid how to lie have met with failure. Okay, the novelty of a talking Mrs. Norris had worn off. Information registered. Avalanche of questions incoming. How many poltergeists are there? She gasped. Hundreds. Peeves explained simply. Some of them take the form of objects or live within portraits. Many pretend to be ghosts like Professor Binns. That one she had to think about. Right. Ghosts can't pick up chalk and write on a blackboard, nor pick up a book and drone on about it. Academic boredom personified? She asked. Academic boredom plain and simple. Filch answered. Now Hermione couldn't stop thinking about all of the possible poltergeists within the castle. From that one time, she saw the ghost of a witch pick up book to read it, to how Sir Cadogan always seemed to make people more lost than they were before asking him for help. Then there were the implications of poltergeists outside of Hogwarts. Were there beings born of the collective ideals and abstract philosophies of the entire human race? Love, lust, justice, death? Such beings formed of the collective views and experiences of natural phenomena or strange ideas would be, simply put, gods. With a lowercase g, of course. But then again, if belief in God with an uppercase G became as widespread as the belief in death, that is to say, truly universal, then would humanity's collective belief in him make him so? Then again, it doesn't require all of humanity's belief to make it real. If these god poltergeists already exist, and they surely do, then would everyone see their effects? Then she thought about it further and realized that they do. The Christians, synonymous with Europeans, who believe in a God that is universally good and loving, and whose ethics apply to everyone regardless of race, creed, or position in life. As such it was, and is, within Christian and European societies that science, medicine, universal human rights, and economic prosperity developed and prospered. The Hindus believe in a God that cherishes even the most humble of lifestyles, and as such they live in peace and with purpose even within poverty. On the other end, there are the Muslims who worship a God they outright call the Great Deceiver, who cherishes war and madness. Yeah, that definitely pans out. All gods are real for good or ill. This certainly paints religious wars of the past in a new light. And so her melancholy at the news of Harry's potential fates vanished, and she was finally able to properly take in the grandeur of the room of hidden things, making notes in her own journal regarding her thoughts as she did so. The following hour was filled with nothing but the sound of Hermione and Poliakoff rummaging through long-forgotten briefcases of former rivals and the turning of pages as they scoured their books. Our predecessors, Poliakoff eventually asked, did they really make all of this? Were some of them carpenters or tailors? There were an unimaginable amount of clothes and furniture in here, not to mention textbooks that seemed to be barely used and lacking in the usual notes and alterations of people like the Half-Blood Prince and his companion Nicifera, or others with less ridiculous nicknames like the duo Bumblebee and Hydron. The house elves used the place too, mostly to discard of destroyed furniture, tapestries, or unclaimed lost and found. Filch explained. Poliakoff nodded at the explanation. I suppose that explains why I keep finding obviously sentimental photos and objects that I cannot imagine people throwing AV. Poliakoff muttered as he rifled through some photos. Hermione had noticed that too, but shrugged it off. Oh no, most of those are the belongings of people who died and did not have next of kin to take ownership of it. Norris corrected. The piles of paraphernalia tend to expand rapidly during times of war or famine. Well, that sobered her good mood. Polyakov quite literally shook off the chill and pushed on into a change of subject. So, explain to us what it is we must do. Pease shrugged. Invent and innovate. Name any great inventor or innovator in British history, and odds are you will find arrangers like yourselves. Norris said. Ranger? Hermione prodded. Yes, that is what you are called. A foil to the Marauders, who themselves are the foil to the authority of teachers and faculty. The possibility of those in power abusing that power made the Marauders necessary. But the question must be asked, who watches the watchers? Mrs. Norris continued. And the answer is you. Oh, that was such a beautiful turn of phrase. Hermione wrote that down. Anti-cheating quills? Polyakov asked. Invented by a ranger. Improved by a ranger. Improved by another ranger. Improved again by another ranger. Improved again by another ranger. Peeves prattled on. Hermione ignored him and pressed on. Sneakoscope? She asked. Edgar Stralgar. Ranger. Filch confirmed. Volsbane potion? Asked Polyakov. Domicles Belby, Ranger. Mrs. Norris confirmed. I find myself salivating at the chance to read their notes on the process they went through to invent these things. Hermione confessed. Filch raised his arms and indicated the room of junk around them. Look around. It's all here. Part of your responsibility as a ranger is to leave your legacy behind for future generations. Filch said. And as for the foiling of the Marauders? Who are they? What are they? Polyakov asked. All right, he wasn't in on that. Harry Potter, Fleur Delacour, Cedric Diggory, and Victor Crumb. Pranksters and animagi. The previous generation was Mooney, Wormtail, Patfoot, and Prongs. Hermione answered. I'll explain. Later, for now I want to know what we're supposed to do to oppose them. Simple. Prank them. Keep the pranksters humble, lest they become too brazen and thus dangerous in their schemes. Mrs. Norris explained. She turned her attention from Hermione to Polyakov. You must be extremely careful not to reveal your existence to them. When Marauders and Rangers war, the results can be dangerous. They have likely already realized that either Miss Granger or Miss Chong will be won by simple deduction, but you will be safe from too vacuous of retaliation due to your relationship with Mr. Crumb. Polyakov gave an exaggerated shiver. I feel strongly inadequate and ill-equipped to the task of matching the skill, brilliance, luck, and perseverance of that quartet. He confessed. Even with the help of Miss Granger. How are just two of us supposed to match the Catravizard champions? Peeves gave a loud whoop and a laugh. Oh, silly boy, you two are not just two. You are legion, he screamed to the ceiling. The castle is your ally, and the knowledge of 2,000 prior rangers are at your beck and call. The chamber rumbled with his booming voice, and several piles of junk came tumbling down from the force of his voice alone. Somebody make Peeves a Quidditch mascot, because good God, did he know how to give a pep talk. Then let us get to Vark, Polyakov announced. We must be ready to foil them in whatever scheme they are no doubt concocting at this very moment. Look out! Serious warning came too late, as the latest ball of blue flame singed right through Victor's thick Hungarian jacket. Harry and Cedric had the frame of mind to blast him with their fire extinguishers, as provided by Remus Lupin for this little game. You see, Harry, Cedric, and Victor were on one team, armed with fire extinguishers. Their opponent? A fire-wielding, fully transformed Vila. The goal? To extinguish the balls of flesh-melting flames before they melted the flesh off of their faces. The potion had worked on his girlfriend in ways they couldn't have imagined. The wings jutting from her back, the feathers covering every orifice of her body, and the fires of hell itself she summoned into her hands and breathed through her nostrils were all so very impressive. Most would see her and be filled with terror. Harry thought she looked hotter than she'd ever been before, both figuratively and very literally. Fleur, in her majestic, transformed state, screeched yet again and flung a pair of fireballs directly at Harry himself. 2 quick squeezes of the handle later, and those flames were quenched by the thick foam that erupted from the nozzle. It is widely said that those who play stupid games win stupid prizes. Harry wondered what people who lost stupid games get. Harry wouldn't know. He was winning. Notes: become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. Make a one-time donation through PayPal. Nonsensical Rants. Follow my Instagram. Nonsensical Rants. Follow my Twitter. Nonsensical Rants. Join my Discord /UQFD5 New York. Relationship Troubles. Point 1. The Marauding Champions by Nonsensical Rants. Chapter 9. Relationship Troubles. The next week started with an omen of great portent and ill fortune. This omen came not in the form of tea leaf reading, crystal ball gazing, or even more superstitious signs like a cracked mug or McGonagall crossing his path while transformed, after he walked through a broken mirror, under a ladder, and spilling an entire bag of salt on top of her after curfew. Nay, his forewarning, which in most cases he would be overjoyed to receive ahead of time for a change, came from a conversation with his girlfriend. His Monday had started off beautifully. The frozen morning dew and grass crunched beneath his feet as he went to the Boxbaden's carriage, intent on meeting Fleur there, so they could walk to breakfast together. This had been their usual morning routine for some time now. They walked arm in arm up to the castle, breathing in the delicious mountain air with the scent of an oncoming drizzle when it happened. Fleur, radiant with the usual glowing blush, turned to look him in the eye and took a deep breath. He expected she was going to say something momentous, maybe put into words the maelstrom of emotions they'd been feeling for one another in a simple 3-word confession that he himself lacked the courage to say. I'm hormonal today. A/N0. It took him several moments to break from the draw of her wide, deep blue eyes and properly register what she had said. Oh shit. Harry passed on her gracious warning to Victor and Cedric. Good thing, too, because otherwise they probably wouldn't have noticed her partially transforming in public in time to cover it up on any of the occasions it had happened. Pain aux raisin overcooked and too dry to eat? Well, it was really overcooked after it erupted into flames in her suddenly clawed hands. Only a few curious students were close enough to have seen it, and they chalked it up to an impressive display of wandless magic, a story they decided to run with. Later that day, a pair of 7th-year Hufflepuff girls almost earned themselves a case of hot, but when they passed Fleur and Harry in the hall and whispered something snide to his emotionally compromised girlfriend, he didn't quite catch it, but it may have had something to do with her non-existent chest, which he himself adored seeing as it was a natural consequence of being as lithe as she was, but which she was rather self-conscious about. Their backs were turned, so they didn't see what kind of reaction their comments got. But Harry did. He dealt with it by yanking Fleur into a cavity behind the ever-ubiquitous suits of armor and dousing her with an Agumini charm before she could let loose a fireball. That definitely didn't improve her mood towards him. Tuesday didn't fare much better. It seemed to start off great when he greeted her with a bear hug, and she melted into him. Soft. He sighed into her hair. For some reason, the French woman translated the English word soft into the French word gros, and spent the rest of the day moping about how her boyfriend apparently considered her to be heavy-set. Husky even? Rotund, if you prefer. How the impossibly petite girl could think anyone would think her fat was beyond Harry. But at this point, he was also sick and tired of walking on eggshells, so he sent her off to bed that night with another hug. Heart. A/N1. Meanwhile, Harry, Victor, and Cedric were having the opposite problem to Fleur's. While she was having a hard time keeping from transforming against her will, they were having difficulty transforming at all. Victor was doing significantly better than him or Cedric. He could already partially transform on his own, namely his head, without wand help, which was a huge improvement from the second task, when he had needed a wand. Harry and Cedric, on the other hand, had to put up with Remus and Sirius recreating Malfoy the dancing ferret, but with a platypus and hornbill instead. The goal here is to get accustomed to the sensation of transforming back and forth, until you can do it yourself. Lupin had explained. It's like teaching a child to walk by manually holding them up and moving their legs until the muscle memory sets in. Harry sincerely doubted the process Remus just described was anywhere near as painful for an infant as this was for them. And at the end of the hour of training, Sirius went right back to writing at the makeshift desk he'd made out of the basilisk skull. "What are you up to, dogfather of mine?" He hid whatever papers he was working on before dismissively and obviously lying to him. "Oh, spent 13 plus years without writing. Calligraphy skills have degraded some. It's shameful that my handwriting is worse than your chicken scratch. And yes, I do get copies of your classwork, and I do care about your grades, kiddo. You need to work on your penmanship." Harry was so touched and slightly ashamed by the truthfulness of the last part of that statement that he didn't have it in him to call the prematurely old man out on the lie. Come Wednesday morning, he had set it as his mission to poke the dragon until she exploded and got all the moodiness out of her system. Speaking of moody, he was finally back from his leave of absence. Good thing, too, because Harry doubted any of them could tolerate another lecture on proactive safety and preventative self-defense from Dumbledore. It was certainly useful to be able to recognize aggressive body language, postures indicating somebody may be reaching for or concealing a weapon, how to do cavity searches, and how to de-escalate tensions before a fight broke out. It was even more useful to know the 13 leading causes of death, habits to protect yourself from them, from diet and exercise to a full 3 days of workplace safety classes. But it was also incredibly boring. Mad Eye, on the other hand, was anything but boring, not least of which was because of his change in appearance. He was missing fistfuls of hair, had bloodshot eyes, or eye, seeing as they had stolen the other one where an eye patch now covered, and had lost a lot of weight. Honestly, he looked like he'd been locked inside of a dark place for several months with little to eat or drink, only to be released and mauled by Aunt Marge's prize bulldog, an experience Harry was intimately familiar with. What the hell had they done to him? And where the hell had Ron disappeared to? Nobody had seen the bath-hating twerp since Monday. Questions for later. For now, he had a letter to compose to little Gabby to implore her on advice for how to terrorize her older clone. His difficulty was in wording the request in an innocent way, so as to coax her into revealing her secrets of her own volition. He settled for inviting her for lunch to ask for advice on his situation. Turns out, as a Hogwarts champion, he was legally recognized as an adult for so long as the tournament continued. A little factoid nobody had thought to tell him until Hermione offhandedly suggested that may be the case. Her suggestion that he could remain a legal adult after the tournament should he get married, as he was legally allowed to consent to marriage, remained always lodged in the back of his mind. So now, like all-of-age students, he could leave Hogwarts at any time he felt like it. And through the front door instead of the back, side, subterranean, subterranean, or attic exits. He could just walk to Hogsmeade whenever he wanted, even after curfew. Life was good, and thus he found himself meeting Gabrielle and Apollon Delacour. Both were dressed in white dresses over black cotton turtlenecks and full-leg stockings. His maybe one-day future sister and mother-in-law looked warm, inviting, and adorable in their matching outfits. "Bonjour, Harry," little Gabby greeted enthusiastically, bouncing on her heels. "A pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Potter." Apollon greeted without a hint of an accent before proffering a limp hand. Harry took it hesitantly and shook it lightly, before awkwardly letting go. Her warm aura hardened, and she aggressively offered her hand a second time, as if demanding he do it properly. So he did, this time shyly planting a kiss on her knuckle. He was rewarded with a nod of approval, and he hated himself for the small sense of pride he got from it. "Would you like to join Gabrielle and I for lunch?" he asked properly. "I would be overjoyed. Please lead the way." She accepted, taking his elbow in one hand and Gabrielle's hand in the other. Having the refined woman hold on to his elbow as he walked her to the 3 broomsticks was an experience he had no reference for. The closest he'd come, at least in how the situation made him feel, was when he had danced with Padma at the Yule Ball. He felt an odd sort of pride, as if he were refined himself by doing so. How odd that such a simple act could make him feel more like a man. That's what it was. It made him feel masculine. Grown up even. He had the frame of mind to hold the door open for the ladies as they entered, and Apolline let go of him to walk to the table. But when he sat down, both remained standing. Apollon with a raised eyebrow and expectant look on her face. "What?" he asked dumbly. She glanced at her chair, then back to staring him in the eye. "Oh," said Harry in realization. He stood back up from his seat and pulled Apollon's chair out for her, pushing her back, and once she sat and thanked him. Repeating the action for Gabrielle elicited what might have been a thank you in French, but it was hard to tell over all the giggling. Once they were both tucked in, he returned to his own seat, just in time for a third beautiful blonde, Madame Rosmerta, to arrive with a couple menus she handed out, along with the morning's newspaper. Apollon took the newspaper and busied herself with reading it in place of perusing the menu. Gabrielle entertained herself by swinging her feet and glancing around at the rustic decorations and Scottish guests of the establishment with a look of wonder. Harry was no stranger to awkward silences, but for once it didn't seem to be his fault. Are you two going to order anything?" Apollon made a ladylike snort and glanced up from whatever article she had been reading. "You invited us here, Mr. Potter. We are your guests. What's more, you are the man here, and in both cases that means it is up to you to order for us," she informed him. Harry had a sudden mental image of Apollon training a dog to have proper table manners. The marauder in him wanted to rebel against his maybe future mother-in-law and show her what trying to train him against his will could earn her. But the gentleman in him, the part that was falling in love with this woman's daughter and wanted to make every effort to make his entire potential family happy, refused to let the marauder run wild just yet. "Okay, I'll do that," he concluded. He began looking the two over and trying to will the knowledge of what they would like out of their minds and into his own. Was it proper for him to order for them because it showed he was trying to be considerate of them, or to test his ability to read people? He knew the Delacours were wealthy in a new money sort of way, but for the life of him, he couldn't recall what Fleur had said the family business was. "They still haven't found who robbed the night bus," she said suddenly. That was certainly one way to break him out of his thoughts. "Somebody robbed the night bus?" he asked, letting his surprise show in his voice. "Oh yes, well over a month ago now. The day after you saved my more precious daughter from the mayor. Or perhaps that same evening." Harry knew from long experience to never believe in coincidences, and he didn't miss the fact that this would have correlated to the night of the Marauders' rebirth. "What did they take?" he asked curiously. "The engine. The engine. The engine." Harry tried to digest that. The next question didn't even finish exiting his mouth before Mrs. Delacour answered. "Why? The night bus is a worldwide franchise. The engine and its enchantments allow it to travel at speeds unmatched by any comparable vehicle, and the means by which the double-deckers make other vehicles, buildings, and trees jump out of the way is a trade secret." Apollon explained. "So naturally the whole world is fascinated by who could have taken it. And how?" He was starting to get the picture. Funny, he had come out here expecting to get dirt in his aggressively sensitive girlfriend, but instead he solved the mystery as to how they managed to get the Durmstrang ship up and down 2 entire mountains through a forest. "Do they have any suspects?" "You mean aside from the mysterious man they discovered locked inside of the hole where the engine used to be?" Apollon goaded. Harry shook his head. "None. And the authorities refused to share the mystery man's identity with the public. Perhaps he was put there by whomever stole the engine?" She sighed wearily and put the newspaper down. "Very dark signs. First the World Cup, then the debacle of this tournament, and now a kidnapping of what must be a high-profile individual and theft of a highly dangerous magical artifact." She locked eyes with Harry and spoke with utter sincerity and concern. "I hope you can recognize these signs and what they mean. I hope you can foresee the coming dark times that many with their ears to the ground are muttering about in shady corners and smoky meetings all over the wizarding world." It took all of Harry's self-control not to break down laughing at how serious she delivered that line. The Death Eaters at the World Cup and him being forced into the tournament, sure. But were people really taking their pranks as signs that Voldemort's forces were congregating and making terrible schemes? It would be hilarious if it wasn't making people he cared about worry needlessly for him. Because he knew exactly who stole the engine, exactly who was shoved into the engine cavity, and swore to himself that they would make it up to the retired Auror, and had a strong hunch as to the location of the engine. "I'm already as on edge as I can be, ma'am," he told her. "Most of the time, at least. And I have good friends and better mentors looking out for me. But thank you." It was then that Rosmerta returned. "What can I get for yous?" she asked. "I'll have a warm eggnog butterbeer. Little Gabrielle will have a hot apple cider, the sugary kind from a packet, not the fermented variety. And Apollon will be having passion fruit tea with a bit of rose wine added. Apollon gave him that same expression of approval, with those eyebrows raised and a smirk teasing her lips. He ignored the pride in his chest and pressed forward. Fleur and I are having problems lately. He confessed. No matter what I do or say, she just gets angry. She warned me earlier this week that she was feeling hormonal, but I can't help but feel I'm doing this boyfriend thing wrong. Can you two provide me any advice on making her feel better? Or maybe what not to do? Apollon nodded graciously to every word and waited for him to finish. And once she leaned back in her chair and thought about it. You should know that Fleur is a woman. As such, sometimes there is no right answer to her mood. And no matter what you say or do, she will only get angrier. Because she wants to be angry. Apollon explained, your job, as a man, is to treat her like the brat she is pretending to be and be magnanimous or flirtatious as you do so. Poke the sleeping dragon, as it were. That answer threw Harry through a loop. It sounded more like the kind of answer a playboy advising him on how to get laid, i.e. Sirius, would give, not the mother of the woman in question. Then he reminded himself Vila, and not just any Vila, but a Vila mother who was in his corner, if Gabrielle's letter could be believed. That was shockingly honest advice. Usually girls would say to do nonsense like bring her flowers or supplicate to her. Harry said / asked skeptically. Shah. Apollon responded with a dismissing wave. She chose you to be her man, not a little boy. Do not treat her as if she were your mother. Despite the self-serving advice many girls will give you about being sensitive and supplicative, that is not the kind of behavior in a man that makes us love him. You are supposed to be a source of stability and calm, especially in times of turmoil, even if that turmoil is all in our heads or hearts. When we misbehave, which we do even when we know we should not, you keep acting with maturity and magnanimity. With a little teasing thrown in, of course. Do this, and we will come around with an apology eventually. Harry found himself wishing for his own quick quotes quill to keep track of all this, if for no other reason than to share with Sirius for his input, and maybe to take hilariously misquoted notes during potions class. Yeah, definitely the latter. I've been doing that just fine, well, except for the teasing part. I only did that once, and it was because I lost my patience. I felt bad afterwards. He said. Rosmerta returned with their drinks, and from there Harry explained how Fleur had insinuated fat from soft, and how he'd called her hard. Vous a-t-elle frappé? Gabrielle asked, confirming Harry's suspicion that she understood a lot more of what was being said than her aloof, hyperactive demeanor would suggest. She made a lot of motions against my body with her fists that I think were intended to be punches but felt like kisses. I do think she loves me so. Harry answered with a knowing smirk, much to Gabrielle's giggling pleasure. From there, the conversation fizzled out to discussing food and drinks Fleur liked and how to prepare them, along with ways to impress her and her father, who was as yet unaware of their dating. All of it was great ammo to be saved for a later date. At one point, she even conjured a hugely complicated set of forks, spoons, knives, and mock dishes so she could teach him proper etiquette for fine dining. /2, but from there it devolved into Harry and Gabrielle having a tea party with burlap dolls he conjured for such a purpose. At that point, Apollon threw her hands up in a universal gesture of surrender and contented herself with watching them play. It was funny, Harry thought. He had come here today hoping to learn how to be a worse boyfriend, but instead learned how to be a much better gentleman. It was information that he couldn't wait to completely disregard in favor of being ungentlemanly for the rest of his life. As their playdate ended, Harry walked them back to the Flu at the Hogsmeade train station where Gabrielle pleaded to be picked up for a hug. It was as he relented that she whispered conspiratorially in his ear. When Fleur is being mean, I buy her lots of sweets. When she eats them, make a comment on how her dress fits, and she'll cry. Harry lowered the little girl back onto the ground and slowly backed away from her. The question, why would you Udo something so mean, was on the tip of his tongue when he noticed the rather convincing look of innocence she wore. Oh shit. Gentlemanly magnanimity it is. He mumbled to himself. What was that, Harry? Apollon asked. Nothing. just came to the decision to skip the teasing and be supportive until the storm blows over. I still stand by my earlier advice. Polksha Dragon. If only a little. She gave him a flattering wink, took Gabrielle by the hand, and walked to the flue where they disappeared in a flash of green flame. Notes: there were going to be 5 more scenes in this chapter, but I had already decided to publish by today and knew it wouldn't be finished, so I'm splitting this chapter up into 2 parts. A/N 0. I will give 1 free spoiler to whoever knows where I stole this line from. Only the first person, though. A/N-1. This entire scenario of correlating soft to fat is an actual experience I had with my most recent GF. And I handled it the same way. Got a lot of laughs. And all of the relationship advice I've given here has held true in my experience. Take the rough patch with distinction, maturity, and a spot of teasing, and she'll be all apologies and kisses when the ant flow leaves. Trust me, I'm a random guy on the internet, so I know what I'm talking about. A/N-2. I highly recommend taking a few hours out of your life to learn basic etiquette. If you have large family dinners, try to do them properly every now and then. Dress up for it like Americans used to, and eat with the rules of etiquette. You may find that it's beautiful and makes you feel more disciplined. Makes you feel rich in ways that have nothing to do with money. Become a patron. NonsensicalRants. Patrons who pledge $3 get all future chapters a month early and a link to the Discord server. Patrons who pledge $10 get the right to vote on story choices, what story I update next, etc. Patrons who pledge $100+ gets to commission 3,000 words per month. Can be a one-shot of your own, can be a non-canon side story to one of my stories. Relationship Troubles Point 2. Harry Potter and the Marauding Champions by NonsensicalRants. Chapter 10. Relationship Troubles Part 2. Harry remains steadfast in his decision to remain gentlemanly and magnanimous towards his girlfriend for the rest of the week. On Wednesday, after he returned from lunch with her royal mother and angelic sister, she had caught him walking down the path of Hogsmeade with the usual goofy smile on his face. And so began the interrogation into his supposed unfaithfulness. Surely he would only bother to sneak out to the sleepy Scottish village for purposes of doing things with other girls that they themselves had yet to do together. Or so went her reasoning. Harry had to wonder at her detailed descriptions of the lurid acts she was accusing him of, and wondered further at her specifically accusing him of finding a more beautiful woman than her. He wanted to rotor with something along the lines of, are there many Vila, succubus nymph dryad hybrids running around the Scottish Highlands? As that was the only thing he could imagine outstripping her in beauty. Instead, he settled for denying any kind of affair with a patient smile and stole a bone-breaking hug from her at every chance. Hugs which she responded to by unceremoniously shoving him away with much angst and rage. Thursday went much the same. She turned away from him when he tried to give her a peck on the cheek outside of the carriage, and so he gave her a Hermione hug. Snide remark about him screwing other girls in Hogsmeade during breakfast? Hermione hugged, giving him the silent treatment as he walked her to class? Hermione hugged, and that time she sprouted feathers when a Slytherin girl with a skirt so short you could see her thong walk past, and he noticed? You better believe he gave her a Hermione hug. She must not have appreciated the damage to her internal organs because she was persona non grata during lunch, leaving him in the company of Victor and Cedric. I notice you hugging your woman like my woman hugs, Victor pointed out. Yup, Harry said. It never fails to make me feel better when she crushes my ribs like that, Harry told him, noting in his peripheral vision that the subject of their conversation had just entered the Great Hall. I used to think I was just especially scrawny, and that's why I found it painful. But Ron complains about the cracked ribs and dislocated spinal discs too. He waited a few seconds for Hermione to get within earshot before continuing. She was approaching them from behind Victor and Cedric, so he made sure to maintain eye contact with them as not to give away her presence. What about you, Victor? Does Hermione's hugs hurt for you? He asked a little too loudly. Hermione stopped dead in her tracks and glanced towards him in confusion. You're all muscle, so imagine you're more resistant to her vice grips. Hermione must have gotten the clue when he didn't acknowledge her presence because she took to tiptoeing towards her boyfriend in an exaggerated Bugs Bunny gait. Duh, that girl has a strong upper body. Probably from hugging so many large tomes to her chest all day. Shame she is afraid of flying. else she could make a great beater. Victor said, oblivious to the world of painful affection headed his ways. Or keep her, really? But yes, very painful hugs. I've never gotten a hug from her, so I can't exactly compare notes. Cedric added offhandedly, causing Hermione to change course. Never. Harry asked. Never. Cedric confirmed. Stick around. She's bound to give you one eventually. Harry told him before very quickly making eye contact with her and giving a nod. Hermione hugged. Fleur managed to avoid the group for the rest of the day and most of Friday. Though Harry did see the twins sneaking back into the castle through the Hunchback Witch passage and meet up with Fleur on the Marauders map. This did not bode well, and so he interrogated them. In short order, they explained how they brokered a truce with her in exchange for sweets. We wrote to her sister, and she said to buy her lots of sweets. Fred said, so we bought her lots of sweets. Gabby said to get the especially sugary pastries, baklavas, and the like. George added, just sent our letter thanking her for the advice yesterday. Oh shit. Harry sprinted down to the dungeons, tickled the pair on the painting to reveal the entrance to the kitchen, and hunted Dobby down in the ocean of floppy ears, barely finding him in time to avert disaster. How could Dobby be helping use today, Har? Dobby had tried to say, before Harry roared his order. Frère de la cour. Mail. Like you did to mine. He told the little blighter. Now. Dobby popped away without asking for details or even acknowledging the command. It was several hours later as he was let out of potions that Dobby popped back into existence with a soft-looking package in his hands. It was similar to the one Harry had received from Dumbledore on his first Hogwarts Christmas. Taped to the string which bound it was a letter bearing Gabrielle's signature. Harry took the package, secluded himself in one of the ubiquitous and numerous abandoned classrooms, and opened the letter. Dear Fleur, while trying on some of your old clothes, I came upon one of your favorite nightgowns. It's much too big for me, but I thought you would want it back now that it's starting to warm back up in Scotland. I'm sure Harry would like seeing you in it more than your winter pajamas. I hope it still fits you. Your loving sister, Gabrielle. The little devil had the audacity to add a little smiley face with a halo over it next to her name. He opened the packing itself to discover a partially transparent silver nightgown. It had strange coattails like a trench coat with a veiled hood like something out of an Arabian fantasy. He was inclined to agree with Gabrielle. He would very much enjoy seeing Fleur in this, but that would have to wait until their relationship was in a less rocky state. For now, he would repackage the dress, instruct Dobby to hide it someplace safe, and write a chastising letter to his maybe future sister-in-law. With all that done, he found Fleur on the map loitering near the entrance hall. Presuming she was waiting for him to walk her back to the carriage, as he was wont to do, he hightailed it down there where the long, lost, dazzling smile of hers made a reappearance. She happily took his arm and allowed him to walk her back. Fred and George's sweets must have done the trick. That or they dosed them with alcohol. Would explain the flushed cheeks and cheeriness of his girlfriend. He would forgive them if they had. Fleur was her usual, glowing self again. That's all that mattered. As he walked her back to the carriage, he was blindsided when, out of the blue, Fleur turned around and planted a firm kiss right on his mouth. She kept her lips latched onto his for a good, long minute before they parted. Wow, was his sputtered response. So, that was a first. She laughed at him as he struggled to catch his breath. It was not. Do you really think we wound up naked in a rose beds that night, without having a fencing duel of tongues beforehand? She teased. She had a fair point, but that didn't change the fact that this still felt like their first real kiss. Even without the tongue fencing, as she put it. Well, I don't rightly remember the nasty things we did that night. So let's henceforth consider everything new we try to be the first time, yeah? Harry asked. You are a vers romantique, Harry. Fleur chided, tapping him on the nose with a finger. Remain Zoe, and I will always be yours. Harry was sure his blush could be seen from space. But I do wish to get back to where we must have gotten that night sooner rather than later. Wouldn't you agree? Fleur asked with a husky tone in her voice. Harry tried to translate her broken English. Her accent only ever got that thick when she was nervous or overly emotional. But images of her very nearly naked body in that bed of leaves and rose petals came rushing back to him. along with that oh so delightful evening gown Gabrielle had sent. No, Harry said nervously. No, I'm not at all ready for that. She pouted, and unlike her usual pout, this one seemed genuine. Well, I am. She snipped with a hint of anger before sighing. But I've waited all my life. I can wait a little longer. Until you are ready, Harry. He was positive her pronunciation of the word little was to give him a reminder of how she initially thought of him back in that trophy room when they'd first met. But he let it slide. He'd made it this far without letting her misbehavior get to him. He wasn't going to falter now. Good night, Harry, Fleur said before planting another soft kiss onto his lips. Good night, Mom Cher, he answered before lightly planting one back onto her lips. Bye, Fleur said as she walked up the steps to the carriage. Bye, Harry said back as he started walking backwards on the trail to the Great Hall. Bye, Fleur said again as she opened the door and stepped inside. Bye, Harry replied again, still walking backwards. Bye-bye, Fleur said yet again, her body obscured by the door. Bye-bye, Harry said, worried his goofy grin might grow so big as to cause a year at the edges of his lips. Bye. Fleur finished their awkward encounter by ducking her head inside and closing the carriage door. Harry turned around at last and began his lonely truck up to Gryffindor Tower, feeling as warm as a summer breeze on the inside. Harry had invited all of the boys in his year, sans the still unaccounted for Weasley, to the common room where they shared a bottle of fire whiskey that Fred swore to him wasn't spiked with anything. Now George was the only one who owed him a peace offering. They were discussing their misadventures around the castle throughout the week and where they could look next to find Ron as they knocked back the shots, occasionally pelting each other with accusations of unmanliness whenever one failed to get the liquor down. Seamus was particularly foul-mouthed, calling Dean a pussy on no fewer than 5 occasions, whereas Harry thought lightweight was a perfectly appropriate insult. Harry humored them in their guesses as to where Ron could be despite knowing full well, thanks to the Marauders map, that he wasn't anywhere in the castle. They, in turn, were humoring Hermione, Lavender, and Parvati as they made snide remarks on their drunkenness from the table at which they were doing their homework. Faye was there too, but she kept to herself. Neville was detailing the possibility of Ron somehow accidentally reopening the Chamber of Secrets when something resembling the creature of the Black Lagoon in drag entered through the fat lady's portrait. It was dressed in tattered robes covered in barnacles and lichen, with seaweed hanging from the coattails. Upon its head was a matted carpet of red and orange kelp. The creature marched to the only available seat in the common room and plopped down next to Seamus with a sigh. It removed the wig of kelp to reveal a familiar pale, freckled face made even more pale by time spent presumably underwater. The creature then reached out, picked up the bottle of fire whiskey, and began downing the remains. The rest of them shared awkward glances before Seamus grabbed his new couchmate by the scruff and, acting as if he had just dragged him through the portrait hole himself, declared, "Hey, look, everyone, I found Ron." Harry cheered, making a toasting motion with his glass. "Oh, thank God. We were so worried," said Dean. "Good work, Seamus," Neville said, clapping him on the shoulder. They all said this at once and with an air of complete sincerity. All the while they made their fanfare at his return, Ron simply gave them a 2-finger salute and continued chugging the fire whiskey like a champion. Their antics were apparently too much for the girls, who broke down in a fit of giggle and ran up the staircase to avoid laughing themselves to death. Faye Dunbar remained at the table, appearing to all the world as if she were oblivious to the going-ons around her. Ron finished the bottle and dropped it back on the table. He smacked his lips in satisfaction before glancing between his friends. "So, how was your week?" he asked the room. "Meh. Girlfriend's been a bit moody," said Harry. "Sounds like a hard-knock life." Ron deadpanned. "I might be underplaying how moody she's really been," Harry said honestly, but without elaborations. "Speaking of moody, the psycho is teaching class again," said Seamus. "He's missing his eye and lost a lot of weight." Neville added, "That's a shame. The old Auror only had one good one." Ron bemoaned. "Did they put a red fake on into the empty sake to counter the blue fake one?" Oh no, it was the fake blue one he lost. Harry corrected. Neat. So, who wants to know about my week? They all uttered trepidation-filled sentences along the line of go ahead. And so Ron shared his tale of woe. Oh, got kidnapped by mermaids again. Spent the week playing spin the bottle with them against my will. I'm half disturbed and half glad they were all little girls. On one hand, they weren't old enough to know what rape is or how to commit it. On the other hand, I now have to live with the memories of my reverse diophilic tongue, fencing. He paused to burp. Can't decide which was worse. That, or them repeatedly giving me a makeover like a trussed-up, life-size Barbie doll. Harry shared concerned glances with his other yearmates. Even Faye had disregarded her homework to stare at Ron with unhidden concern. How did you get away? Harry managed to ask. A couple of their older sisters found me and let me loose. Ron explained. I think Fred is engaged to one. So am I for that matter. Hopefully Mom can veto it. She probably won't be happy to let that go on. He was probably right. While the Weasleys were more open to interracial or interspecies relationships than most, seeing one of their sons go off to live with mermaids was a bit beyond the pale. It was akin to a British family being okay with their son marrying a black girl. They still wouldn't so hot on the idea of that son being inducted into the Marauders tribe, where he would be genitally mutilated through removal of the foreskin and slicing of the urethra, thus forcing him to forevermore squat when he peed, and for the rest of his life subsist on a hunter-gatherer lifestyle until he died of some yet undiscovered aboriginal virus. Let's just say mermaids are similarly underdeveloped culturally, and leave it at that. Shall we? Why did they kidnap you specifically? Faye asked in what may have been the 8th time Harry had ever heard her speak. Apparently they really like redheads. Ron explained. I can relate to that. Dean mumbled suggestively. Ron glared at him over the insinuation. But why kidnap you? Why not Percy? He's been stuck at Hogwarts lately. Seamus asked. Because that would be interesting, and interesting things do not happen to Percy. Ron explained. It's a universal constant. None of them could rightly argue against that. Plus, they specifically developed a crush on me during the second task. Ron explained. The entire damn tribe did, apparently. They all returned to silence as the story came to a close. You hungry? Harry asked. I could run down to the kitchen and grab you whatever you like. Nah, I'm good. Ron declined to the shock of all. The girls kept me well fed with gillyweed and their attempts at sushi. Sans the rice, of course. I'm not sure if they were terrible at food prep, as they were young and claimed to be using me to test their skills, or if it just wasn't food worthy of human consumption. He paused to think on this. Probably both. He decided before getting up and heading up to the boys' dorm. I'm gonna go take a nap next to the toilet. If you need me, I'll be blowing chunks until the early morn. It was as Ron was climbing up the staircase to the boys' dorm that Harry yelled up after him. You want any help getting back at the twins? He offered. Ron turned to him with a mischievous smile. Nah, I'll take care of it. You and your crew have already done your damage to them. It's my turn now. Fleur brushed her hair lazily as she vainly stared into the vanity mirror and hummed a song she couldn't quite place. She had been so unlike herself lately. Fawning and being sappy and all that stuff she always thought to be stupid before. Now that she was with Harry, she understood completely. All that humdrum about love and in the mountains of tomes on poetry had been boring time wasters before, but now acted like road maps, and now it was unthinkable that she could have ever been so standoffish and closed off to the possibility of the happiness of being with a man. And there weren't words to describe the constant giddiness she felt. So full of being in love she was. Her toes danced as she hummed. Hell, every part of her body danced at all hours of the day. At times, she was so out of control of her feelings. But was being out of control such a bad thing when it felt this good? She put the brush down and slowly braided her hair for bed. She couldn't help laughing at her reflection. All smiles and blushing lately. It was so stupid. She was old enough to be doing more grown-up things with her boyfriend. And though she wanted to do those things, it was the cheesiness of being unable to say goodbye at the end of the day that filled her mind with fantasies before bed. Fantasies that wouldn't lead to any acts of self-affection unbecoming of a lady, unlike the fantasies she used to have when love was just a concept to her. With her hair braided, Fleur got up from the vanity, removed her fluffy slippers, thus breaking the completeness of her full-body fluffy pajamas, and slipped under the 5 layers of blankets whom welcomed her back. She settled in for what was bound to be a restless hour of fighting to fall to a sleep. Her happy feet made her happy legs restless, and along with her fingers and lips constantly twitched and made her toss and turn in bed. Oh, but the perils of being in love. It almost wasn't worth being lowered to the status of an idiot unable to think clearly any longer or to maintain her usual airs. But sleep did find her, frighteningly quickly. So quickly, in fact, did the darkness close in that the Partvila felt a sliver of panic rise in her chest, like that of being caught unawares by an unexpected stunner. But the panic wasn't enough to keep her from falling into darkness. And as she fell into unconsciousness, she saw in the corner of her room a dark figure appear from beneath an invisibility cloak. Sirius discarded the invisibility cloak and approached the unconscious Fleur. It was a tricky bit of enchanting, setting up a stunning ward, and trickier still to contain it within the confines of a twin-sized bed. But the results were well worth it, for it ensured she wouldn't regain consciousness during the coming procedure. Without it, the pain alone would wake her, to say nothing of the noise. He neatly folded the deathly hollow, the one invisibility cloak in the world that would allow him to sneak past all of the protections in the Beauxbaton's carriage undetected, and placed it on the vanity. He felt guilty for borrowing the ancient artifacts James had told him all about, but it was for his son's own good. Atop the cloak, he placed a black plastic container resembling a toolbox. Noticing a hairbrush, he removed several of the silvery hairs for later use. You never knew when you needed to polyjuice as a particular enemy after all, though research into Partvila hair as a polyjuice ingredient would be paramount. He placed the hairs into an empty vial, one of several he kept on hand at all times for similar purposes to this, and returned to the task at hand. He opened the toolbox and removed from the tightly fitted molding each piece of the familiar device. One he had used many times, both on himself and on others. He put it together with the speed and skill of a soldier reconstructing his rifle. Then he connected it to the power source. It was one hell of a task creating a battery capable of operating within the Hogwarts boundaries. And even then, the enchantments against magical interference would only last so long before every single part of it short-circuited. He had to move quickly. Approaching the prone figure, he hardened his heart to do what must be done. To mutilate this girl in such a way as to discourage any man from wanting to know her intimately, and to ensure Harry didn't come to know her carnally anytime soon. A mutilation that was as big of a libido killer as a half-shaven head or illegitimate child to any would-be suitors. One only he would ever be able to undo. He flipped the switch for the device, and it came to life with the loud buzzing of hair clippers. Kneeling down, he parted the 5 entire layers of blankets and lifted her shirt just a few inches. With deliberation, he recreated a signature he had spent the entire week practicing, though this time he put it on a canvas of skin instead of paper, and so he worked much more slowly. When this Vila hussy next woke up, it would be to discover the signature of Roger Davies stamped just an inch above her arse. And lo, her scream would most assuredly wake the mountains. She'll think twice the next time she decided to pressure his godson into. Become a patron. Nonsensical Rants. Patrons who pledge $3 get all future chapters a month early and a link to the Discord server. Patrons who pledge $10 get the right to vote on story choices, what story I update next, etc. Patrons who pledge $100+ gets to commission 3,000 words per month. Can be a one-shot of your own, can be a non-canon side story to one of my stories. The Iron Beast Part 1. Chapter 11. The Iron Beast Part 1. Bane stalked silently under the new moon with Fenrir and Ronan taking up either side of him, and together the 3 made up a hunting party, one with a mission most vital and which he was assigned to lead. A creature had appeared in this forest some time ago, and now, after over a year of sleep, it had awoken with powers most strange and terrifying. What little balance the many creatures of the Scottish forest had managed to negotiate with one another was now shattered as its pointless rampage rearranged the land itself. Entire meadows and valleys left twisted as if a titan had reached down and sculpted it like a child at a beach making sandcastles. And they were hunting it. Aragon's messenger said it was last seen near these cliffs. Ronan relayed. The red-haired centaur was the only member of their tribe who could stand to negotiate with the Acromantula clan, let alone tolerate their company. Foul creatures, new to these woods and devastating to the local fauna. It was only respect for Hagrid that the centaurs had yet to wipe the foul being out, that and the fact that the cold winters kept them at bay. They truly did not belong in these lands, and Bane's people knew the wizards would one day see fit to relocate them to foreign lands, or else eliminate the colony altogether. Centaurs were nothing if not patient. Near immortality will do that to a person. Bane raised a fist to command his two companions to halt, and they did so. The sound of their prey was faint, even to their ears, but the sound of metal on metal and metal on stone were unmistakable. And then it roared, and the whole forest knew of its coming. The hidden creatures of the woods fled: birds, insects, rodents, and even a few wild boars. Bane noticed the lone unicorn in the distance make a beeline away from the approaching danger. Then the sounds of its coming grew louder. Trees, rocks, bushes, and even streams jarringly jumped this way and that as the metal beast approached, and then struggled to move back to their original places. Entire sections of the forest, well known and well navigated by its denizens, completely redapologized in an instant. For a month now, this creature had been on its rampage, after 2 years of inactivity since it first appeared. And now the whole forest was unrecognizable, even to those who had lived in it for centuries. At their wits' end, they had formed a tentative alliance with the trolls and Acromantula. And tonight that alliance was coming to fruition as they set their trap this evening. "Go!" Bane commanded, and the duo galloped down to the path of destruction their prey wrought. Firenze led the charge, as the impetuous youth tended to do. Ronan and Bane followed quickly, bows and spears at the ready. Bane kept his attention split between their target and the woods around them, the dangerous foes and hidden allies, making certain not to miss eye signals or subtle communications. A hint or whisper that they might not be ready, or something had gone catastrophically wrong. A nod from a troll in position above a cliff. A confident retreat of hairy legs into a hollowed-out tree. All good signs. All allies ready to pounce when the trap is sprung. Now is their time for the swift, hooved guardians of the forest to chase this abomination towards its doom. Their plan fell apart before they could even bear down on their foe, for it appeared before them unexpectedly, like a deer call unexpectedly interrupting a party. They both jumped out of the way of the other in surprise, but recovered quickly, and the chase was on. Its wheels, formerly covered with rubber tires, now a rusted mass of steel and plant growth, dug into the earth and propelled it forward, kicking up rocks and wet soil to mask its escape. Then it sang, staticky, jittery voices of a man with an accent most strange. Now the race is on, and here comes Pride up the backstretch. Heartaches are going to the inside. And on went the Ford Anglia's radio as it swerved to dodge the arrows the centaurs loosed on it. It dodged in exactly the manner they intended, leading it down a path towards where a troop of Acromantula and 2 trolls lay in wait. And the winner loses all. The lyrics ended as the song moved onto a guitar solo. Bane saw the failing of their trap before it was even set off. What was the point of leading a foe into a pincer trap that relied on catching said foe between natural formations of boulders and trees, when said foe's mere presence changed the layout of boulders and trees around it? As they soon found out, none. There was no point in such a plan. In fact, in hindsight, he would later marvel that it went as well as it did. But in that moment, seeing the hard-dug channels focusing boulders onto the point of their ambush turned upward and sideways, he felt nothing but shame about what would surely follow. The light blue vehicle did get caught up in the webs laid out by Aragog's children, and one of the 2 trolls laying in wait did manage to pounce on it in its confusion, but that's as much success as they had. The cords holding the organic nets up gave way when the trees and rocks they were bound to change position. The troll, Hack, held on despite the strange space-altering abilities of his query, swapping his limbs and sensory organs around until he resembled an abstract painting of a troll more than a troll itself. That was one troll he prayed he never had to come to blows with. He managed to hang on for the entirety of their chase. As mountains, rivers, and a small lake deep in the magical wilds of Scotland found new homes, he clung on. As arrows, slings, and even a ballista once appropriated during a long-forgotten battle with Hogwarts Castle by one of the remaining wild tribes of goblins back during the days before it served as a school. None of the weapons did much harm to the Anglia, but all flew true to poor Mr. Hack. He only gave up his stranglehold on the iron beast when it disappeared in its entirety, leaving the mangled man, no, warrior there for them to recover. They held a moment of silence in his honor and quickly sent him away to a place where the best healers from all their tribes had been set up to wait ahead of time in case a scenario just like this came about. The Ford Anglia reappeared, as if to mock them, and played one last song from its muggle music player as it faded from view into the night. When I get off of this mountain, you know where I want to go? Straight down the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico, to Lake Charles, Louisiana. Bane ground his teeth in frustration as the mangled music faded from hearing, leaving him, the tribe leader of the wild goblins of Scotland, the Acromantula Queen and Hack's trusted brother, to gaze out upon the destruction. Not since the Blitz had Bane seen such a devastated landscape. Such power this foe held. Truly, they stood no chance on their own. "We need help," said the Acromantula Queen. "Help from those who created this foul being," said the chieftain of the goblin tribe. Bane didn't stop himself from groaning. "They speak wisdom," said Ronan. "From dust we were created, by dust we shall be destroyed. And likewise from them it was created, and from them it can be destroyed." Bane groaned louder. "Please, do not speak their name," Bane begged. A headache from the near millennia of chaos brought about by their legacy came charging towards him like a freight train. "Be as apprehensive of their coming as you like, Sir Bane, but their coming is always inevitable," said the goblin chieftain. "But like it or not, we need." Bane cut him off with a gesture. "We need," he admitted despite the bile rising in his throat. "The Marauders." "I forgot her birthday," Cedric confessed. "You forgot her birthday?" Harry clarified in a panic. "I forgot her birthday," Cedric confirmed, equally panicked. "But you have been dating this girl since the old ball, have you not?" Victor asked. Cedric deflated further, sinking into his cushion. For whole months together, and he hadn't thought to ask for Cho's birthday? If that weren't a big enough mystery, Harry couldn't determine why that was somehow their problem instead of just Cedric's. "It's on the 9th. April 9th," Cedric told them. "I have 2 whole weeks to come up with a thoughtful present for her." "Nowhere near enough time." Fleur patted the poor man on the shoulder. "If my birthday were to pass tomorrow, and Harry didn't so much as say a word, I would not hold it against him." Fleur consoled him. "But then again, we have only dated for a few weeks now." "Really?" It felt like so much longer than that. Harry made a mental note to ask Dumbledore on whether it was normal to develop such strong feelings in such a short amount of time. Love, after all, did seem to be his only area of expertise. Still, he gave her a worried look all the same. "October 30th, she said without prompting. Oh, thank God. He would have felt terrible if it had come and gone, and he'd been none the wiser. Still, he did the math, and something in his brain rose to the surface. "Is that why you were in such a pissy mood when you arrived at the school?" Harry asked. "Because you spent the whole of your birthday in a cramped carriage flying?" "I was not in a pissy mood," Fleur yelled defensively. I vast on the other side of the Great Hall, and even I could tell the shawled woman at the Ravenclaw table was in a pissy mood," Victor countered, obviously recalling the night before the sorting with as much detail as they all did. Fleur crossed her arms defiantly and retracted back into herself. Harry had been walking on eggshells around her for several days. Ever since he noticed that every attempt at an intimate touch caused her to flinch, every chance to talk about deeper topics leading to silence. Now, he was beyond caring. A dark part of him kept